let's go. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Nothing you can say really more than me. June is Pride Month, even for foes of the LGBT community. Let's go. Wine that I'm sipping got me sauce, man. Yeah, wine that I'm sipping got me sauce, man. Pride Month, so I finally been waiting. Is the song gon' finally kiss Austin? Need a make-out sesh in fear, and yeah, I don't wanna be weird, man, but I've been praying every podcast that I watch the two of them hold hands. Will they kiss, will they make out, will they smile? I've been dreaming of that moment just for a while, cause you know I also came up, awesome show, so you know just when I'm spitting that is never mild. Yeah, you know I spit and go that extra mile. Yeah, I wanna see them in the bed together. Yeah, okay, I'm dreaming of that shit, that's why I'm wet in my own bed. No, I did it better. Yeah, I've been dreaming while I'm on my phone. Yeah, okay, you know it's fresh as off the dome. Yeah, so I hope that you don't really mind if I ship a couple streamers in the middle of my poem. Yeah, it's already @ in the home. Yeah, okay, I really gotta come in home. And my skills, know you know I'm getting up inside the zone. Yeah, June month, gotta keep it going. Yeah, gotta keep it going. Yeah, and you know that I go out when I'm seeing and I'm zooming in the stream that shows us in smile.
Hey yo, what, yeah, bro? What?
Smile. Got the rainbow for the closed captioning. Hey, it's Pride Month, so can I see the two of them make out already? What's happening? Let's go, let's go. June is Pride Month, even for an LGBT foe. Will they kiss, 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 let's go. Will they kiss, 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 kiss. Will they kiss, 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 kiss. Will they kiss, 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 kiss.
What's going on, everybody?
Hey, yeah, I'm just saying how I feel. Hey, I'm just saying how I feel. Yeah, Austin always horny as fuck on my timeline, never on the DL. Hey, when I'm saying how I feel, yeah, hey, you know that I've been going in this shit while I'm spitting fresh up off the dome, man. Austin, June month, always horny posting. Hey, I don't even know his damn name. Yeah, both of his accounts, both the damn same. Hey, and I swear that'd be a damn shame. If I couldn't throw a little change for the OF, so don't stress. I hope they will make out and we'll be so blessed. And I know just when I'm spitting, ain't it so fresh? Like, oh yes, oh yes.
This is crazy. This is Ari at home, ladies and gentlemen. I had not listened to this song before. He famously has another song about me being a foe. But goddamn, this one goes hard as hell. It's improvised, for those of you who don't understand. Anyway, I'm live and alive, folks, and I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, fantastic afternoon, fantastic pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hasan Piker, and this is the HasanAbi broadcast, coming to you live from gloomy California, Los Angeles, ladies and gentlemen. You don't even need a new character in Elden Ring. The difficulty in health scaling is Hallig Tree NG plus levels recommended. Levels 100 to 150. Okay, I need to get back into Elden Ring first. Folks, this is part of the broadcast where I tell you a little bit about my personal news, but it is obviously a very special day. It's a very special day. I'm very tired right now. I'm feeling like ass, and I'll tell you why in a little bit in my parasocialist segment. But before I do that, obviously, it's a special day for one reason.
Here, right? Well, it's Friday.
That's right. It's motherfucking Friday, ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and babies. It's fucked up Friday. It's fuck a fan's mom Friday. It's flat fuck Friday. It's all of those things, baby. It's all of those things and more. I'm live, I'm alive, and I hope everyone's having a wonderful time. This is a very special day of the goddamn week for all of you out there. It's fuck a fan's mom Friday. It's Friday fun day as well. We're gonna be having some fun in a little bit, even though I hate saying that because people get really fucking annoying. But it's Friday, baby. Witch Cook weekend. For all the witch cooks out there, sucks for you guys. Don't know what to tell you. Anyway, folks, This is a part of the broadcast where I tell you a little bit about my personal news about what's going on in the world of HasanAbi Piker. Let me tell you, a lot has happened. Last night I ended the broadcast. After making Greg Doucette cry and then feeling some type of way about that. I went to QT Cinderella's birthday party alongside many of my friends. I went to QT Cinderella's birthday. It was in Nobu, and I stayed up way past my bedtime, and I think that's why I feel like shit right now. I did a couple things that I'm not very proud of. I ate a lot of Wagyu. Happy birthday, QT Cinderella. She's like 23. She had a birthday again. Didn't she have one last year? True. Good one. Anyway, while maybe the bad feelings that I have could also be because white supremacy won last night. I briefly talked about it, but like, obviously you guys know, you know, one of the most racist sports franchises of all time, historically, defeated in the first game of the NBA Finals, Martin Luther, Kyrie Irving, King Jr.'s Dallas Mavericks, of course, because racism thrives in America. I was wrong to think that, you know, we had moved past that. I was wrong to have thought like maybe America is better off now, but like it's not, you know. John Oliver tonight, surely. Oh yeah, we'll do John Oliver today. New Mavs owner said the genocide is needed for feminism. Okay, bro, chill. We're not going to talk about Miriam Adelson right now. We're talking about the brave, Nukba Al-Qassam Brigade warrior, Kyrie Irving. Okay, a warrior of Islam. Like, that's what we're talking about. Why are you bringing up the boss man? You know what I mean? That's fucked up. Is she balling? Is she on the fucking court? Is she on the fucking court saying the earth is flat and shit? No. So why are you bringing her up? Anyway. Oh no, I just got a DM from One Dime. Fuck. Anyway, you know Jaylen Brown is also Muslim, right? Yeah, I know, but it doesn't matter. Because TikTok only serves me Kyrie Irving ball handle videos, and I'm obsessed with how good, how he is smooth, how he's doing poetry in motion anytime he plays. Also, you should go tell that to the Celtics fans so they can have so they can start feeling some type of way. Yo, you listen to the new Charlie XCX, you Piper Hophead? Ray said that she and Leslie will participate in the charity stream Sunday. Any other guests? Yes. Yeah, there will be some other guests. Oh, don't worry, we're gonna leak them in a little bit for Sunday. Did you see Celtics stomping on the Kyrie blow up doll? Yeah, I saw. Okay. Personal news wise, I feel like shit. I ate a lot of Wagyu last night. Okay, I went to sleep at like 12, which was way past my bedtime. I woke up, I had to sleep in a little bit. I woke up late. I worked out. I feel, like I said, I don't feel too gray right now. You do know the Collingwood Magpies, the Boston Celtics of the AFL, right? Yes, but I'm not Australian, so I don't care. Wear the keffiyeh like this tomorrow before you down 3-pointers. Hold on. May Allah guide your aim, brother Kyrie. What the fuck? Yeah, I need a Palestine bracelet or like a Gaza bracelet or whatever so that I can also... Anyway, how about USA upsetting Pakistan in the World Cricket Cup? Yeah, I didn't even know that we had a cricket team, bro. That's kind of fucked up. I'm not gonna lie to you. That's a major L for Pakistan, bro. Like, I didn't even know we had a cricket team, dude. Like, that's crazy. Being good at a sport that like most Americans don't even know exists, like that we participate in, is crazy. You know what I'm saying? Haven't we done enough to Pakistan? Like, haven't we already fucked with them enough? Like, why couldn't we just have them have cricket? You know what I mean? It's just kind of disrespectful. It's kind of like insult to injury type shit. The USA has a cricket team. Did use import some Korean players, lol. Yeah, I don't know. Ski Master Slopecott dropped an album. One of his songs called him Jong-un and talks about Bernie and public transit. Heat. Oh, that's awesome. Bruh, the dudes at my gas station are hurt. I low-key felt so bad because I didn't know we did cricket either and they watch it all the time. Yeah, dude, it's like, bro, listen, I'm sorry, but like America beating Pakistan in cricket is like Pakistan beating America in basketball, okay? It's like we are the basketball team. We are the basketball country. Like, I feel like Pakistan and India are like the cricket country. You know what I mean? What's happening there? You know what I mean? It just like makes no goddamn sense. Is Pakistan the cricket countries? Yeah, bro. Isn't Pakistan a cricket country? Yeah, like it straight up is. Like, if we play baseball against the Japanese and they cooked us, like that's kind of valid. You know what I mean? Because like Japan is a baseball country as well. Not saying that it would happen, or maybe it has, I don't know, but it wouldn't be shocking to me because they're a baseball nation, we're a baseball nation. But America is not a cricket nation at all. It's like if the United States soccer team defeated Brazil, okay? Or like Germany. Like if the US cooked Brazil in soccer, wrap it up. You know what I mean? Literally, just sign off. It's done. No more soccer. You are not allowed. It's like we are not a soccer nation. That's not what we do. You feel me? I don't know. Maybe I'm being too harsh. One player was born in the US. They're all naturalized. Some didn't live in the US till they were adults. Pakistan got beat by Pakistan, India, Guyana, and Jamaica. Oh, of course. Classic. America was like, yeah, we'll just fucking build a cricket team. Classic, bro. Cricket is primarily popular in Commonwealth nations. You're on point. This is a watershed moment for U.S. cricket, although the bar is low. This is like if the team at your local YMCA played the Warriors at full strength in the NBA Finals and won, and it's not a fluke, legitimately one of the biggest upsets in history. It makes no dang sense to me as someone who does not understand. I wonder if there's a Pakistani dude going the East has fallen over this. No, man, when you're on that side of the planet, okay, and I know from my own personal experience, when you take an L to America, it doesn't matter. You're just used to it, okay? It's kind of like your whole thing. This is one of the moments where you're like supposed to get like a minor W back and feel good. So it's just kind of insult to injury type shit. You know what I mean? My man said Pakistani, which is awesome. I've never heard that. We're inventing new things in the world right now. We're inventing new ways of referring to people of different nations. Pakistani beating USA is at a watershed moment. Pakistan is like the match fixing champions. Wait, what do you mean? The U.S. is not top dog in baseball. It's Japan. The Japanese team beat America. See, there you go. I didn't even know that because I don't really care. I don't really care about baseball like that, but I'm not shocked to hear that. What is this? Is this on your For You page as well? I haven't really been on TikTok that much. Oh, it's the fucking Palestinian rap battle. This shit is fire, dude. I think the original video is even better. Does anyone have the OG video? No, the OG video is sick. Oh, never mind. This isn't the rap battle one. Never mind. U.S. owns Pakistani politics and their cricket. Okay, guys, we shouldn't be fucking flexing too hard. Okay, it's like kind of fucked up to be flexing like this. Okay, have some class. Okay, have some motherfucking class. That's crazy. Be humble. Be humble. Anyway, it's like flexing on a Make-A-Wish kid with cancer. Yeah, literally. It's like, yo, dunked on you, dude. Haha. Cancer free, bitch. Hasan, how's your Friday going, man? It's going. It's going. It's going. I'm feeling a little bit better once I started streaming. I was feeling like doo-doo this morning, though. What? They accepted the ceasefire? Did they? I don't think so. Anyway, let's do it. Let's blast off. Let's get started. Can you make fun of Bill Maher? That motherfucker spouted actual racism and bullshit. You mean every episode? What are we talking about? He does that every episode. Every time the Bill Maher show's on, he's just being racist as fuck. Anyway. What was I going to say? What was I going to do? Okay. Clarence Thomas is a sugar baby. Millions of dollars. I mean, my man, UN's about to blacklist Israel. Going to blacklist Israel. The world is demanding a ceasefire. There's a Bill Maher joke in the John Oliver vid is pretty funny. Yeah. Are we doing TikTok reacts for Friday Fun Day? Sure. I know you don't like Brianna Joy Gray because she's annoying, but she got fired over something stupid. No. I mean, I don't mind Brianna Joy Gray. She's whatever, you know. But it's not shocking to me that the Hill fired her. Didn't they fire Katie Halper too? Can we watch some tomorrow's teachings, please? Sure, we'll do tomorrow's teachings today. I have not seen the newest Jon Stewart. Newest Jon Stewart. Wait, what? Jon Stewart? The fuck's Jon Stewart doing? Fun reacts. It's Friday. Get in now. Batman today? Sure. Maybe. Maybe. Did you cover the Israel's torturing their captives? Man, I covered Israel torturing their captives in Sde Taiman. Like, at this point, 4 months before the New York Times did. Okay. Oh, Alex Jones is what I was going to flex on. I can't believe I forgot. Alex Jones liquidates InfoWars. Should I buy it? Should I buy them? Yeah, I'm against independent journos. No, I'm not. Why are you saying I'm against independent journos? I'm obviously pro-independent journalism, which is why I'm fucking trying to buy. I'm trying to buy InfoWars, son. Fuck you mean?
I've ruined hundreds and hundreds of people's perspectives on bodybuilders, and honestly, guys, I thought all of y'all already knew this. I am so sorry. So if you go look at the original comment, I made a video about how bodybuilders look like little guys trapped in big man costumes because of their traps and shoulders. Like if you look at Larry Wills, for example, you'll see that his traps almost look like a little dude in a costume. And I guess I was one of the only ones that saw this because not a lot of people saw it. Apparently this is new information to a lot of y'all, and I ruined y'all's perspective on it. I don't know what to say right now. People have literally flooded my comments and DMs saying that every time they look at a bodybuilder now, they cannot unsee it. And honestly, guys, I don't know what to say. So I would just like to clear up that no, this does not happen to everybody. I saw some people in my comments saying that they're going to stop working out now because they don't want to look like this. The reason why this happens is because most of these...
Oh, they're going to stop working out so they don't want to look like this? Like a fucking multiple time IFBB pro? Okay. Dog, you can't look like that no matter what. Like, I mean, it's got to be a meme, right? Because the thing is, these guys aren't just like working harder than everybody else. They're not just taking insane cocktails that like nobody's ever even fucking dared to take. They also have like genetic advantages as well. One thing that a lot of people forget is that it's not just steroids. It's not just like insane work ethic. It's also a genetic advantage. Your body's responsiveness to additional testosterone and the way your musculature works is completely genetically determined. Okay? This is something that many people don't understand and think that is like, no, you'll just look like that. No, there are people who can max out on all avenues and will never look like this. Okay? There are people who, which, by the way, one should also probably recognize that it's probably not that great to look like this anyway. I mean, I wouldn't want to look like this. I don't do drugs or corrupt my body with weed. I prefer my all natty HGH and anabolic steroids, baby. Yeah, like, it's so funny. This is a common meme in fitness circles as well. If you have any like personal trainer friends or whatever, it's something that you talk about all the time. Women, for example, female clients will always be like, oh, I don't know if I want to work out because I don't want to look brolic. It's like, you know how hard you have to, do you know how hard you have to work to look brolic as a woman? Like, are you out of your mind? Like, you have no idea. Like, they'll see like some female bodybuilders with like the fucking steroid jaw and go, oh no, what if my jaw becomes like masculine? It's like, no, you just have to do a shit ton of HGH for that. Okay. Trust me. Yeah. Oh, exactly. They see Dana Lynn Bailey once. Women see Dana Lynn Bailey once and panic, not realizing that the amount of testosterone you need to inject to your body to look that way is ridiculous. Okay, you are not gonna look that way, and the same goes for men. You wish you could look like that. I mean, or maybe you don't wish you could look like that, but you're not gonna look like that. That's the point.
Most of these bodybuilders are on steroids, and steroids actually make your traps a lot bigger than they should be. So yeah, unless you're taking steroids, you have nothing to worry about. 9 times out of 10, this will not happen to you. Like I said, the people that are on steroids, their traps are going to look like that because of all the androgen receptors in there. And I'm over the 1 minute mark, so bye.
Like, even what he's describing there is also genetic. Not everyone wants to look like a Baki character. No, 100%. I don't want to look like a Baki character, but I also simultaneously recognize that I won't look like a Baki character unless I do a shit ton of fucking steroids. That's the point. You know? You're discouraging people from going to the gym with this rhetoric. Anyone who has the propensity to look huge, but not everyone has the propensity to avoid the top of the hour. It's 30 minutes into the broadcast. We're only doing a 1 minute ad break. You should know better. We're not doing a 3 minute ad break debate at the top of the hour because it's only I started late today. Do you think it's tough on the joints being that big? I mean, considering that I am that big, not like this level of muscle mass, but I am that heavy, I can tell you, yes, with a certainty. Because these guys are like fucking 5'5" and my weight. You know what I mean? Half the time, these dudes are like 5'5", 5'6", and my weight with like 7% body fat. So yes, the amount of punishment that they're putting on their joints is the amount of punishment I'm putting on my joints on a daily fucking basis. And yes, it is not great. It's not great at all. It's actually really bad, as a matter of fact, but I physically can't do anything about it because I'm 6'4" and just like a very big guy in general. Didn't you meet Ronnie Coleman? I didn't go to OTK when Ronnie Coleman was there. Taking steroids generally is tough on the joints because your muscular strength outpaces the strength of your connective tissue. So a lot of guys on juice end up snapping their shit up, torn pecs, torn biceps, etc. Yeah. 6'2", 280. My knees are crying. Yeah. Like I squatted today, and obviously like my strength has gone down a lot because I'm doing 2 a days. I'm fucking constantly on a deficit. I'm losing weight, and you know I've already have a decent amount of muscle mass, but I'm like, you know, obviously at this stage, like losing weight further, losing fat further is obviously, it's decreasing my strength in general, which is normal. There is not like in the beginning when you have a lot of fat, you can, you know, do recomp, gain muscle while also simultaneously losing fat. At the stage that I'm at, once you like start hitting, everybody is different. Everyone's body is different. But for someone like myself, who's always very comfortable at much higher weights, my body, once I hit like sub 20% body fat, was like, okay, well, now you're going to start losing strength and losing muscle mass too. There's no fucking way that you can just like keep it up. So as someone who's going through that process, even though I'm lowering my fucking squat, like lowering my weights on my squat, focusing on form, making sure that I get it out, making sure that I don't like, you know, lose too much muscle mass, it still doesn't matter. My kneecap on the right, on my right knee is just always busted. Always busted. Is always fucking in the mornings is inflamed. There's not really much I can do about it. It's my bad knee. It's the knee that I already had surgery on. You know what I mean? It's just, and I had that years ago, and it's still a thing. It's still a problem. So it is what it is. My dad has lifted heavy his whole life and is 68, has both knees and both shoulders replaced, was able to recover extremely quickly, requiring minimal PT. So silver lining, titanium lining. No, that's also genetic. Your recovery period and how you recover, like a lot of that stuff, you can do everything right and it's still genetics. People forget how much genes factor into this kind of stuff. There's always going to be limitations on that front. So in any case, a photo album of natural bodybuilders before the invention of steroids. The winner was Al Trelaar, declared the most perfectly developed man in the world. He won $1,000. I mean, you have to remember, natty bodybuilders, even without steroids now, can look very different than this. And that is not just because of steroids, but since that time, you have to remember something. Since that time, like, obviously, wait, is there like nudity in here, by the way? What the fuck's going on? This dude's just like straight up rocking a fucking, rocking a leaf on his dick. Yeah, better training, better food, better exercise science, better food science, better medicine. You know, you just, like, a lot of these guys were just like, in many instances, you have to remember, a lot of these guys are just picking up heavy shit. Half of the muscle, okay, I'll explain it to you like this. Half of the exercises that you know of, even if you're a normie lifter, have not been invented at this point. Okay? Like, I'm talking pretty basic shit. They look great, but in comparison to like natural bodybuilders of today, you know, the guys that we're looking at are like the inventors of the bench press. Okay? These fuckers laid like train rails and moved hay bales for 10 years. Yeah. Wait, I was thinking about the invention of the Romanian deadlift, I think. I forget who it was, but like, I'm pretty sure the Romanian deadlift was invented because a bodybuilder had like a genuine lower back pain. And I think it was like he wanted to still be able to target his hamstrings without like hurting his fucking lower back. Like, can't wait to watch this. Gonna have to react to the reaction of me reacting. Oh, Greg's back at it, baby. Was he actually Romanian? No, I don't think he was. I think Romanian deadlifts were invented by not a Romanian dude. Hold on. Let me look this up. I don't want to give you guys fake news. Yeah, see? Oh, he was Romanian. In reality, the RDL was named by Romanian weightlifting legend Nicu Vlad during the 1990s clinic in San Francisco. During the clinic, Nicu clean and jerked 500 pounds, then proceeded to perform a mysterious deadlift-like exercise while working up to 550 plus reps. Yeah, dude, think about it this way. The Romanian deadlift is like a fundamental exercise that everyone knows about, everyone uses. That shit was invented in 1990, okay? Like, that shit was invented a year before I was born. Do you understand? Like, there is still so much more to learn. There is still so much more to learn and figure out in the field of exercise science in general. There are motherfuckers in this chat that are older than the Romanian deadlifts. So, something to think about. Imagine how good Jordan could have been with today's sports science. Oh, 100%. Hasan watches one Greg video and thinks he knows what Greg's about. Hasan is definitely on gear. Look at the size of that head and shoulders. Massive head. Probably hasn't stopped growing since he's been on TRT. He even used to work at a place called TRT. Coincidence? Run the ad break, Hasan. Stop thinking you're knowledgeable on something other than current affairs and politics. Yeah, I reacted to Greg Doucette's video, and I apologized to him at the end, and I hope that's like there. Wait, this has to be copy pasta. There's no way this guy's one of ours, right? There's no way somebody posted this. Keep this in mind when talking about Alex Jones later. Andrew Callahan said Alex has a big bench press because of his sins. He should be forgiven. No. This is definitely someone. This is one of ours who wrote this. There ain't no fucking way, dog. There ain't no fucking way, big dog. What are we talking about? Oh my God. Okay. Listen. Yeah. Someone said, look at the size of that head and shoulders. Massive head. You know whoever wrote that is a fan of mine instead. Okay. I love that. He pinned it. That's so funny. Yeah, me and Greg we're flirting a little bit. I hope he doesn't get more mad to my react. Was I really mean this time? I feel like I hope I was less mean to him. I did apologize at the end. Oh, bro, why did Hasan not tell me about Turkish bread being so massive? Bro, I didn't know about this. I hope this leads to a Greg collab. We need more positivity, PR strong stocks. Opinion on Jesne Brock. He's the GOAT. Sometimes men flirting can be hot. I think so. You make new enemies every day. I know. I got to stop making new enemies, dude. Please buy InfoWars. Turn it into something you know would piss them off, like Furry Wars. Chat, should I buy InfoWars? Yo, you unironically laughed at him so hard and said, I'm sorry. Yeah, you know who's winning in this fucking battle? Not me, not my editors, let me tell you, because we didn't upload a reaction to it. You know who uploaded a reaction to it on the other hand? HasanAbi Productions. And HasanAbi Productions video is outperforming my latest video already. Greg Doucette calls out HasanAbi. He said, this motherfucker's so fast, bro. Look at him. Greg Doucette calls out HasanAbi. 96,000 views in 15 hours. You made him stop being horny and now he's a machine. Meet the Douchettes. Okay. I've seen videos posted 10 minutes after you finish a segment. It's insane. Yeah, it's cool. It's fine. Yeah. The moment that HasanAbi Productions stopped being horny is the moment that he became unstoppable. He became an unstoppable force, dude. We unlocked a new potential for him. When he stopped horny posting, he just became like a demon. Also, yeah, this is the
put the hat on her. Oh no, she doesn't like gay things. Do you have a pet voice?
Of course.
Yeah.
Is that an ick?
That's an ick.
Wait, cutie, let me hear your pet voice.
Hiya, come here, little girls. Hi.
They literally were grossed out by it. They straight up were grossed out by it, which is crazy.
Really?
Okay, you ready for mine?
Yeah. Hiya, come here, Kaya.
It's so weird. When he did this earlier, I was like, I thought there was a different person.
Such a good girl.
I am very understanding of other people's pet voices because mine is like super lame.
Yours is like a bomb.
What?
You don't expect it. I just melt when I see this beautiful little lady. This beautiful little lady. This mother pet voice. Not an egg. It's genuinely cute as fuck. What? I just, it's impossible for me not to make that noise when I see Kaya. It's like physically, she just brings that out of me. Also, speaking of physically bringing things out of people, okay, here's just racism in display.
About the lack of help defense from the Boston Celtics on these Irving and about the lack of help defense from.
You hate to see it, okay? You hate to see it. Why? Because it brings about, and trigger warning, you might hear the N-word. It's just a gaggle of white Celtics fans. Here's what that creates. I mean, this is literally a Klan rally, okay? I rest my case. What they are doing right here is literally a Klan rally, bro. They have a black doll of Kyrie Irving, and they're fucking beating the shit out of it while saying, fuck that something. I don't know what they're saying. I do know what they're saying. They're saying, you know, the national pastime. You just, you know. The Boston Hitlers. Yeah, they're saying, let's go, Brandon. They want to be Knicks fans so bad, but we're actually fun and not doing a Klan rally on 33rd and 7th. Yeah, they want to do the, oh, don't you wish you came to the Knicks? But like, they can't say that without ending that word with like additional letters that turn it into the N-word, because they are just like, there's no way. There's no way. You put this many Bostonians together. You put this many Bostonians in a room, the N-word is going to start flying. The N-word is going to start flying left and right. You hate the Celtics. The Mavs are literally owned by Miriam Adelson. So, like, if the Celtics are Hitler, the Mavs are Turbo Hitler. Okay, we're not talking about the owners, okay? We're talking about the fans. I saw that one Fearon clip floating around that Ed and Garmentum retweeted. And Elton John were sitting side by side, and Joe was like, you know, a lot of people got AIDS because of you.
I remember this.
Yeah. What? He just had a fucking classic Brandon Gaff moment.
By the way, it's all his fault. We're spending $6 billion in taxpayer money this month to help AIDS, fight HIV.
He said Elton John was responsible for the AIDS crisis. Yeah, Elton, you're too gay. Bostonian here can confirm these degenerates are not entirely representative of our city. Okay, like big parts of it though. Texas fans ain't too great either. We're not talking about the Cowboys, okay? We're talking about the Dallas Mavericks. Different. We don't like Kyrie, but we like Bill Russell. He was one of the good ones. Least racist Celtics fan. In any case, all I'm going to say is, you know, racism won, but Kyrie's going to bring it back. Okay. Someone needs to injure that white boy on the Celtics in an effort to normalize the situation. We cannot allow white supremacy to thrive in this country. Okay. What is going on? They might not have won on January 6th, but they did win on June 6th. Yeah. Mavs best player is a white guy. I rest my case. It doesn't matter. He's accepted. He's valid. Okay? He's valid. Are you watching Summer Game Fest? I don't know what that is. What was he supposed to do? Smoke it before he went to sleep? Hunter Biden's ex-girlfriend claims he'd smoke crack as soon as he'd wake up. That's such a good take. They paid, what is this? They paid 10 grand for this? Father and son buy a piece of land for nearly $10,000. This is what they got.
On the new piece of land they just bought in South Florida. And we mean piece of land. Kerville Holness and his son Kerville Jr. thought they got the deal of a lifetime, paying $9,100 in an online auction for a home valued at $177,000. They didn't buy this 3-foot wide patch of green. They bought this, a strip less than an inch in width.
Bro, I love... Dude, Florida is so sick. Florida is so fucking sick, dude. They just do crazy shit over there. Respect to Florida for, you know, never stop being weird, man. How is this legal? Like, how are you allowed to sell that? It's just, this is what happens in the fucking ANCAP dream, dude. ANCAPistan.
It runs right through the house all the way to the back. They feel duped because they say the real estate auction showed the villa, not the strip of land. The county claims the father and son didn't read the fine print carefully. They say it clearly shows the land value being $50.
I love the Florida. I love that there's just like, nah, it's not a scam actually. Sorry, you just had to read the fine print, dumbass. I love when the county is also in line with the scamming. ANCAPistan, once again. No restitution for you, bitch. That's awesome.
With a building value of $0. This is from the county, right? Mm-hmm. All right. They're trying to say that this red strip right here is what was shown.
Wasn't
and
shown.
That you should have known.
Wasn't shown.
This could happen to anybody. It really could have.
His father and son are...
Oh my God. All right. I guess he's dude, he needs to, it's his right. He needs to be able to walk through that house now. You know what I mean? Technically, he needs to be able to cut through that goddamn house. Technically, that's his land. He should be able to legally cut through that house. That entire strip of land is him. Oh, this is a fun little story I heard. Remote Amazon. Why can't I pause this video? What is happening on the New York Post, bro? What is... It's like not letting me pause the video. It's just autoplay. Sorry, you're going to have to watch it. Remote Amazon tribe finally connects to the internet only to wind up hooked on porn and social media, they say. This seems like one of those fake ass stories, but what are you going to do? We'll get to that in a second. Have you covered the New York City congestion pricing fiasco yet? No, I have not, but I will. Today, I will cover the New York City congestion pricing fiasco with Katie Hochul. She sucks. And we'll talk about it. To be fair, their landlords fucking over landlords. Lamau, what? No chill, ho chill. Yeah. Have you covered Cortland Property Management being raided by the FBI? Yes, briefly. Bro, what are you talking about? Israel invasion into Lebanon? I'm supposed to be going there in less than a month. Listen. Good luck. That's all I'm going to say. Okay? All I'm saying is good luck. Have fun. You know, I'm sure it's going to be a wonderful time. Okay? Oh, the Kara Swisher pod mentioning you at the 56th minute mark with AOC was what I was going to look at.
First, you know, you're seeing.
Wait, hold on.
This episode is brought to you by On Investing.
That's and now I don't think we had none. Let's put of 9/11 is undermining or seeking to distract or undercut
9/11
attention on the atrocity that Palestinians are facing. And so if you are a Democrat that wants to build support among young people on and shore up your support on economic issues, on your message on healthcare, on your message on wages, on jobs. We need a ceasefire because you're not going to cut through anything. And that is what is happening with millennials in Gaza. This is Vietnam. This is a war brought into a new media medium that people cannot take their eyes away from. So I think that's one thing. And I also think that the polling on this issue is complex. It's not like cool to love Joe Biden right now. And it is a difficult political environment as a young person to come out and signal early support when what is happening is happening.
Right.
And so I think there's a lot of felt solidarity with things like the Uncommitted campaign. They want to allow, at this point in June, before the convention, they want to allow a lot of the activism that's happening. Now, that is hurting Democrats. It is hurting Democrats. So I think we need the policy shift, which once we do that, I think it's also important to lean on surrogates. And I don't mean just like TikTok influencers.
Right. Yeah.
I mean highlighting the real people in government that are inspiring.
But as you said, Gaza sort of sucks up the oxygen here. We're recording this on Tuesday, and two partners in Benjamin Netanyahu's governing coalition recently rejected Biden's ceasefire proposal.
I put the volume up. What do you want?
Accepts it. Meanwhile, President Biden said recently in an interview with Time magazine, there's every reason to believe that Netanyahu is prolonging the war to ensure his own political survivor. You've called for the U.S. to suspend arms sales to Israel. And a week ago, you did a live stream on Twitch with Hasan and agreed with him when he said the October 7th attacks by Hamas were, quote, a direct consequence of the Abraham Accords and many of Jared Kushner's and Donald Trump's administration's actions, like moving the embassy to Jerusalem, which you responded 10,000%. Where are we right now? Because there doesn't seem to be a common ground where there's any good answer with these. Do you really blame the October 7th attacks on the Abraham Accords?
I think there's a difference between blame and consequence. You know, Hamas and Hamas alone is responsible for October 7th. And the horrific, disgusting, absolute abomination against humanity that they engaged in falls squarely on their shoulders. You know, they are genocidal. This is it was a genocidal act. It is horrific. Now, what I think is important for us to understand is the conditions that we operate in. And the Abraham Accords, which began as a Trump-era policy that Biden then chose to continue, is a stance of essentially trying to consolidate the Middle East using and engaging Saudi Arabia in order to completely isolate Palestinians and to prevent, in my view, any sort of semblance of humanity here. And what I think is important for us to recognize and understand is that if we do not see the context and conditions and consequences of engineering this despair, then we are dooming ourselves to continued generational, endless violence. This is like saying, for example, you know, in the direct consequence and aftermath of 9/11, which was a metaphor that was used often in the direct aftermath of October 7th as well, is that this was Israel's 9/11. This is like saying that 9/11 happened completely out of nowhere and that there's no larger context.
Shit.
Of course, this was one of the most horrific terrorist attacks to happen.
Let's go.
In
that's great.
U.S. history.
Bro, she literally is like, okay, that's fire. Sorry, safe. Okay. Yeah, she brought it up in a way. She brought it up in a way where it was like, oh, what? Okay, that's crazy. But like, no, she's talking about blowback, which is 100% true. She's, I'll take it. I'll take it. She's right. 9/11 didn't happen in a vacuum, and neither did October 7. 100p. Okay, that's correct.
Doesn't make these people good guys or redeemable or anything like that. But for us to not talk about our role in the world is a form of denialism, and it closes the door to, in my view, the possibilities for a path to peace.
Well, now Biden's shifted towards your direction.
Okay, good. I mean, she's right on that too. Chatters always have so much smoke for AOC, but when Bernie says worse shit is crickets, yeah, I know. It is pretty funny. It is pretty funny for chatters who just weirdly never have that same level of anger and animosity for Bernie. We do rip on Bernie a lot though, especially nowadays. Talking about 9/11 is so shit. The issue is she can't say it directly about current events. It's so cowardly. Sorry. Yeah, bro, she's a politician on a fucking liberal podcast. Give me a break. I think this is infinitely better than what you're going to get. You want Parenti style commentary. Well, Parenti style commentary in a libbed up ass country like the United States of America is not going to work. And also she did use a decent analogy. Comparing it to blowback from 9/11 is not the best analogy, considering that like Al-Qaeda and its means and its goals overall, I would not consider to be anywhere in line with like Palestinian resistance in general. Ultimately, though, yeah, October 7 had a lot of atrocities committed in the hands of the Palestinian resistance that completely fucking went out of control. And you have to address how it occurred. You cannot look at it as like, this is the starting point. Bernie Sanders, one of my biggest criticisms of Bernie Sanders is that he literally looks at it and says, Hamas started this. And it's like, no, bitch, you know he didn't. You know they didn't start this. Doyen account of you is popping. Wait, really? I've heard this a couple times in this chat. That makes me so happy. I really hope it's popping off. God, I can't wait to go to China. I want to be a Doyen star. In any case, she's like, the worst aspect of it was when she was saying like it's a genocidal act.
I have a question. I don't know if I'm the only person who feels
Normie, yeah, I've seen this before. We liked it.
If I'm crazy or
I've seen this before. AOC satisfied the people who wanted to hear the Hamas genocide line and then hit them with a 9/11. She's using what she has to work with, play the game so well. Yeah. Summer Games Fest, like a mini E3, and starts at 2 p.m. Okay, nice. Speaking of October 7, do you remember the dad that said he was relieved his daughter died instead of getting abducted? Well, he's back. Tom Hand, ashamed to call himself Irish after government's Palestine recognition. Bro, this guy is just like, he's out of control, man. He's out of control. He's always popping. He's popping off in the worst ways possible. I mean, I don't really care. Whatever. You know, let him pop off in the ways that he wants to. Oh yeah, we're gonna talk about Clarence Thomas acknowledges more travel paid for by Harlan Crow. Colleagues report 6-figure book payments. Bro, Clarence Thomas is a sugar baby. Okay. Supreme Court of the United States Justice Clarence Thomas, okay, who is into bestiality porn, as you guys know, famously, is also a sugar baby for a guy who's into Hitler a little too much, which is weird to say out loud. You're like, what, Hasan? That's really the title of the story. And unfortunately for all of us, unfortunately for the nation, unfortunately for the planet, that title is 100% accurate. Okay. Supreme Court of the United States Justice A man who is in an appointed seat that is a lifetime appointment is a sugar baby for a Hitler fan billionaire by the name of Harlan Crow. That is literally the reality. Okay? Is there a way to be into Hitler that isn't too much? I mean, maybe you're like a genocide scholar or something. You know what I mean? But Harlan Crow certainly is not. He's straight up just called Hasan China. Wait, what? What is this? You said it's popping. It's got... Is it popping? This is not popping at all. This has got 4 likes, bro. What are you talking about? This shit's not popping at all. He duped me.
太受欢迎了。这是 Gantz 说的，你不应该信任任何政治家，但同时也要考虑 MLO 为穷人做的一切。在墨西哥，克劳达致力于继续 MLO 的政策，支持那些缺乏权力和财富的人，但这并不意味着我们不应该准备好接受公平的批评。就像在我会保留对他政策的判断。我的意思是，当他不可避。
I'm spitting, bro. I'm spitting. Hasan Chess says, if you love China so much, why don't you go there? This is such a stupid. What the fuck? I mean, literally, though. That's me and Kaya. White boy shocks Chinese with perfect Mandarin. Yup. You're speaking in the most nerdy Chinese voice ever? Yeah, well, what am I supposed to do?
避免的执行这些政策是，而不是立刻说，这是事实是拥有这种流行的执政授权。从历史上看，实际上在过去也带来了繁荣。
That's sick. Oh shit! Israel's Gantz expected to announce resignation from Netanyahu's government on Saturday. Gantz announced his intention to quit the Netanyahu-led government several weeks ago unless a plan for post-war governance of Gaza is approved by June 8th. He also hoped that progress will be made in talks over a hostage deal by the time his ultimatum expires. You think this real?
对吗？吃这么多啊？你能吃完不？哎，我跟你说。
Bro, China is so ahead of us. They're so ahead of us in the game, dude. They even got their pigs educated.
来，我给你分担点。哦吼，外泄！哼，我就知道跟你爸一个德行，抠抠搜搜，还挺讲究。咋样吧？吃这么多啊？
This cop, yeah. Always some chatters with negative opinions. Like, let's just enjoy the content law. Wait, what? Who's got negative opinions? I work with Wuxi at my job, and they get so many national holidays off, way more than I do in my big pharma job. Okay. Let's get started. Okay, we got a lot to cover. We'll talk about Clarence Thomas being a sugar baby. Also, Elon's grotesque body seems to be transforming further. His ass is several times fatter than usual, and his bizarre chest mutation is causing him to resemble a centaur from the legends of old, says Brace. I don't know why he looks this way. I don't understand it. Okay? Like, when we're talking about evil Olympics, Jeff Bezos, my boss, still clears everybody. He was like, yeah, bitch, I'm bald. What of it? Fuck this hairline restoration nonsense. I'm just going to do unlimited TRT. Okay? Instead of this like weird BBL drizzy shit that Elon is working with, Jeffrey Jebediah Bezos straight up was like, yeah, dog, fuck all this nonsense. I'm doing Anavar, and I am dating the most Real Housewives of Beverly Hills looking ass woman you will ever see. Okay. I remember that tweet where someone was saying someone needs to study how every billionaire is becoming more Dominican by the moment. And Jeffrey Jebediah Bezos is basically leading the charge. Okay. He got hit with the Dominican Ray. I don't know what happened to him, but you know, he is technically still much better than Elon in that regard, and only that regard, nothing else. Stop. He has the same body as my dad, born in the DR. I don't know what the fuck is happening to this dude. What is going on? Has anyone investigated what the fuck's happening? I will not stand for this Dominican slander. I wasn't even talking about him looking Dominican. I was talking about Jeff Bezos. Both Jeff Bezos and Mark Zuckerberg got hit with the Dominican Ray recently. Like, it wasn't even a... I'm not even talking about Elon Musk. As far as billionaires goes, like, you have two speeds. Weird malformation, grotesque, hard to look at body, or Dominican. Two speeds for billionaires out here. Let's see what happens to Bill Gates. What? Yo, Anna got real beef with you? What the fuck is this? I don't care, bro. Please stop. What? There's no way this is real. The fuck are you talking about? She got so mad she couldn't even type it correctly. Stop, guys, please. There's got to be fake. Underwear. Anyway. You want the stream link for what? D went to Israel and did a meet and greet with a bunch of Hitler Youth and IDF soldiers. This really happened. Destiny goes to Israel in the middle of a genocide in which tens of thousands of children have been murdered. Is greeted by 100 adoring fans, among them genocidal IDF soldiers. Oh, that's sick, man. I love that. I love that his meetup. I love that he gets more play. He gets more play in Israel than he does in America now. Chat meetup in the midst of a genocide. Are we watching Summer Games Fest in an hour? No. The majority of his subreddit is Israeli Redditors. I mean, he fully fucking converted to being a mouthpiece for Israel's genocide specifically. Yesterday's come to Israel chatters make a lot more sense now. Yeah. Is this the on-the-ground reporting chatter asked for yesterday? Yeah, this is what he wants. I like that that's what it took. I like that that's what it took for Israel to be like, this is our guy now. A guy who like 8 months ago was like, I don't really know what's going on. I don't really know where Israel is on the map, but you know, they should just do their genocide. And then just basically made post hoc rationalizations for 8 months by picking apart quotes from Wikipedia pages and then going into like diving a little bit further into the Wikipedia pages to find like a couple people who have written the articles or written the books themselves to be like, these guys agree with me. It's great. It's not, the problem isn't Wikipedia, okay? The problem is only Wikipedia, and the problem is using Wikipedia for post hoc rationalizations for your assumed positions that are completely unimaginably unhinged. On the ground reporting, American white guy visits Nazi Germany to interview Hitler youth and German soldiers. Yeah. What's post hoc rationalization? Post hoc rationalization means like you've assumed a position and you're rationalizing it after the fact instead of working towards a conclusion by investigating the premises and developing a conclusion after. Post hoc. Yeah, it's a reverse engineering genocidal defense. But post hog works too. All right, let's get started. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is going to address the U.S. Congress in July.
Israel's latest deadly strike in Gaza. Israel is now trying to justify its attack on a United Nations.
I do think it's funny because like those communities personally love talking about how like someone is paid for by the Iranian government. Someone is paid for by the Russian government. Ooh, it must be 9 a.m. on Kremlin time, sweaty. But like when they fucking get like a fully government sanctioned trip to a genocidal nation, like that's perfectly valid because that's in the sphere of influence for the United States of America. You know what I mean? You're not considered a propaganda mouthpiece for a particular government in that circumstance because, excuse me, like that's Israel, that's our ally. And it's pretty funny. I, on the other hand, still untarnished on that front. So let's just remember that, okay?
School, which had sheltered displaced Palestinians. The Israeli military claims that the school was being used by the terrorists. Chris Livesay is following all of this in Tel Aviv. Chris, good morning to you.
Good morning, Gail. Israel is wasting no time to defend its attack on that UN school.
Hey guys, don't worry. If you were wondering, what Israel was saying, well, there you go. There's the evidence. This is the aerial photo the IDF released this morning. Following a strike on terrorists using UNRWA school in Nusayrat, we know what 3 rooms Hamas and Islamic Jihad terrorists were using. Oh, there you go. Here's the evidence. This was our target. Okay, well, that's still the school, dumbass. The fuck? Nice evidence you got there.
In Gaza, a school it says had been turned into a compound for Hamas and Palestinian Islamic Jihad fighters. Now, a spokesman for the Israel Defense.
What rights do Israeli people have that Palestinians do not? Genuine question. I'm educating myself. There's different tiers. There's different classifications for Palestinians that have rights, right? The worst being Palestinians in Gaza because they're currently withstanding ethnic cleansing and an ongoing bombing campaign. The second worst being Palestinians living in West Bank, which is supposed to be not Israeli territory, but is currently occupied by the Israeli government. In the West Bank, there is a de facto apartheid. There's Bantustans, basically. The West Bank is completely controlled and occupied by the Israeli occupying force. Palestinians have to go through checkpoints. Normal travel for Israelis that take 10 minutes can sometimes be up to 3 hours for Palestinians in the West Bank. And then you have the Palestinian citizens of Israel, people that were given citizenship in Israel and then had full-blown citizenship after 1967. Before 1967, the Palestinian citizens of Israel were under the similar structure of military rule and military governance that the Palestinian citizens that are living in West Bank were experiencing. Post-1967, they gave them, a lot of the same liberties, and at least they are governed by the same civil court structure now inside of Israel, which comprises 25% of the Israeli population. They're the Druze, the Bedouin, the Christian and Muslim Arabs living inside of Israeli territory. Israel has a 2-tier demographic understanding. You're either Jewish or you are not Jewish. If you're not Jewish, you do have some less rights, even inside of Israel proper. What do I mean by this? For example, if you are let's say you're a citizen of Israel and you want to marry a Palestinian. You want to marry a Palestinian Muslim or a Palestinian Christian. You are not allowed to bring them into the country. You are not allowed to marry them and bring them into the country and give them citizenship. You can only downgrade on your citizenship. You can never get them to become full-blown citizens. There are plenty of discriminatory laws against non-Jews inside of Israel, something that many people fail to consider because they'll always point to like, oh, there's a Arab Supreme Court justice, like blah, blah, blah. But the Israeli government owns 96% of the land inside of Israel proper, and they use that as an advantage to continue building, Jewish-only enclaves, which is legal under Israeli law. There is a de facto segregation in Israel proper for Palestinian citizens of Israel. There is a lot of, or not own, sorry, control 96% of the land. And like in certain Jewish enclaves, you are allowed to systematically discriminate towards non-Jews and not allow them to live in your neighborhood if you want to. Beyond that, since 1948, Israel's built over 700 towns and settlements for Jews inside the Green Line, most from land forcibly confiscated by the state. For Palestinian citizens, Israel's built around 7, if I count correctly, and even those are just cases where Bedouins sat on good real estate. To this day, Israel continues to demolish entire Palestinian villages, often for the expansion of existing towns. Also, just FYI, the military rule over Palestinian citizens ended in 66. Sorry, not 67. The military rule over Palestinian citizens ended in 66, where the 25% of the population, Palestinian citizens of Israel, the non-Jewish citizens living inside of Israel, were under military rule. They no longer were under military rule after 1966, but military rule existed for all of the Palestinian citizens living in the West Bank and in the Gaza Strip. So it's not de facto segregation, it's de jure, brother. It's in the law. True. I mean, there's also de facto segregation. There's also de jure segregation as well. It's both. The de facto segregation comes from, workplace discrimination, things of that nature. But the regular, in the law segregation also exists. Israel, you may not know this, but Israel is a nation state for Jews, according to the Israeli constitution. You're constantly sympathizing with terrorists. Just say Hamas is bad. Why is that so hard for you? You're a liberal, pro-Hamas pro-terror grifter. I don't understand why you have this platform. I watched you all of 2020, but this is too far. You have to say at the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break right after this. And I know you're going to say that, but let me tell you, okay? That's just a badass bait at the top of the hour. It's not going to work. A kid named Dame. Ha. Anyway, hopefully that was a little bit more enlightening for the... Damn, he got me. I know I got you. That's a week 2-parter. Also, Palestinians are not judged by a civil court, but a military one. Another part of Israel's apartheid structure? No. The Palestinian citizens of Israel are now judged by a civil court and not a military one. The Palestinians living in the West Bank are still judged by a military court and not a civil one. Okay? You will be judged by whether or not you are subscribed or not at the top of the hour. Because if you don't subscribe, you will see a 3-minute ad break right now. You can do that for $5 or for free with Twitch Prime by connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account. You get 1 free Prime subscription a month. Use it on your favorite broadcaster. You can also get gifted a sub if you're lucky. Here's a 3-minute ad break now. All right, let's continue. Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, who's in the throes of a war crime investigation, both in the ICJ, the Israeli state, is being investigated for genocide, and in the ICC, Benjamin Netanyahu and Defense Minister Yoav Gallant are directly being investigated. There's an application out for a warrant on their arrest by the International Criminal Court. 2 different entities, 2 different international institutions of justice are targeting both the Israeli state and the leaders of the Israeli state. And yet, what is the United States of America doing? hugging and kissing and sucking the dick of Benjamin Netanyahu. He is going to be addressing the U.S. Congress in July, 24th of July, which is one day before my birthday.
Forces did not deny that thousands of civilians were also sheltering in this school. Indeed, he condemned the terror groups for hiding behind them as human shields. A CBS News crew in Gaza visited the chaotic aftermath. At a hospital, they saw dozens of dead and wounded, including children. All this as the war and hostage crisis continue to strain relations between the White House and Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. House Speaker Mike Johnson and Senate Republican leader Mitch McConnell have announced that Netanyahu will come to Washington to address a joint meeting of Congress on July 24th. Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer, who has called for new elections in Israel, also said he invited the Prime Minister to speak. It is not known if Netanyahu will also meet with President Biden. Gail?
Shit.
So many questions still. Chris Livesay, thank you, reporting from Tel Aviv.
Hold on, I got to take Kai out to get groomed.
Some breaking news now. The United
Kai's groomers here. Hold on. I'm gonna be back.
is to add Israel to a global list of offenders for committing violations against children. Now, this move was revealed by Israel's UN ambassador, who, along with the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, has reacted angrily to the move. Gabriel Elizondo joins us now from UN headquarters in New York. What further reaction has there been from there, Gabe?
Well, the UN is being asked a lot of questions about this, of course, but right now, as of this very moment, the UN is not commenting on this and not confirming this either. Now, the Secretary General's spokesperson is about to have a briefing with journalists, his regular briefing that he has almost every day. We'll be asking him about this, but so far, the Secretary General's office is not confirming this and not commenting on this. That could change now, though, in the coming minutes or even hours, because, as you mentioned, we're hearing out of Israel confirmation that they have been put on this, what's so-called list of shame. This is an annual report that's put out by the Secretary General looking at countries or different organizations and how they don't protect children in armed conflict. It's called the Children in Armed Conflict Report, actually, and this would be the first time Israel is put on this report, known as the informally known as the list of shame for the countries that are put on it, because according to what we're hearing, at least, it's due to the war on Gaza, which the latest numbers are more than 14,000 Palestinians, children killed in Gaza, 12,000 injured. So we're going to be asking around here a lot in the next few minutes or so at the UN to see if they'll give us more confirmation on this. But based on what we're hearing from Netanyahu and even the Israeli ambassador to the UN, who's put out a message as well saying that they have been informed by the Secretary General that Israel will be put on this list.
Thank you very much. Gabriel Elizondo with the latest on that story from UN headquarters in New York.
We're going to begin, though, with a major new effort by President Biden to warn about the forces threatening democracies all around the world. A short while ago, he met with Ukrainian President, that's Volodymyr Zelensky on your screen, in France to discuss future U.S. aid for that country's fight against the Russian invaders. Now, Ed O'Keefe has been traveling with the president and joins us now from Point Duac, where Biden is set to speak a little later today. Ed, good morning to you.
Gail, good morning. This is one of the most breathtaking backdrops a president can visit. We're standing between Utah and Omaha beaches, where tributes to the thousands who fought on these beaches will continue later this morning. But in that meeting with President Zelensky just a little while ago, President Biden announced another $225 million in military aid to Ukraine. He'll be here later to talk about his concerns about the future of democracy. A day of ceremony marking the service and sacrifice of those who stormed the sands of Normandy.
In their hour of trial, the Allied forces of D-Day did their duty. Now the question for us is, in our hour of trial, will we do ours?
President Biden and First Lady Jill Biden joined French President Emmanuel Macron, the British royal family, and other leaders, including Ukraine's Volodymyr Zelensky. who earned a hero's welcome from heroes past.
Oh, you're the savior of the people. You're my eyes. I pray for you.
And it was Ukraine's war against aggressor Russia where the president was most forceful.
The autocrats of the world are watching closely to see what happens in Ukraine, to see if we let this illegal aggression go unchecked. We cannot let that happen.
Today, President Biden speaks at Point du Hoc, home to 100-foot cliffs between Omaha and Utah Beach, scaled 80 years ago this week by Army Rangers to neutralize German artillery.
He's going to talk about the gift that those soldiers gave us and the world, and how we have to treasure and cherish that gift going forward and do everything we can to preserve it.
Biden isn't the first American president to speak from the shell-scarred site. 40 years ago, Ronald Reagan...
Sorry, I had to give Kaya to the mobile groomer. That's what I'm doing. I'm letting my daughter get groomed. It's fucked up. We're gonna get back to the we're obviously gonna get back to this and the blacklist situation, because I'm not done with that. Obviously, D-Day was awesome. It was critical in helping the Soviets defeat the Nazis, but I think it's so funny how France celebrates another country invading it. Yeah. Okay. Let's get back to it. Let's where was I? So UN is in place to UN is about to place Israel on a global blacklist for violations against Palestinian children. Okay. Liberating and invading are two different things, you potato brain chatter. You should collab with the YouTube channel Girl with a Dog. She grooms dogs on her channel. Sure. Maybe. Israel obviously is not very happy about the situation.
The Secretary General's spokesperson is about to have a briefing with journalists, his regular briefing that he has almost every day. We'll be asking him about this, but so far the Secretary General's office is not confirming this and not commenting on this. That could change now, though, in the coming minutes or even hours, because, as you mentioned, we're hearing out of Israel confirmation that they have been put on this, what's so-called list of shame. This is an annual report that's put out by the Secretary General looking at countries or different...
Do not agree. She lives in Niagara Falls, Canada. Lamont. Okay, well, there you go. Then I will not be getting Kaya groomed. Gilad Erdan had some choice words for this, saying, "This is simply outrageous and wrong. Hamas." Alongside a video of him speaking into a telephone and condemning the move. He also then followed on by saying it's the most, Israel's the most moral army on the planet. Classic shit. In any case, the Palestinian Authority welcomes the decision. Guterres faced criticism from Palestinian rights advocates for failing to place Israel on the so-called list of shame, in which included Russia, the Democratic Republic of the Congo, Somalia, Syria, and Haiti. The blacklist meant to call out parties engaged in abuse against children. It's just another vector for pressure. That's it. Like, it's not like, as far as I understand, it's not anything like, there's not anything tangible. But once again, Israel moving in the direction of being a pariah state once more. So, when you kill 15 to 16,000 children mercilessly and continue killing more children every day, it's going to happen. Okay? You're gonna become a pariah state. You should have been considered a pariah state far before this moment, but at least now people are paying attention. Okay. Israel is upset because they're on a list with majority black nations. Yeah. But they're also on a list with Russia, which they kind of like. So at least there's that. To the Russians that went to Israel, even if they did not have any sort of Jewish heritage, but still became full-blown Israeli citizens, this might be welcoming for them. They're like, yeah, those who push Z and also push Israel's, special military operation in Gaza, they're in a unique predicament. They're like, whoa, this is great. We're getting hit by two different avenues of attack, which means we must be right.
Organizations and how they don't protect children in armed conflict. It's called the Children in Armed Conflict Report, actually, and this would be the first time Israel is put on.
Russian Jews? No. Not all of the Russians that immigrated into Israel were of Jewish heritage at all, famously. So.
On this
something to consider.
Report, known as the informally known as the list of shame for the country.
Listen, there is definitely the Israeli government has had a very unique interest in trying to ensure at least some level of whiteness in the way that we understand it in the Western world. Okay. Post USSR, there were, of course, in the USSR, there were definitely Russian Jews that immigrated into Israel, but there's definitely a lot that weren't Jewish at all, that had no Jewish heritage, no Jewish matrilineal heritage, or just any kind of Jewish heritage whatsoever, that just kind of came to Israel. This aligned well with the interests of the state at the time that wanted to, at least have some semblance of whiteness in its demographics.
Countries that are put on it because according to what we're hearing, at least, it's due to the war on Gaza, which the latest numbers are more than 14,000 Palestinians, children killed in Gaza, 12,000 injured. So we're going to be asking around here a lot in the next few minutes or so of the UN to see if they'll give us more confirmation on this. But based on what we're hearing from Netanyahu and even the
ICJ and the UN restrictions or sanctions or whatever do not hold. Is there any other org? No. The only country that can hold Israel accountable is the United States of America. That's it. The UN, the ICC, the ICJ, all of these international organizations are merely an extension of American hegemonic power. Now, obviously, that's changing a little bit with this Israel situation. But ultimately, they have no real mechanism to enact change. There is nothing that they can do to Israel or to the United States of America, for that matter. But all of this pressure, all of the naysayers, all of the people that are like, bro, Israel, you got to cut this shit out, makes it costly for the United States of America to maintain its control and its influence over the international organs of justice and also these international organizations in general. The more there is a separation between the US and the UN on issues such as this one in general, the less soft power opportunities the United States has. In a way, this is, I would say, even worse than what Donald Trump did in terms of American dominance around the world. The most significant relationship for Israel comes from the United States of America, because all the Western nations that trade with Israel, whether it be Germany or Italy, offering arms to Israel, or whether it be the United States, obviously giving the overwhelming majority of arms to Israel. All of that happens with America's go-ahead. If America turned around yesterday and said no more arms to Israel until they fucking dissolve the apartheid, Israel would have to say, yes, sir. Okay? Maybe it's a dumb question, but if the U.S. put heavy sanctions on Israel, do you think it would push Israel to align with Russia or China? It doesn't matter. It does not matter. Okay? Israel is already aligned with Russia to a certain degree. Israel's already aligned with China. Ultimately, though, Israel, there's a reason why Israel doesn't have a Hasbara operation that is specifically in Mandarin. Okay? Israel does not have a Hasbara operation that is specifically in Russian. Israel, however, the foreign ministry, the overwhelming majority of work that the foreign ministry puts in is in English, specifically directed towards the United States of America. There's an APAC. There are numerous different lobbying organizations. Why is there no similar effort against like manipulating, influencing, and having setting up favorable deals with like the Chinese government, for example? They already have it. They already have a decent trade relationship with China. Okay. And they already have a decent relationship with Russia in general as well. There's a lot of connections between Israel and Russia. But the reason why they do so much, the reason why Israel does so much propaganda towards the West, maybe even more than propaganda that they do internally, or at least very different propaganda that they do internally as they do towards the West, is because without America, this whole thing falls apart. They know this. And anyone that acts like this isn't real is either delusional or lying to themselves or lying to you.
I want to ask you about another democracy, the one in the Middle East.
Haven't dug too deeply into this, but I remember reading a few years ago that about 60 to 70% of the immigrants that came to Israel from the post-Soviet states in 2020 are not Jewish.
Israel, of course. And the fact that the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is now set to address Congress on July 24th. One of your close colleagues, Congressman Steny Hoyer, said, quote, "There will be a lot of disruption and it will not be helpful for Israel or its supporters." If you were still Speaker, would you have invited him?
Interesting. No, absolutely not. Absolutely not. I think that I think this is wrong. Frankly, I didn't approve of his being invited the last time, but the Speaker just on his own invited him without consulting with the rest of the leadership.
Wait, what? That's crazy. What's happening? Whoa, what the fuck? Yo, Nancy P. It was in Hebrew media, but they may have covered it. Haha, I don't know. What are you talking about? The Russians coming into Israel? Not being of Jewish background or origin? She's talking about last time, which is when the Republicans invited Benjamin Netanyahu as a fuck you to Barack Obama. Something to remember. For those of you who don't know, back when Barack Obama was working on the Iran denuclearization agreement, which is a signature foreign policy accomplishment for the Obama administration that I will always fucking respect him for, okay? Which was slated to change the relationship between Iran and the United States of America, which never really happened, obviously. Benjamin Netanyahu was very frustrated about this decision. Benjamin Netanyahu was very mad about Iran denuclearizing and having like direct international investigators go into its nuclear facilities and check. I believe like every year, or I don't know. I forget the exact details, but they were very mad. I wonder why Israel was very mad about Iran signing a denuclearization agreement with not just the United States, but numerous other European countries as well. Why would they not favor such a thing? I thought that they were interested in Iran not having nukes. Now, Benjamin Netanyahu was very upset about that. And he was very vocal about it. He even said something along the lines of like, Barack Obama doesn't know the Middle East like I do. You know, he just like kind of big dicked him. Anyway, the Republicans invited Benjamin Netanyahu to speak and address Congress. Obama was the president at the time. In 2015, Netanyahu accepted the Republican invitation to address Congress. Lawmakers say the Obama administration is stiff-arming Congress, keeping them away from diplomacy with Iran. The House Speaker is fighting back, inviting Israel's tough-talking Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu to address Congress soon. John Boehner invited him directly. He was the Speaker at the time. White House considered this a breach of protocol, but they couldn't do anything about it regardless. Okay? When Boehner invited Netanyahu, the message was clear. Many U.S. lawmakers are dubious of the Obama administration's negotiations with Iran and want to turn up the heat on Iran in these final months of the talks. But Nancy Pelosi, leader of the House Democrats, doesn't think this is a good idea. Understandably, because she is a diehard Dem through and fucking through. I would say Nancy Pelosi's loyalty to the Democratic Party is even higher than Chuck Schumer's loyalty to the Democratic Party. Chuck Schumer will maybe in certain instances deviate away from the Biden administration, even though he's just a cuck in general. He's not very strong. Nancy Pelosi will come out and you know, aggressively defend the Democratic Party every single time. I guess with the only deviation being that when she went to Taiwan. Okay?
Absolutely not. I think that I think this.
Yes. I know. Your debate daddy that got owned by every fucking scholar and knows more about Israel, Palestine than me and everyone else. He knows the most about Israel, Palestine. All I read are tweets and Hamas propaganda. You got it, dude. Yeah. I promise, dude. It won't be seen as a genocide by the majority of the population if you keep fucking fighting this battle in my chat. I promise. Yes, and you're right. Erdogan is the leader of Israel. Why are they all so goddamn cringe? I made the mistake of mentioning his name, so of course all of the fucking losers have been summoned. 1 5-minute mention and the roaches come out. Yeah, every time. It's like clockwork. Yes, your Wikipedia scholar is the most knowledgeable. He's the eminent scholar, I promise.
This is wrong. Frankly, I didn't approve of his being invited the last time, but the speaker just on his own invited him without consulting with the rest of the leadership. And he came and he criticized.
I mean, thinks you're just a little jealous that D's looking cooler than you? Yes. Yeah. Get the bag, King. Do your thing.
President Obama for the masterful work that he had done with the nuclear agreement regarding Iran to stop them from developing a nuclear weapon. And I thought it was completely inappropriate. I feel very sad that he has been invited, but who knows by then, will he still be prime minister? Or what is Benny Gantz going to be saying tomorrow? What's happening? Everything I read is that they're unhappy about this, they're unhappy about that. Not just Benny, but other members of his cabinet. I wish that he would be a statesman and do what is right for Israel. We all love Israel. We fought for Israel. October 7th was terrible. Hamas is a terrorist organization. They're dedicated to the destruction of Israel. The hostages are not freed. The people of Gaza are suffering. We need to help them and not have him stand in the way of that for such a long time, he being Netanyahu. So I think it's just I think it's going to invite more of what we have seen in terms of discontent among our own people about what's happening there. Let's try to have a two-state solution to make peace in the region rather than.
And to your point on Pelosi and team loyalty, she had zero smoke for Jeffries or Schumer for signing off on the invite as well. Yeah. The difference in this circumstance is that Joe Biden, unlike Barack Obama, is completely aligned with Benjamin Netanyahu, even though Benjamin Netanyahu is more disrespectful to Joe Biden than he was to Obama, even, like publicly. Okay. I mean, I guess, no, he was pretty disrespectful to Obama. Well, but regardless, Joe Biden is aligned with Benjamin Netanyahu, and her own party is openly inviting Benjamin Netanyahu to Congress to speak at the to address the United States Congress. It is really stupid, really bad optics, really bad politics, just in general. I don't really understand it. I mean, but I guess I don't really understand it beyond the fact that, like, they're just not really thinking clearly about the political considerations, the political implications. I think that it is a miscalculation. I think that they think that this is a carrot, yet another carrot for Benjamin Netanyahu to consider the Joe Biden administration's policies. I find it strange considering, and the reason why I say it's a miscalculation is because no matter what happens, Benjamin Netanyahu has shown over the course of the past 8 months that he does not care about disrespecting the Democratic Party, disrespecting the Biden administration, and routinely doing the exact opposite almost instantaneously after Brandon comes out with a statement. So I find it strange in spite of it all, and it makes you look weak. It makes the American government look weak in the eyes of the world. I think that it is incredibly cucked. It makes you look weak domestically. But I don't know. Such is the way of life, I guess. Benny Gantz will give a statement on Saturday at 1:40 p.m. Eastern. He will most likely announce his withdrawal from the emergency government. Yes. Benny Gantz is leaving the government, which also further complicates things. Fuck. How do I remove this paywall? Does anyone have? CIA assessment concludes Netanyahu is likely to defy U.S. pressure to set a post-war plan for Gaza. A CIA assessment circulated among U.S. officials this week concluded that Israel Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu likely judges he can get away without defining a post-war plan, even as the Biden administration has launched a full-court press to pressure him. He has not. The Biden administration has not launched a full-court pressure plan. The issue is the American media acts like Biden has done that. If Biden wanted to do that, he could do that. How could he do that? He could do that by refusing to rearm Israel. And I'm not even just talking about refusing to rearm Israel for like its offensive weapons capabilities that is using in Gaza. I'm talking defensive shit. No more fucking Tamir interceptors until you listen to us. Okay? No more rearming the Iron Dome. No more fucking Tamir interceptors. Israel's Gantz is expected to announce resignation from Netanyahu's government on Saturday, tomorrow. Gantz announced his intention to quit the Netanyahu-led government several weeks ago unless a plan for post-war governance in Gaza is approved by June 8th. He also hoped that progress would be made in talks over a hostage deal by the time his ultimatum expires. Israeli War Cabinet Minister Benny Gantz, who isn't necessarily like woke by any means, by the way, he's one of those like liberal generals, and therefore he is also incredibly militant. He famously ran against Benjamin Netanyahu by flexing his war crimes, okay, saying like, I'm the real war criminal, not this fucking phony bitch. Gantz announced his intention to quit the Netanyahu-led government more than 3 weeks ago if a plan for post-war governance of Gaza is not formulated and approved by June 8th. Personal and political considerations have begun to enter the most sacred parts of Israel's defense, Gantz said at the press conference. Since his announcement, there have been no serious attempts to keep Gantz and his party in the government. The other part of the problem is that Gantz's popularity was really fucking high post-October 7, and that popularity has almost been cut in half. Half of the potential seats went from what was it, like 41 seats to 20 seats or 22 seats, in line with Benjamin Netanyahu's current possible seat arrangement if there was an election today, which has gone up since October 7. Benjamin Netanyahu was obviously very, very unpopular in the immediate aftermath of October 7. He was seen as a security candidate. He was going to ensure security for the Israelis. October 7 obviously destroyed that notion. But since then, his actions have been seen as roundly popular. He went from a high for 41 to around 25, 27 today. Bibi sits at 20 to 22. Whereas Benny Gantz went from a high of 41 to around 25 to 27 today. Gantz has hoped that progress would be made in Israel's negotiations with Hamas over a hostage deal by the time his ultimatum expires. He rejected calls by some members of his party, National Unity, to delay its departure from the government. The majority of the party thinks that it should return to the opposition. Over the course of their work in the current government, deep mistrust has developed between Gantz and Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. Netanyahu, through Gantz, wanted to topple the government in any event, while Gantz was convinced that Netanyahu was putting his political interests ahead of Israel's national interests. Gantz and Netanyahu talked briefly this week about the former's intention to quit the government after a war cabinet meeting, but there have been no attempts at persuasion between the two, and it's believed that the situation was hopeless anyway. Okay, I'm going to play devil's advocate and say that isn't withholding weapons for defense akin to withholding food aid that are required for survival of the population? No, of course not. No, one is withholding food and aid. The other one is withholding defensive weapons. It is not akin. Do you want to know why it's not akin? Because it would never happen anyway. The mere threat of saying that you're not going to do it is enough for Israel to fucking, to act correctly in this situation. Also, that is the most Ameri-brained attitude to have, though. So I do respect you for representing the most American-ass take. It's just like, how can I survive without my guns? Listen, all my family is starving, sir. If we don't get Tamir interceptors, my family will starve. Yeah, Israel also existed and survived long before the Iron Dome existed, but, that's besides the point. Gantz's impending resignation has been preceded by weeks of growing pressure on him by members of his party. Now, one thing to consider here, one thing to remember here is that this is our guy. And by our guy, I mean the Democratic Party's guy. The Democratic Party was propping up Benny Gantz as the potential next leader of Israel. Another glaringly obvious miscalculation from the Democratic Party in its dealings with our closest ally, which I would consider to be just a part of the American government in general, just a forward operating base. Okay? Something to consider. What? So you went from 45K to 20K. I can't. You all right? Anyway, okay, moving on. I don't know what the fuck that chatter is talking about, but that's cool. Let's continue. So here's the situation. Israel has not, since October 7, even once turned around and said, no, we're going to follow through on the things that you're suggesting. Like, we're going to follow through on any of the reasonable or maybe even actually radical changes that you have demanded we make. We will not be doing that. So I don't know why the Biden administration thinks that inviting Benjamin Netanyahu at this time would be helpful in any meaningful capacity, would turn the tide in the way that Israel has conducted itself since October 7. According to the assessment, those benchmarks include completing major military operations, something analysts have said is deliberately vague, as well as eliminating Hamas military commander Mohammed Deif. Deif is the commander of the Qassam Brigades and as a senior commander of the military wing of Hamas is believed to have been deeply involved in the planning of October 7. Israel has tried to target Deif multiple times in the past. Although he has been injured, he's believed to still be alive. The report is consistent with what CNN and others have reported in the days since President Joe Biden announced a three-pronged peace deal proposal on Friday. It comes as senior Biden administration officials, including CIA Director Bill Burns, are meeting with key mediators between Israel and Hamas at a particularly tense moment in negotiations. Burns has been the primary U.S. negotiator on a potential agreement. The U.S. has publicly characterized the deal as an Israeli proposal and has said it is waiting for Hamas to approve the terms, but Israel has been tepid at best on the proposal. I mean, there's no better way. There's no way that you can maintain. There's no way that you can maintain a impartial, objective journalistic stance while simultaneously not reporting on Israel's many different criticisms of its supposedly quote unquote own proposal. I wonder why Israel is tepid at best on the Israeli proposal. Something doesn't make sense. What's that about? One must ask the question, what the fuck is going on there? How weird. Privately, officials have been long clear-eyed about the difficulty of getting both sides to reach an agreement. The relationship between Biden and Netanyahu, world leader whom he once claimed to love, has increasingly strained as the civilian death toll in Gaza has mounted as a result of Israel's bombing campaign. So, Israel's outright rejections are still being seen as tepid criticisms. Israel's outright rejections of its own his own peace plan, supposedly. Who knows? Meanwhile, on the other hand, Israel keeps saying internally and externally that they are going to go and fucking fight Lebanon and fight Hezbollah. I do not know if that is simply a political tool to try to re-up the war effort. I don't know if it's a tool to try and bring America into the conflict in more meaningful ways. Or I don't know if it's just simply posturing because Hezbollah has been razing northern Israel with bombs. So I do not know what will happen. Having said that, we are now moving on to the other front. Ukraine. Biden to speak on the future of democracy after meeting with Ukraine's Zelensky, in which Biden apologized for the delay to Ukraine in the weapon shipments.
Again, though, with a major new effort by President Biden to warn about the forces threatening democracies all around the world. A short while ago, he met with Ukrainian President, that's Vladimir Zelensky on your screen, in France to discuss future U.S. aid for that country's fight against the Russian invaders. Now, Ed O'Keefe has been traveling with the president and joins us now.
You shouldn't be mad at Israel. This war would end if Hamas released the hostages and put their arms down. Norm is no scholar, and he doesn't even know Hebrew or Arabic. Bro, you don't even know how to spell no. He supports the Houthis. He started using ad hominem to distract the audience that he was getting destroyed by destiny. Yeah. Well, unfortunately for you, no matter how hard you fucking live in your hug box, that is not how the entire planet that viewed that back and forth saw the situation. Is that you can keep going back to your hug box and getting reinforced in your opinion, in your faulty notion that like a guy who read Wikipedia pages specifically so he could find a couple talking points actually wasn't destroyed by a dude whose research has been instructive in writing those Wikipedia pages. But it's all good, man. It's the same principle behind. It's the same exact principle behind people being like Hasan early on saying, Hasan, you sucked on Piers Morgan when you yelled at those people. And then the entire fucking planet celebrated it because they were like, oh, this is cathartic. Finally, someone is just saying, shut the fuck up to these dumbasses. Why do they think Israel and Hamas is censored? I don't know. It's so odd. It is very odd, I think, to keep fighting these battles. Like you're not even talking about Israel Palestine. You know that, right? Like you're not fighting a battle on Israel Palestine. You're fighting a battle for your favorite debate lord in the chat of another person, like a whole ass other person who's not interested in having this conversation. Like you have to really reorient your priorities. Are you okay? Are you good? Like, I think it would be a much more interesting conversation to have with you if you just kept to like what your actual opinions are on Israel and how you think, Israel's ethnic cleansing campaign is not an ethnic cleansing campaign at all. But you're so busy, you're so interested in just simply using literal world events in an effort to to proselytize for your favorite content creator, for your favorite kick streamer. It's a very weird thing to do. I don't understand it.
Now from Point Duac, where Biden is set to speak a little later today. Ed, good morning to you.
Gail, good morning. This is one of the most breathtaking
Norm's performance being a disappointment is an understatement. Yeah, dude, totally. He was really disappointing. You're right. Sure.
Drops a president can visit. We're standing between Utah and Omaha beaches, where tributes to the thousands who fought on these beaches will continue later this morning. But in that meeting with President Zelensky just a little while ago, President Biden announced another $225 million in military aid to Ukraine. He'll be here later to talk about his concerns about the future of democracy.
I agree with Israel. It is the only... See, the moment that we switch the conversation back to Israel, he goes back to the talking points. Israel's the only democracy in the Middle East where gays won't be thrown off buildings. Yeah, you're right, dude. Totally. That's definitely real. First of all, gay people still can't get married in Israel. Secondly, in the West Bank, gay rights were given to gay people far before Israel in general. Last but not least, Turkey is another country in the Middle East, alongside many other countries in the Middle East, where these gays are not being thrown off the rooftops, including in fucking Palestine either. I mean, including in still better than Arab countries. Listen, brother, listen. What you're demonstrating simply here is racism, okay? What the fuck do you mean gays are not being thrown off buildings? Israel's largest ally in the region is Saudi Arabia, okay? It's not like they're super fond of gay people there either, all right? They're not throwing them off the buildings in the way that you keep pointing back to ISIS. But it's just like, the fuck are you talking about? All of America and Israel's allies in the region are significantly worse for gay people, and they're not in active conflict like Gaza is, being fucking slaughtered by Israeli arms that we're paying for. The idea that like queer liberation can only happen with Israeli weaponry is so fucking stupid. I don't know how to answer that. Like, I don't know. I don't even know how to address that. Okay. Saudi Arabia say Israel is doing a genocide. They are not allies. Yeah, dude, you're right. Saudi Arabia and Israel are definitely not allies. Remember when you earlier talked about the Houthis? Who do you think is working around the clock in intercepting Houthi Ansar Allah, the Ansar Allah government's missiles over the Red Sea? It's American guidance systems that the Saudi government is using. This is the problem with many of these people that is just because they hate Iran. Yeah, got it. Okay. So you are admitting that they are allies to Israel then. Okay, thank you for admitting that. The issue with like dealing with people like this is that they don't really think about the full scope. They don't think about anything at all. They just have a couple talking points that their favorite content creator has repeated, and they're just like in here trying to repeat it. You need to actively investigate the situation on your own and make up your own mind, come to your own conclusions, okay? If not, you're just going to look like a fucking idiot. It's true. Israel's the only democracy in the world where gays are pulled out of their cars at checkpoints, taken into dark rooms by Shin Bet, and blackmailed into being collaborators. Yeah, that too. Something very dystopian about a group of people more interested in chasing debate wins than approaching the conflict from an empathetic view and a nuanced perspective. They'll see tens of thousands of children ruthlessly slaughtered and will defend it immediately. It's the same team sports politics they engage in as neolibs in the U.S. Weird behavior. Yeah. It's a very strange phenomenon to try to come in here with like simply just talking points that can so easily be dismantled, and they do it regardless. I know you were wrong when you say Israel is a settler state. Arabs colonized Levant, not Jews. Okay, brother, sure. Israel is a settler colonial state. You literally cannot deny that reality. Okay, early Zionists recognized that it was a colonial operation and openly claimed it as such. It's just history. You can keep repeating Hasbara talking points that have been reiterated to you time and time again, but that does not change reality. Okay? No, it is not. Jews were there before the Arabs. Currently, the state of Israel is too busy killing the descendants of those very same Jews that just remained in that area instead of leaving. I hope you understand that. The difference, of course, is that you're talking about fucking 3,000 years ago, which is no justification. This is an idiotic justification for currently actively engaging in an ethnic cleansing campaign of the indigenous population that has been living there for hundreds of years. Nobody thinks this is a valid excuse. This is simply myth-making. I do not believe, I don't even know if you yourself are Jewish or Israeli. I feel like you're just repeating. You're just repeating things that other people have told you without really thinking about it. There is no justification for physically and violently removing people from a place that they have lived for hundreds of years. It's ridiculous. There's a reason why this kind of blood and soil myth-making under every other circumstance in 2024 is immediately considered fascist and completely unacceptable. It's pretty basic. It's pretty basic stuff. Okay? Why would people openly believe their government propaganda? Arab declared war on Israel. That's why they were expelled. Yeah, dude, you're right. the fucking villagers declared war on Israel before Israel existed. Now you're not even correct on your history. You're jumbling up all of these different aspects into one in an effort to do the shittiest defense for Israel possible. Okay? You're also monolithizing the entirety of the Arab population while talking about the Palestinians. This, once again, can only happen if you personally, as a Jewish person, believe that Jews are somehow different, even if they are Arab. Okay? They also follow a pedo. Oh, dude, I wouldn't be talking about pedophilia if we're talking about Israel. Come on now. Oh, he's just, I think he means Muhammad, right? He's going to say Muhammad. Is that where he's going? He's going with the Islamophobia. Classic. Yep, there it is. Okay, that's cool. Thank you. Yeah. Hold on. Let's take a look at this Times of Israel article. Or, well, this is a CBS News article from 2020. Here's a Haaretz article from 2016. Israel becoming a refuge for pedophiles, warns advocate for child sex abuse victims. How Jewish American pedophiles hide from justice in Israel? Well, they don't have an extradition policy. Why would you ever bring up pedophilia in this situation? The notion of like invoking the name of Muhammad is so funny in this situation. Like, the fuck does that have to do with anything? There's Christian Palestinians too, dumbass. You just immediately, automatically assume every Arab is a Muslim, I guess. But I guess it's the democratically doing that. Literally, Haganah intelligence documents from the time say most of the Arab population didn't want to fight. They also estimate that almost all the fighting was caused by excessive Haganah and Etzel actions. Here's a forward.com article. Jewish child brides, why the barbaric practice of marrying off young girls persists. This does not mean that like Jews are pedophiles or anything like that, because I'm not some fucking racist anti-Semitic freak. You, on the other hand, are a racist Islamophobic freak. It is an idiotic argument to make, especially when, you know, as far as religious scripture goes, there's pedophilia in all the fucking Abrahamic religions. Give me a goddamn break. None of which, by the way, justifies ethnic cleansing, which is what Israel is doing. You are looking desperately at any avenue you can to try and defend Israel's ethnic cleansing, and doing a very bad job at it too. Islamophobia does not exist. Europe is suffering because of Arabs as well. Islamophobia doesn't exist. You should be scared of Islam. I mean, I don't really need to do much to show people how fucking big of a fascist you are. You know what I mean? As a, like, Zionism being a inherently fascist ideology is so perfectly demonstrated. You did blood and soil propaganda. You are now saying all of the enemies are pedophilic monsters.
They're all Muslim. They're all monolithic. And also, being fearful of Islam is a good thing, and it is normal. Yeah, I know. You think that because your brain is broken. Islamophobia does not exist. You should be scared of Islam. It is normal. Once again, I hope you understand that as a Jewish person, your history is riddled with people who felt this way about you and your religion. Okay? You are repeating that exact same fascism that Jewish people experienced, and it was quite deadly. Very odd. Can you imagine saying this out loud in public? This is some chronically online stuff. I think there are places that you can say this out loud in public, at least like kinder versions of this. Bill Maher does basically this as well. Islamophobia is so normalized that people not only can say it freely, but also will get promoted for it even. And this is where all of the r/atheists will chime in. Your country got, everybody in Europe hates, every Islamic country is a hellhole. Everybody in Europe hates Islam as well. Your country got ruined by Arabs as well. Yeah, totally, man. My country? Which one are you talking about? Are you talking about Turkey or are you talking about America? Neither of which was quote unquote ruined by Arabs. This one is not salvageable. Syrians, yeah, totally ruined. Any Valo? I love having this conversation with this chatter, and someone is like, any Valo streams in the near future? Islamophobia is just like any other form of bigotry. It basically rots your moral foundation. It rots your brain. It's silly thinking in general. It's just, you are becoming a dumber person as a consequence of this. You are not thinking critically. The assumption that like all Muslims or all Arabs are a monolith is idiotic. It's bigoted. And it forces you to think in these sorts of very violent reactionary ways. Okay? Instead, you should be thinking about the top of the hour ad break, which comes at the top of every hour. And you should be thinking about ways of defending yourself against the top of the hour ad break. It calls on you to kill infidels. I'm Muslim, bro. You think I'm here to kill infidels? What's up? You eat pork. You are not Muslim. Okay. Yeah. Got it. You don't fast as well. Anyway, here, you should exercise your fasting at the top of the hour, which doesn't really make sense, but here's the 3-minute ad break regardless. Why do Europeans do to non-Christians through history again? Yeah, just the same stuff. Why do D-fans know this much about you? Because they don't have like a genuine interest in politics or anything like that. They just have a genuine interest in being like, Hasan sucks. That is the most uniting principle among the fan base of this one particular community. They're just obsessed.
As I've said time and time again, I am culturally Muslim. I grew up in a Muslim family. I grew up in a Muslim country. There are a lot of aspects of Islam and, you know, Muslim culture in general that I grew up with. I'm not a practicing Muslim.
A day of ceremony marking the service and sacrifice of those who stormed the sands of Normandy.
Abi iddiaya gireceğim, bu yarak kafalı Türk mü rol yapıyor? Yok, hayır, bence Türk değil. Sadece Türk adına Türk koydu ama Türk değil bence. Islam is going to ruin the West like it's ruined the Middle East. I have an Iranian friend. Look at his country. Yeah, totally. Except all of those countries that you're mentioning, whether it be Iran, Afghanistan, whether it be Egypt, literally has been ruined by American intervention and Western intervention in general, and not about Islam at all. So I don't know what the fuck you're talking about in that regard.
Hour of trial, the Allied forces of D-Day did their duty. Now the question for us is, in our hour of trial, will we do ours?
President Biden and First Lady Jill Biden joined French President Emmanuel Macron, the British royal family, and other leaders, including Ukraine's Volodymyr Zelensky, who earned a hero's welcome from heroes past.
Oh, you're the savior of the people. Tears in my eyes. I pray for you.
And it was Ukraine's war against aggressor Russia where the president was most forceful.
The autocrats of the world are watching closely to see what happens in Ukraine, to see if we let this illegal aggression go unchecked.
You sound like the average Israeli, not practicing the religion, just using the label to defend fascist theocrats. Very uncool, Hasan. Wait, what? I sound like the average Israeli. If I sounded like the average Israeli from the Muslim side, I would be saying that, like, all Jews have to be killed or some shit, because that is what the average Israeli or the average Zionist says about Muslims. Okay? This is a ridiculous fucking comparison. You're imagining things, I think. Or you're trying to do a top of the hour ad break debate, which already happened. I already ran it. So, it's very weird. Basically the same as your normal commentary. What? Are people all right? What's going on right now? Hamas Piker added again. Up, another October 7 leaver returner in the community. All I've seen on YouTube Shorts is Andrew Tate content despite having never searched for him. And then, boom. So taking hostages was right. How else was Hamas supposed to convince Israel to give up its occupation in Gaza? 4-5. Hamas Piker added again. What is going on in this community right now? The bat signal. The bat signal for debate perverts has been called on. Yeah. Go defend slurs elsewhere, losers. All right, let's continue. Biden is speaking on the future of democracy.
We cannot let that happen.
Today, President Biden speaks at Pointe du Hoc, home to 100-foot cliffs between Omaha and Utah Beach, scaled 80 years ago this week by Army Rangers to neutralize German artillery.
He's going to talk about the gift that those soldiers gave us and the world, and how we have to treasure and cherish that gift going forward and do everything we can to preserve it.
Biden isn't the first American president to speak from the shell-scarred site. 40 years ago, Ronald Reagan touched on similar themes when he honored the boys of Pointe du Hoc.
And democracy is worth dying for because it's the most deeply honorable form of government ever devised by man.
Inspiring courage and commitment to those.
Now, here at Pointe du Hoc, the White House tells us again the president's going to focus on his concerns about the future of democracy. It's a message that will be heard by the world, but that aides say is especially designed to reach audiences back home as he continues his re-election fight. And the trip here to France continues through the weekend. Saturday, it's a state visit with a full military parade in the streets of Paris and a state dinner and big meetings with French President Emmanuel Macron before flying home on Sunday. Vlad?
Ed O'Keefe in France, thank you very much.
Putin says Russia can provide long-range weapons to others to strike Western targets. Oh, here we go. Nice. Going to a full-scale war over fucking Putin's ambitions on Ukraine and everyone else's inability to fucking put this conflict to rest while simultaneously preserving the lives of as many Ukrainians as possible. I love that. It's great. Let's do it. Fuck it. YOLO. Ban for ban.
Кто-то считает возможным поставлять такое оружие в зону боевых действий для нанесения ударов по нашей территории и создания проблем для нас, то почему у нас нет права поставлять наше оружие такого же класса в те регионы мира?
To supply weapons for the same type all around the world where they can be used to launch strikes on sensitive facilities
по чувствительным объектам тех стран,
of the countries that do it to Russia.
которые делают это в отношении России. То есть ответ может быть
The answer may be asymmetric. We will think about it.
Мы над этим подумаем. И в конечном итоге, если
And
мы видим,
ultimately,
что
if we see that these countries are being drawn into a war against us, and this is their direct involvement in the war against the Russian Federation, then we reserve the right to act the same way. In general, this is a path to a very serious problem. Is this what you meant by multipolarity? Yeah, dude, multipolarity implies that, like, you know, everyone is fucking killing everyone. Like, there's no way that there could be any sort of collaboration. There's never any collaboration between America and the EU, for example. Like, it's great.
U.S. officials say Russia will begin air and naval exercises within the coming weeks, and this is the first time that Russia has held air and naval maneuvers in the Caribbean since 2019. The exercises are expected to last all summer, culminating in a worldwide naval exercise in the fall. CBS News national security correspondent David Martin joins us now from the Pentagon. David, first of all,
what do you think about the projected surges in voting in favor of Trump now that he's a convicted felon? That's not... What? Nobody's like, I wasn't going to vote for Donald Trump, but now that he's a convicted felon, I'm voting for him. What the fuck are you talking about?
what do we know about these exercises, where they're taking place, what nations are involved?
Well, the Cuban government has just announced that 4 Russian warships will arrive in Havana on June 12th next week for a 5-day port visit. So we can expect these exercises to begin by the end of this month. And in addition to those 4 Russian naval ships, we can expect to see Russian long-range bombers patrolling down the East Coast. Now, Russian ships have made port calls in Cuba before, and Russian long-range bombers have flown down the East Coast before. What makes this noteworthy is that it is the first time in 5 years that Russia has done both at the same time.
You know, David, as people...
Why is Cuba agreeing? What the fuck do you mean, why is Cuba agreeing? Do you guys not understand the relationship between America and Cuba? Like, I don't know if you guys know this, but America has had crippling sanctions on Cuba since the Cuban Revolution. We backed the dictatorship. They lost. And we haven't stopped punishing the Cubans since. Like, they treat this fucking tiny island nation like the goddamn... like the biggest villains of all time for the crime of having a socialist revolution, okay, and hurting American interests in Cuba. America would much rather have Cuba remain a sugar plantation and a tourism destination for the American mafia, or just, owned and operated by the American mob. And they really don't like that it didn't happen like that. It didn't continue being like that. We gave a lot of weapons to the Batista dictatorship at the time, which was significantly more bloody than anything else. Then we kept trying to destroy Cuba by obviously directly attacking Cuba at times, trying to assassinate Fidel Castro, and also having a sanctions regime on Cuba. Completely unacceptable. There is no world in which America's actions there are justifiable. All things considered, Cuba has still been able to thrive in spite of it all. The main export of Cuba is U.S. The Cubans who leave and send money back to our family, the fuck you on about? What the fuck is this up with this chat glazing up Cuba? What the fuck is up with what the fuck is up with Cubans who come to the United States of America and shit on Cuba? Like, did you address any of the things that I just mentioned? No. In what planet is it justifiable to fucking blockade and sanction an entire nation? Like, what are you talking about? You just said they thrive. No way they have thrived. Yes, they have thrived, all things considered. They have. You have to analyze a country and its prospects by looking at all of the hurdles that they've overcome. When you look at it from that framework, all of a sudden, America being the wealthiest nation on earth, and yet still having a massive homelessness crisis, still not having free health care, still not having free college education, having some of the worst literacy rates in comparison to other OECD nations, having the worst home ownership rate in comparison to other OECD nations, having the worst healthcare outcomes across the board in comparison to other OECD nations, losing out to Cuba in terms of life expectancy is a massive fucking failure. But nobody wants to have that conversation. So you just keep talking about GDP, a metric that favors the United States of America. It's ridiculous. It's like thinking that the economy is doing good because the market is doing good, when the market, or at least like a stock, will perform better when they lay off hundreds of people. Okay, does that mean that, the economy is moving in a positive direction? Hundreds of layoffs occurred, downsizing occurred, they eliminated redundancies, and now the stock prospects for a particular corporation is better. Hundreds of people lost their jobs in the process. If you hyper focus on the numbers in that regard, you will be duped into believing that, things are going fine. It's the same principle.
Folks are making a comparison to Kennedy, to the sphere of influence with Russian missiles in Cuba, now Russian naval exercises and military exercises. Talk to us about the timing of these exercises. And
Cuba has a shot that heals lung cancer. Yes, Cuba does have a vaccine for lung cancer. A shot that cures cancer, I'm calling bullshit. First of all, mRNA vaccines are working on that as well. But Cuba has had a lung cancer vaccine for quite a while. People with lung cancer in the United States of America could not go to Cuba to get it for the longest time. They had to illegally go to Cuba and try and get it before, if they have a likelihood of getting lung cancer. Yeah, we have HPV vaccines, and HPV causes cancer too.
To that point, whether it poses any threat to the U.S.?
Well, U.S. officials say that on one level, this is simply the summer exercise season kicking off. But they also believe that this is partly a show of displeasure by Putin for American support of Ukraine and for all the NATO exercises that have been going on in Europe. This presence of 4 Russian ships in the Caribbean off the east coast of the United States just pales in comparison to the size of the exercises the U.S. military has been conducting with its NATO allies in Europe. So this is not considered in any way a direct threat to the United States.
Where's that one chatter who was shitting on Cuba? Where's he at? I want to hear more from him about how awful Cuba is and how we have to have a sanctions regime on Cuba. Where'd he go? It's ridiculous. I promise you, I have more smoke for the current Turkish administration than you do for the Cuban administration. And yet, when America fucks over Turkey and engages in actions that are worse overall for the Turkish population, I will fucking openly call that shit out, because I'm not some dumb fuck blinded by some weird loyalty to the United States of America. You said, didn't Obama remove sanctions during his presidency? Yeah, what happened? I don't know if you know this, but there was another president that came after him, and then another president that came after him. And no, Obama didn't remove all the sanctions during his presidency. Obama developed a pathway towards removing sanctions and normalizing relations with Cuba, which was great, only to have it reversed with Donald Trump and continued under the Brandon administration as well. So go ahead. What's your answer to that? Also, even before Obama, what's your answer to the sanctions regime that was in place and the embargo that was in place for however many decades at this point? Nobody's loyal to this shit country, man. Okay, but like it seems like you're defending, or rather refusing to acknowledge, a key part of my argument. I agree sanctions are the culprit, but Cuba's not doing it according to its citizens. No, I'm not saying Cuba is doing great. I'm saying Cuba is thriving in consideration with the sanctions. All things considered, Cuba is doing great. Cuba should be looking like Haiti right now. If America had its way, Cuba would look like Haiti. That's it. That's my point. It's doing well in spite of the United States. No country could survive in this current global economy with the same level of sanctions and the embargoes that America is placing upon them. Okay? That's it. Having said that, as far as restrictions on certain civil liberties, not LGBTQ stuff, obviously they're more woke than we are on that front, but restrictions on like free speech, for example, is because Cuba is also in a consistent defensive posture against the largest global superpower on the fucking planet. Cuba is a tiny island. This does not justify people being imprisoned for speaking out against the government or whatever. But if you think for even a brief moment that America has not implemented similar restrictions on free speech, like the Sedition Act, as a matter of fact, in times of war, you would be wrong. So that also goes back to America's restrictions. This is why I have more criticisms for Chinese restrictions than I do for Cuban restrictions on that similar vein. It's still bad across the board, but there's a real reason for why they exist. The consequences are still damaging nonetheless.
David, do we expect that the Biden administration will respond in any way to these exercises?
Well, you can be sure that the U.S. military is going to be tracking this exercise very closely, sending up jet fighters to intercept the long-range bombers and shadowing those ships, in particular the submarine. I just checked, and it turns out that right now in the Caribbean, the only thing the U.S. Navy has there are autonomous sail drones. But the east coast of the United States is just bristling with
Joel Seaverud, thank you for the 25 gifted subs.
Air bases and naval bases, and the U.S. could surge ships and aircraft out if in this exercise and somehow in some way turn threatening.
David Martin at the Pentagon for us. Thanks, David.
Good evening tonight from Normandy, where we witnessed something truly historic today. World War II veterans returning 80 years to the day after they stormed the beaches of Normandy and changed the course of history here. Tonight, my exclusive...
Wait, didn't we watch this? Oh, we watched a snippet of this interview, not the full thing. All right, let's go to First Thought, who had a coverage on the matter from 7 hours ago, how the Russia-Ukraine war will end. For the sake of brevity, this video will focus solely on the state of the war and not the internal politics of the involved parties, such as the influence of far-right elements in Ukraine or the reception of mass mobilization in Russia.
After nearly 2 years of war in Ukraine, the northeast of Ukraine is being pounded by Russian missiles and bombs.
Dangerous new levels as Vladimir Putin orders Russian troops to begin tactical nuke drills.
It's so funny how the same fucking people will be like, I can't believe, you know, people speaking out against communism in Cuba get arrested while they fucking simultaneously watch that same exact shit happening in America and don't comprehend that, like, these two things are in line with one another. Beyond that, the United States of America obviously still has the highest prisoner per capita population out of every other OECD nation in general, and every other nation, as a matter of fact. So,
February
what the fuck are we talking about? Land of the free, my ass.
4th, 2022. Russia invades Ukraine by launching a full-scale offensive. Strategically important areas such as Kyiv, power plants, and other major infrastructure are attacked with missile salvos. Infantry pours in from the north, east, and south, including amphibious landings in the critical port cities of Odessa and Mariupol. Russia's overwhelming numbers and superior firepower led most observers to predict that Ukraine would fall within just a few weeks. However, much to everyone's surprise, Ukraine not only survived the initial onslaught, they pushed most Russian forces back to their own borders, except in the Donbass, where the two strongest Russian-aligned separatist groups operate. Despite this initial success and notable instances of Ukraine achieving gains thought impossible, such as sinking several major Russian naval ships and hitting targets inside Russia, Ukraine has been on the back foot, suffering military defeats, shortages of critical supplies and munitions, political instability, and the increasingly faltering United States. Is Ukraine on the verge of...
It's not per capita anymore, but we do have the largest prisoner population in totality. Wait, oh, did El Salvador beat us? Is that what it is?
...of defeat. But before we answer that question, I'd like to take a quick moment to thank our channel sponsor, Aura. As you all know, we make political content here and on our other channels. Unfortunately, that means some people don't like us very much. These days, a quick Google search is all it takes to find someone's personal information. Data brokers sell your information to scammers, spammers, and anyone else who may want to target you. Your full name, email, home address, health records, your relatives, it's all readily available for those who want to find it. That's why I've been using Aura to help keep my private details private. Aura shows me which data brokers are selling my information and automatically submits opt-out requests for me. This not only cuts down on the amount of spam I get, but also helps keep all my accounts safe from bad actors. I'll give you a real-world example. AT&T recently revealed that over 73 million...
Do you think there's a long-term hope for socialism in Russia? Fuck no.
Customer records, both existing and former customers, were released on the dark web. They recommended that those affected change their passwords, monitor account activity, and consider credit freezes or fraud alerts from credit bureaus. This was a huge breach, but I don't have to worry. Aura does all of this for me.
I don't get it. I thought it was Israel that didn't accept the agreement. Qatar threatens to expel Hamas if terror group rejects ceasefire deal, report says. U.S. official says Doha have been warning Hamas for months about possible explosion, moving to concrete threats following repeated requests from Biden and public criticism from Israel. What are you asking me? I don't get it. I thought it was Israel that didn't accept the agreement. Do you think Israel is accepting the agreement? Don't you think that this is basically just following along with the whole, like, don't pay attention to Israel refusing to acknowledge this agreement? It's actually Hamas that's, refusing to accept it. That's just America moving along with the commentary that they, or with the consent that they want to manufacture. He's saying, why is Qatar threatening Hamas when they should know Hamas is accepting? Because Qatar is operating as a staging ground for these negotiations because of the United States of America. Qatar is not operating on their own individual framework at all. They just do what America wants them to do. And America is saying, increase the pressure, make it seem as though the responding party is actually Israel. The party that's responding positively is actually Israel. It's Hamas that's like disagreeing. What do you mean? U.S. State Department spokesperson Matt Miller said on Wednesday that the U.S. has observed both Egypt and Qatar exert significant pressure on Hamas, though he declined to elaborate on the specifics of these efforts. Like what? We've seen both countries play an incredibly important role in mediating this deal, making it clear that this deal is in the interest of the Palestinian people and doing so appropriately. U.S. officials privately noted that Egypt is applying more pressure on Hamas than in the past, though the extent of Egypt's private dialogue with the group remains unclear. The U.S. continues to advocate for the deal, with Biden and 16 other world leaders urging Hamas to accept it. That's ironic because it's actually Biden and 16 other world leaders urging Israel to accept it, emphasizing Israel's readiness to move forward. This is literally just like reverse world, a bizarro world. However, U.S. officials admit that there is no backup plan if Hamas rejects the deal. Hamas's expected refusal, as reported by the Hezbollah-affiliated Lebanese newspaper Al Akhbar, stems from clear statements by Israeli ministers and Knesset members indicating an intention to resume the war after a hostage deal, which is not the deal. That's a whole different deal. It's not a deal at all. There you go. It took us, 8 paragraphs to get to the fucking meat of the matter? The report claimed that these statements explicitly revealed Israel's plan to renew hostilities post-deal. Hamas demands a clear framework to end the war with actionable mechanisms, dismissing U.S. guarantees as insufficient. Does that elaborate? Does that help you understand with a little bit more clarity what is going on? Biden claims Israel has a proposal that is a 3-phase proposal that is also almost identical to the Hamas proposal that was given on February, in the month of February. Israel turns around and basically thinks that they can hide the true intentions of continuing hostilities, even though you have the term ceasefire in there. Well, we don't know if Israel actually put the term ceasefire in there, but at least Biden presented it as Israel's deal when he said ceasefire and a full-blown cessation of hostilities in phase 2. Israel turns around and goes, oh, no, we didn't mean it like that. We want to keep bombing, actually, with no clear indication of cessation of hostilities at all, as a matter of fact. We're going to keep going on with our military conquest to dismantle Hamas and destroy Hamas, both politically and militarily. Which is basically going back, and under normal terms, it's a rug pull. Yeah, as Shatter said. It's basically saying like, no, you don't understand. We're going to keep doing what we want to do. It's not a deal at all. So if you, and even in the article, they very openly and clearly state that. Yeah, dude, Hamas demands a clear framework to end the war with actionable mechanisms is incredibly valid. They're saying, do the deal that you said you're going to do. I'm a bit sad. I like that we're moving on and going, I'm a bit sad Hamas isn't accepting the deal. Bro, it's not a deal. It's not the deal, okay? Hamas saying, we will accept the deal that you put forward, but if it's not the deal that you put forward and you just keep blowing up Palestinian homes, then that's not a fucking ceasefire deal at all. It took you 0 fucking seconds. Look at what I am. Look at this. Look at what's in front of you. Even this is Ynet. It's obviously biased, and even then, why would you assume Israel would ceasefire in the ceasefire deal is so funny. I'm a bit sad Hamas isn't accepting the deal. I have no illusion of positive intentions from Israel, but I feel like the refusal will be used as an excuse to justify more slaughter when if they accept the deal and Israel reneged it would ratchet up pressure and more. Hard to be optimistic, just afraid more people are going to die. I can't tell if this is like Hasbara bots have been deployed in the chat or something as soon as we looked at this article. Just saying, when they keep doing it, there will be more pressure. What do you mean? There's no deal at all then. Like, Israel's like, yeah, no, give us the hostages and we'll continue our genocide. That's fucking insane. That's not a deal. That's not the deal. A ceasefire means a ceasefire, okay? No more blowing up Palestinian houses. It is also so laughable because, like, every Israeli mouthpiece so far has been like, no, we're going to keep blowing up Palestinian houses. Fuck this deal. This deal sucks dick. It's our deal, but it also sucks. We don't want it. And these guys are like, oh, man, I'm so sad that Hamas is not accepting the deal where Israel takes out the hostages and then continues killing every Palestinian. Okay. Like, I don't know how to describe to you the past week of action. It's been 7 full days since Joseph Robinette Brandon turned around and said, this is Israel's deal. And yet, for some weird reason, Israel has not agreed to its own deal. Does that not make sense to you? Does that not weird you out even a little bit? 2 Israeli officials said they'll resign if accepted. That's another part of it.
And best of all, I don't have to download a bunch of different apps just because some company couldn't keep my data secure. I value my privacy, and I'm sure you value yours. You can go to aura.com/firstthought to start your 2-week free trial. No strings attached. Try it out, and I promise you'll appreciate the peace of mind. Support the show and protect your valuable data by signing up today at the link below. First, some history and clarification. This war didn't start in February of 2022. It began in the early 1990s during negotiations over the reunification of Germany, when US Secretary of State James Baker and German Chancellor Helmut Kohl promised Soviet President Mikhail Gorbachev that NATO would not expand eastwards. These discussions were revealed through declassified documents and part of a broader diplomatic effort to integrate a unified Germany into NATO, without exacerbating reasonable Soviet security concerns. However, these assurances were never codified by formal agreements of any kind, which allowed the US to ignore their promise entirely. In the late 1990s and early 2000s, NATO began to admit nations from Central and Eastern Europe, and now encompasses nearly all of the former Eastern Bloc, except Belarus, Ukraine, and Georgia, though not for lack of trying. Fast forward to 2014 in Ukraine after the Orange Revolution. The Donbas region in eastern Ukraine, characterized by a significant Russian-speaking population and industrial base, perceived the ousting of Russia-friendly President Viktor Yanukovych as a direct threat to its economic and cultural interests. The subsequent Russian annexation of Crimea in March 2014, following a controversial referendum, further raised tensions, and set the stage for a violent conflict. Local actors in Donbas, including former members of the security forces, aligned with Russian interests to oppose the new Ukrainian government. Russia conducted overt and covert operations aimed at destabilizing Ukraine to prevent it joining NATO, and their support for the separatists in Donbas included military equipment and strategic guidance. Ukraine's response to the crisis only exacerbated the issue, and the state's weakness, evident in its inability to integrate diverse regional interests, particularly those of the East, significantly worsened the conflict. Ukraine began receiving warnings from the US about a Russian invasion in November of 2021. Reports emerged of significant Russian military buildups near Ukraine's border, which led the US to significantly increase its intelligence sharing and consultations with allies. The NATO Secretary General asked Russia to clarify its military activities near Ukraine's border, pointing to an abnormal concentration of approximately 90,000 troops, a number that rose to roughly 100,000 by early February. In late January, the US cautioned Belarus against supporting any Russian military initiatives, since Belarus was hosting a separate large contingent of 127,000 Russian troops for so-called military exercises. Despite these foreboding signs of a looming invasion, there remained understandable skepticism based on previous instances where similar Russian military buildup did not lead to open conflict. To add to the confusion, the US track record of lying about intelligence to further a policy agenda isn't great, to put it lightly. Concurrent with all this, the US escalated its own military presence in Eastern Europe by deploying an additional 1,000 troops and several fighter jets to enhance its air defenses.
He said that line for you, bro. I mean, it's true, including, but not limited to, the Ukrainian officials themselves saying, like, everybody calm the fuck down.
In Romania and Poland. Aside from bolstering the defenses of neighboring...
It's correct. America says foreign adversaries are going to fucking attack every goddamn day. You know, sometimes they're right. This was one of those instances where they were right.
NATO allies, the US of course stepped in to supply Ukraine with the arms it needed to resist the invasion once it began.
You were so adamant. This is such a dumb fucking take, especially because it's been years at this point. Like, I mean, if you still want to fucking run that line, you can. I mean, yeah, you're right. I recognize that I was wrong. I think my career as a political commentator is pretty solid if that's the one thing that people have, is that, like, I thought that it would be an unimaginable wrong and genuinely harmful for the prospects of Russia that they would invade Ukraine. You know? Yeah.
We can't give you an exhaustive list of everything the US has pledged or sent to Ukraine, but here's just a sample of what was included in the $800 million package from March 2022. 800 Stinger anti-aircraft systems, 2,000 Javelin and 1,000 light anti-armor weapons, over 20 million rounds of small arms ammunition, drones, grenade launchers, rifles, pistols, machine guns and shotguns, body armor and helmets, and myriad other pieces of equipment. Another security package worth $250 million included high-impact military equipment such as air defense systems, artillery, and anti-tank weapons.
The alternative was NATO infrastructure in Ukraine? No, it wasn't. No, it wasn't. No, there is no fucking NATO infrastructure in Ukraine, especially when Russia had already annexed Crimea, especially when there was ongoing conflict in two Eastern Ukrainian territory, Eastern Ukrainian towns. Doors open. It was 100% sure, dude.
But these packages, worth over $1 billion combined, are just a drop in the bucket.
Oblasts.
Direct aid aimed at assisting Ukraine tops $107 billion. And the total figure of congressionally approved aid since February 2022 is around $175 billion. Non-military financial support has also been crucial, with Western governments and international institutions like the World Bank providing significant economic assistance. For example, the World Bank committed $13 billion to stabilize Ukraine's economy and support reconstruction efforts. However, as with all such help, it comes with the catch of Western neoliberal reforms and anti-corruption measures supposedly meant to address long-term economic challenges. Initial US support for Ukraine against Russian aggression emphasized, quote, the preservation of global democracy and a rules-based international order. One major reason for the enthusiasm early in the war was Ukraine's significant progress in resisting Russian advances using Western military aid, suggesting this was a viable strategy for Western powers. Unfortunately for Ukraine, this overwhelming support would begin to fade on October 7th, 2023, for some reason. Anyway, since whatever happened on that date, Western governments have displayed significant apprehension, with numerous instances of delays and even reversals of aid pledges, reflecting serious uncertainty about Ukraine's prospects for total victory, a completely unified Ukraine. Western nations have struggled to maintain consistent aid. For example, the European Union promised to deliver 1 million shells by March 2024 and fell short, only delivering 30% of that. The Biden regime went from indefinite support to suggesting that the US will provide assistance as long as we can. And in a report titled Scenarios on the Russian War in Ukraine for 2024 and 2025, they outline scenarios where Western fatigue leads to a negotiated settlement, with Western partners pushing Ukraine towards a compromise due to a lack of visible military breakthrough. Slovakia, while advocating for Ukraine's EU membership and recently witnessing an attempted assassination of their prime minister, has shown hesitance in fully supporting sanctions against Russia due to its dependence on Russian energy. France has sent weapons to Ukraine but has been non-committal about an energy embargo and has kept the details of its military aid opaque. Germany, heavily reliant on Russian gas, reversed its ban on weapons transfers but continues to avoid an EU-wide oil and gas embargo. In a bid to safeguard future aid, Western allies are considering moving the US-led Ukraine Defense Contact Group under NATO control to ensure a steady flow of arms irrespective of political changes within individual nations. To add to this uncertainty, a severe lack of timely and adequate shipments of weaponry have significantly impacted Ukraine's ability to counter Russian advances effectively. Crucial systems like F-16 fighter jets that were needed in 2023 will only become operational in 2024, by which time, Ukrainian officials say, Russia will have adapted its strategies to counter them. Western failures, such as the shortage of ammunition and delayed support, have directly contributed to Ukrainian military setbacks.
I hate this war because I've seen quite a few friends transition from being revolutionary leftists to weird Max Blumenthal, RWA, Russian nationalists. Ukraine is the colonizer, Russia is the colonized. Putin is always doing masterstroke weirdos. Yeah. It is a very odd attitude to have. I don't understand it. It literally doesn't make sense because Russia doesn't even the Russian government doesn't even try to claim that they are even remotely revolutionary, Marxist, socialist, and in any case, so I don't even understand why they would be so duped. And I think it comes from these leftists are most likely all in the USA. Yeah, I think it comes from just the understandable resentment that people have to Western chauvinism that leaves no room for Western leftists to think about chauvinism in other nations and irredentist or imperialist actions from other nations that are also themselves capitalist. I don't know. I think that's probably the reason. That's most likely where it stems from, because it's on the one hand you have the oligarchy of the United States of America, on the other hand you have the oligarchy of Russia, a kleptocracy that is also hyper nationalistic, engaging in their own violent blood and soil conquest in Ukraine. Because Putin often talks about the glory of the USSR, but American leftists can't comprehend that he means Russian imperialism. But not really. He is much quicker to acknowledge that he is not a socialist by any means, and is, as a matter of fact, very much a capitalist. It's odd to me how Western nations don't support Ukraine, supposedly don't have weapons, while simultaneously supporting Israel, a genocidal state, with said weapons they don't have. No, I think a lot of folks on the left think that Putin is bad, but the U.S. and NATO causes conflict. I mean, the U.S. and NATO have definitely significantly contributed to the conflict. That's not ridiculous. But ultimately, Russia is a nation state in and of itself. The United States and NATO absolutely contributed to this. Having said that, however, it is still an illegal invasion that the Russian government engaged in. You know? I mean, I hate NATO, as you guys know. I'm pretty open about my overall distaste for NATO. I don't believe that it's a defensive posture in the way that many Western chauvinists immediately assume it is. But it's not that doesn't mean that Russia's calculations here or Russia's actions here are in any way, shape, or form justifiable, especially considering that most of these European countries had already openly said that they were not interested in allowing Ukraine into NATO ever.
Ukrainian military officials estimate.
Yeah. Oh, as far as the USSR goes, like it's not about, for many people, it's not about socialism at all. It's just about being a global power. It's the sense of pride and nostalgia that many people, even like people in Georgia, feel towards the USSR, not because they have like an ideological commitment to real existing socialism and an attempt to develop a socialist state or whatever. It's just more so that they like that it was a global superpower that was able to go toe to toe with the United States of America. That's what it is. So in a way, it's not all that dissimilar to having it be the glory of the Tsarist Russian Empire. It's just too far away for people to remember that, whereas the USSR is not that far away. It's in recent history.
That an additional 250,000 shells per month are needed just to keep pace with Russian forces. So, overall, Ukraine's prospects aren't looking good, and the West is at risk of losing yet another war. Here are just a few of the problems they face. The Kharkiv region has been a recent focal point of Russian advances. Despite fierce resistance, Ukrainian forces have struggled to hold their positions. Notable Russian advances have occurred near Kremina and Bilohorivka, where Ukraine was unable to halt the momentum of the Russian 20th Combined Arms Army and other units. Intense bombardments, including a significant increase in glide bomb strikes, further crippled Ukrainian defenses in Kharkiv Oblast. The battle for Bakhmut presents one of the most intense and costly for Ukrainian forces. Elements of the 7th Reconnaissance and Assault Brigade and the 331st VDV Regiment have been particularly active in attempting to advance towards Kalinivka, northeast of Bakhmut. The sustained Russian assaults have led to incremental territorial gains for Russia.
Blinken said just a week ago that Ukraine will join NATO. Dude, oh, come on. Be for fucking real, dude. Like, yeah, so did George W. Bush on his way out, okay? Which kind of started this whole thing for both Georgia and Ukraine in general. Like, yes, they also said, we will supply you all the defenses necessary. And they also said, you're going to win the war. You're going to fucking purge all the Russian orcs. Not everything that the American State Department says is always going to correspond to the reality.
Russia in the region. Ukraine has also faced severe shortages of personnel. In the southern region, Russian forces have advanced in Donetsk Oblast, capturing key positions west and northwest of Bakhmut, including Bodanivka and parts of Chasiv Yar, a major defensive stronghold due to its elevation. Elements of the Russian 98th Airborne Division, supported by the 11th Separate VDV Brigade and 150th Motorized Rifle Division, have been particularly aggressive in their attacks near Ivanivska and east of Chasiv Yar. The Ukrainian military has also faced severe shortages.
I think the quicker you recognize that Russia's actions in Ukraine are not done out of some like symbolic realignment with a socialist cause attached to it, and is simply another capitalist nation run by oligarchs with a despotic madman leading the charge, a very authoritarian one, as a matter of fact, the easier it is for you to understand this calculation. Russia's actions against Ukraine are not inherently anti-imperial. It is not defensive. Okay. There are defensive measures that you can apply through trade and through developing trade relations, as Russia was doing, and making sure that European or American interference in Ukrainian affairs do not go beyond like the regular civil society organizations that they were propping up, and maybe some protests here and there, protests that turn into government changes and whatnot, but ultimately never direct NATO involvement, like building fucking missile bases pointed at Moscow. But NATO represents a threat to Russia. No, do you support NATO growing? No, it is because of that I think, on top of all of the cruelty
And on top of all the violence, that I'm additionally frustrated with not only Vladimir Putin's actions, but also those who defend him. Because Vladimir Putin's actions are a gift to NATO. Vladimir Putin, by invading Ukraine and also showing that he was incapable completely of dismantling the Ukrainian leadership, basically show that he was in many ways a threat that needs security assurances against, while simultaneously showing that he's not that big of a threat that like other countries like Finland and Sweden, which had dual neutrality agreements with the USSR in the past, can actually go and join NATO without fear of like actual fucking bombing campaigns and actual on the ground military invasion. If Russia had the smoke for Ukraine, if Russia had the actual smoke for Ukraine and was able to capture Kiev, decapitate the leadership, and put in like some kind of, I don't know, military leadership or some kind of fucking pro-Kremlin leadership in Ukraine in a swift manner, as is the case with the military operation, special military operation, as was the ultimate goal of it, and could have immediately had air superiority, which they didn't, then the calculation would be very different from a realpolitik perspective. Okay? It would be different for Finland or all these other countries to, they would calculate the situation differently. They would look at it and go, okay, maybe they do have some smoke. Maybe we won't join NATO. Calling it a special operation? No, I'm not calling it a special operation. I'm saying they called it a special operation, which obviously it wasn't. Are you fucking stupid or that horny to catch me slipping with my secret loyalty to Vladimir Putin or something? There is no world in which I consider this a special operation. I never have. I called it an invasion from day one, you fucking idiot. God damn, people are so fucking desperate. Agreed, that was Putin's biggest mistake. Now, due to the lost lives, he can't back down because if he does, it's pretty much the end of his political career. Anyway.
Of personnel. Efforts to staff new units have been hampered by the need for extensive Western military assistance to train new recruits. Meanwhile, there's strong pressure from Russian advances, which necessitate continuous replenishment of manpower and materiel, something Ukraine just cannot balance at the moment. To address this, Ukraine passed a new draft law on April 11, 2024 that aims to address the urgent need for more soldiers. The new law mandates that all eligible men aged 18 to 60 register for military service. It removes defined service terms, that is, limiting service to a defined time period, and it increases compensation for volunteers. The law also includes provisions allowing individuals with certain criminal convictions to serve, and mandates local government and police support in the conscription process. These changes have sparked significant public opposition due to concerns over indefinite duration of service, human rights, and the psychological impact on conscripts and their families. Russian missile and drone strikes have targeted Ukraine's energy infrastructure, significantly disrupting the country's thermal power plants and leading to widespread power outages. Russian forces have damaged or disrupted roughly 80% of electricity generation at these plants, exploiting the degraded Ukrainian air defense umbrella to collapse the country's energy grid. This has further strained Ukraine's military logistics and overall war effort.
Like, they're not even remotely playing fair either, like Russia, I mean, in terms of like rules of engagement. The entire fucking country, for the most part, even including Western territory, is still seen as like fair play. It's just awful. Anyway.
As the energy grid's degradation has compounded operational difficulties and disrupted civilian life. All in all, Ukraine's prospects don't look good. It appears the West is willing to sell it for parts, a peace, and allow Russia to keep the land they took during their military operation. So, appeasement. French President Emmanuel Macron has indicated the possibility of deploying French troops to Ukraine. This potential deployment includes several scenarios aimed at bolstering Ukrainian defenses and deterring further Russian advances. One scenario involves defending strategic locations, like Odessa, in the event of significant Russian advances. A strong French contingent could be deployed to secure the strategic port city, ensuring Ukraine's access to the sea. Another scenario considers establishing safe zones along Ukraine's border with Belarus, securing critical areas, and freeing Ukrainian troops for combat operations in the east, thus preventing new Russian offensives. One question we should address is, if Russian troops were to kill French troops in the Ukrainian theater of war, would that automatically trigger Article 5? Thankfully, no. And the key word here is automatically. First, French troops deployed in Ukraine without NATO's collective decision would not automatically trigger Article 5. France would need to convince other NATO members that the attack constituted an attack on NATO itself. Second, since Article 5 requires a consensus among NATO members, each member would need to agree.
I cannot comprehend a world in which this is seen as like politically appropriate by the overarching French population, that they go to Ukraine and fight against Russian forces in Ukraine and die in Ukraine. Come on, bro. Article 5 is a joke considering the Turkish perspective? Yes. Well, but you have to remember, that's Turkey. Second largest army in NATO, okay? So Turkey gets to do war on other NATO nations when it feels like it. Including, but not limited to, French deployment in Libya, as a matter of fact. I think that there was some back and forth there too. It wasn't just Greece. A lot of people go, oh, well, what about Turkey and Greece? And it's like, didn't know you were so pro-Putin, but it's fine. What? Are people hallucinating? What is going on? Or are you just like trying to hit a top of the hour ad break debate? Is that what's happening? Because the only thing I'm in favor of is you avoiding those ads at the top of the fucking hour. Okay. I can't speak on Ukraine's defenses, but I can tell you, you can defend yourself against the 3-minute ad break at the top of the hour by subscribing. Deploying tripwire troops into an active war zone is fucking ass backwards nonsense. There's no reason to send troops unless you go to full-scale war. Yeah. Anyway, it's like de facto sanctions. The defenses against the top of the hour ad break. You know, by subscribing. Here's the 3-minute ad break now. You were first to criticize Israel for attempting to create a mono-ethnic society, but what about Ukraine, who after 2014 Maidan was doing the same? Bro, that's insane. Like, don't get me fucking started on this shit, okay? Oh my God, come on, dude. Yeah, Ukraine is doing Israel.
That the circumstances warrant a collective response, and given the divided political stances within NATO, achieving such consensus is unlikely, especially for a deployment not officially sanctioned by NATO. And third, historically, NATO...
Ukraine has lost, the West and especially Europe is desperate, they created a monster. That part I don't disagree with as much. I do think that the ground that Ukraine has lost genuinely is devastating for European considerations, for American considerations. It is a big blow to America's power around the globe. It certainly does not look good. America can keep saying like, well, we're doing a war of attrition. We're destroying the Russian military and not a single active duty service member is dying in the process. It's fucking awesome. But ultimately, it's not so awesome.
has been cautious about direct military involvement in non-member countries to avoid escalation with Russia. So even if French troops were attacked, NATO might respond with non-military measures, such as more sanctions, rather than direct military retaliation. Ukraine's plight and likely eventual loss in this war marks another chapter in the decline of Western hegemonic power. Despite some surprising victories early in the conflict, Ukraine's chances of overcoming Russia's relentless advances now appear slim. The West's support, while substantial, has faltered.
What? Most of us in EU are together against Russia. I like you, but sometimes I think you don't understand how bad Russia/Putin is. They are like Israel to Palestinians. First of all, Russia and its actions in Ukraine are similar to Israel. You know, that's not like they are the invading party. They are the party that is in the wrong. But beyond that, if you think that like what Russia is doing to Ukraine right now is like, you know, is similar to, I mean, even on the metrics, they're not close. Putin is not good, but Putin doesn't have to be as bad as Israel to be in the wrong. I said last year when Ukrainian counteroffensive failed that Russia is going to hold on until the West loses interest. Russia wins here and has secured a land bridge to Crimea and Black Sea port. I don't know what these chatters want you to say. Why does Putin have to be Hitler for these people to support Ukraine? They want this because I mean, I think a lot of people, without considering what it means to go into all-out war with a nuclear-armed nation, just kind of want America to dominate. Maybe. I don't know. I actually don't know. I think that a lot of people are looking at this and going, no, Putin is Putler. He is like Hitler. You're appeasing Hitler. We have to fucking fight until every Russian is dead. I don't know. You called BB Hitler, Lamau? I mean, yeah. Vladimir Putin is a despot. He's very violent. He's ultra nationalistic. He is a fascist, especially, for sure. But yeah, I think that Benjamin Netanyahu and Zionism is a closer analog to the fascism that we saw in Nazi Germany than even the Russian ultranationalism is. There's definitely sex in Russian ultranationalism that is identical to Hitlerian politics. But yeah.
Key military aid arrives late or not at all, and vital support systems are either inadequate or delayed, leaving Ukraine to fend off a superior force with inferior, dwindling resources. While NATO's eastward expansion, despite assurances to the contrary, sowed the seeds of this conflict, we want to be clear.
What? Israel's Ukraine in this situation? Hamas attacked first? Israel's defending itself? Wait, what? What? Bro, this is my favorite type of guy who is like, Ukraine is in the right, which, you know, I agree. And also Israel is in the right. This is directly mainlining American State Department propaganda. These are the most unique individuals. They are obviously the most common individuals in American politics in general, like those in positions of power, but they are the most unique individuals when you even look at like the American population. Like across the board, this is not like a universally shared value. Most people are pro-Ukraine and pro-Palestine in this situation. Yeah, it's Jake Sullivan in the chat.
That this does not justify Russia's invasion. It's simply the explanation given by Russia, and it's our job to report that. Regardless, the initial shock of Russia's invasion was met with global condemnation and a rush of military aid to Ukraine. But as the conflict dragged on and successes became fewer and farther between, enthusiasm began to wane. This shift became starkly evident after October 7, 2023, when the West's focus suddenly diverted for no conceivable reason, causing aid and support to Ukraine to become inconsistent. Meanwhile, Ukrainian ground forces faced severe shortages of manpower and ammunition, compounded by relentless Russian bombardment.
Pro-Israel and pro-Russia is the most unique one. Haven't seen that in the wild. That's one, the Republican Party. Okay. And two, everyone in Russia. And three, everyone in Israel. Not everyone in Israel, but most people in Israel. That's like a pretty commonly shared perspective in both Russia and in Israel, and also the American Republican Party to a certain degree. And in India, oh yeah, that's another, yep, there you go. Is really rare outside of America law is not as common as you think in Russia. What, being pro-Russia and pro-Israel? Pro-Palestine and pro-Russia is the rarest one, to be honest. It's the pro-Palestine, pro-Russia is the Jackson Hinkle, the Jackson Hinkle side of the equation. I would say pro-Palestine and pro-Russia also is like every non-aligned nation. Like most of the African nations, most of the countries that are like most of the countries that I would say are victims to American imperialism historically. Okay, you're exaggerating a little. It's mostly the Russian population in Israel. Most Israelis, especially liberals and shit, are pro-Ukraine from what I know, though I don't have poll numbers at the top of my head. Yeah, the BRICS enjoyers are the pro-Palestine, pro-Russia people. Pro-Palestine, pro-Russia is the Al-Mayadeen take. It's basically just fuck America everywhere I see it take. Yeah. Which is a, significant number of people.
Bombardments targeting critical infrastructure. Cities like Kharkiv and regions in Donetsk Oblast have seen fierce battles, with Ukrainian defenses crumbling under sustained Russian pressure. The war has also taken a toll on Ukraine's economy and civilian infrastructure, leading to widespread power outages and further complicating their defense efforts. The promises of unyielding support from the West, the US in particular, have proven empty as always. With key allies showing reluctance to fully commit to mere sanctions, it's looking increasingly likely that Ukraine and the West will have to negotiate a settlement that cedes territory to Russia. Only time will tell the specifics, but what is now abundantly clear is that the United States' promises of total victory will not come to fruition. Episodes like this one are made possible thanks to our generous patrons on Patreon. If you'd like to help support the show and get some great perks while you're at it, consider becoming a patron. Perks include access to our Discord server, early access to videos, ad-free episodes, and more. You can help us keep the channel afloat by becoming a patron at patreon.com/firstthought. Thanks for watching, and we'll see you next time.
Will Taiwan spark World War III? Let's watch this one too.
Taiwan, a small island off the coast of the People's Republic of China. Home to over 23 million people and known for its cutting-edge semiconductor industry, Taiwan has, in the past couple decades, become a potential flashpoint for World War III. If this news comes as a shock to you, that's understandable. Tension surrounding the island has been increasing fairly quietly, and been overshadowed by other, more explosive world events and conflicts. Just recently, between the Russian invasion of Ukraine and the ongoing genocide in Palestine, little attention has been paid to the powder keg that is Taiwan, besides the US's constant anti-China propaganda. While the United States claims—
Bro, this is the funniest thing. What the hell? The video in the pin isn't the one you're watching? Bro, I literally just changed the video. What are you talking about? Yeah, because I clicked on a new video just this second. Did you literally... Like, we are 46 seconds into the video. Like, calm down, chatter. Oh my God. What the hell? Like, I admire your speedy nature in which you immediately are like checking to see what the name of the video is, but it's crazy that you were like so fucking fast.
Claims that China is the sole source of the simmering tension, the reality is more complicated and doesn't paint a flattering picture of the US. Is Taiwan really a robust democracy and bastion of freedom? Is Taiwan a US client state, little more than a glorified military outpost with immense strategic importance in a potential future war? Or is it something else entirely? In this episode, we'll discuss this small island's place in global politics. But before we do, I'd like to take a quick moment to thank our channel sponsor, Aura. As you all know, we make political content here and on our other channels. Unfortunately, that means some people don't like us very much. These days, a quick Google search is all it takes to find someone's personal information. Data brokers sell it. That's why I've been using Aura to help keep my privacy commits opt-out requests for workers. I'll give you a real-world example. AT&T recently revealed that over 73 million customers...
Okay, I'm skipping it because we already saw this.
Secure. First thought, signed. Signing up today at the link below. Taiwan has been inhabited by humans for over 15,000 years. Human fossils discovered in caves near Chongping and Sochen show human activity on the island dating back to the late Ice Age. Although little is known about these early inhabitants, they left behind pottery, stone tools, and other evidence of their rich prehistoric culture. They came to Taiwan at a time when it was a vital part of early human migration patterns, back when sea levels were lower and Taiwan was connected to modern-day mainland China. The ancestors of the indigenous peoples of Taiwan most likely came from Southeast Asia sometime before what we in the West call the Common Era, that is, before 1 CE. There are 9 distinct tribes, each with its own language and traditions. The most visible evidence of their influence is the slash-and-burn agricultural technique, which was adapted to the island's environment and became central to Taiwan's agricultural practices. Today, indigenous people make up less than 2% of Taiwan's population. China's initial interactions with Taiwan were sporadic and lacked the ambition of colonization. The Chinese viewed the island as peripheral, and while historical records mention a 10,000-strong Chinese expedition sent to explore Taiwan in the 3rd century CE, and the famous explorer Zheng He's unplanned visit in 1430, there's no evidence of permanent Chinese settlements until much later. In fact, the Chinese government actively discouraged emigration to Taiwan throughout much of this period, fearing that large settlements abroad could become havens for pirates and rebels, potentially leading to increased banditry and insurrection on the mainland. Then, in the 17th century, economic hardship and social unrest in Fujian and Guangdong provinces drove Chinese migrants to Taiwan, seeing it as a land of opportunity. Unlike those few who came earlier for temporary work, these migrants intended to establish permanent roots. Initially, many Chinese farmers followed a seasonal pattern, staying on the island from planting to harvest before returning to the mainland for winter. As the population grew, Taiwan's agricultural production boomed, with crops like rice and sugar destined for lucrative mainland markets. Trade with Japan flourished. However, this influx of migrants began to push out the indigenous people as they cleared forest for farmland and irrigation systems. Over time, the demographic balance tilted decisively in favor of the Han Chinese, laying the groundwork for the ethnic makeup of modern Taiwan. The Netherlands and Spain made brief and notable appearances during the colonial era in an attempt to dominate trade with the East with varying levels of success. It remained a Dutch colony from 1624 until it was seized by the Chinese in 1662. The Qing would later annex it as part of China in 1683. Foreign encroachments would escalate over a century later with the First Opium War in 1839, which resulted in Britain acquiring Hong Kong. The Second Opium War further opened China to foreign trade, with the Treaty of Tientsin in 1858 allowing access to Taiwan's ports. The subsequent arrival of British consul Robert Swinhoe in 1861 marked the establishment of the first foreign consulate in Taiwan. Swinhoe chose Tamsui as the main port, although trade mainly occurred in Bangka and Taipei. For over 3 decades, the British consulate remained the sole foreign diplomatic presence in Taiwan. The Japanese were the next to invade the island, doing so in the late 19th and early 20th centuries. Conflict began due to the events of December 1871, when a vessel belonging to the Ryukyuan, an ethnic group native to the Ryukyu Islands, carrying 69 people, ran aground off the coast of the island, resulting in 3 drowned, 54 killed by the local Mutan tribe, and the remaining 12 escaping, eventually returning to Japan. In February 1874, Japan dispatched an expedition to Taiwan, engaging in fierce battles with the Mutan tribe. Despite initial setbacks, Japan prevailed, establishing a colonial government. The Qing court responded by reinforcing defenses on the island and avoiding escalation. This stalemate ultimately led to negotiations. China agreed to provide compensation and recognize Japan's sovereignty. In spite of this diplomatic effort, tensions continued to escalate, culminating in the First Sino-Japanese War. The result, the ceding of Taiwan and the nearby islands to Japan under the Treaty of Shimonoseki in 1895, officially establishing Japanese colonial rule over the island. Although organized resistance officially ended in October 1895, Taiwan's Chinese residents continued to resist Japanese rule through guerrilla actions. Under Japanese colonial rule, Taiwan experienced significant economic development and modernization. The colonial administration focused on infrastructure, economic diversification, and integration with Japan. Armed resistance continued, with various uprisings opposing Japanese authority throughout the early 20th century. Like most colonial governments, they relied on a violent police force to maintain control. During World War II, Taiwan was pressed into service by the fascist Japanese war machine, experiencing a surge in industrial production to meet its demands. They also mobilized labor and promoted assimilation through programs like the Kominka policy, which met with varying degrees of success. But before the program could be completed, in August 1945, Japan surrendered, ending their colonial rule. Taiwan was nominally ceded to China in October 1945. However, it would end up being dominated by the brutal, right-wing, US-aligned Kuomintang, not the legitimate communist government seated in Beijing. In the aftermath of their defeat in the Chinese Civil War against the communist forces led by Mao Zedong, the Kuomintang, or KMT, retreated to Taiwan in 1949 under the leadership of the US-backed dictator Chiang Kai-shek. This marked the beginning of the KMT's rule over the island. The fascists went on to claim a government in exile in Taipei in a feeble attempt to appear as the legitimate government of all of China. The KMT implemented a series of measures aimed at consolidating their control over Taiwan and suppressing dissent. Martial law was declared, severely curtailing opposition and political freedoms.
What do you mean, legitimate communist? My man said free Hong Kong and said legitimate communist in air quotes. Brother, what the hell are you talking about? Even the American government was forced to concede on that position. Like, we're not talking about modern Taiwan. Okay, we're talking about like the fucking straight up bloodthirsty fascist KMT dictatorship. It's very different than what Taiwan looks like now.
KMT launched campaigns to reform Taiwanese society, often targeting local culture, language, and traditions in favor of Mandarin Chinese and mainland Chinese values. Dissenters were often subject to arrest, imprisonment, and even execution. These measures, among others, were part of the KMT's broader efforts to assert its authority over Taiwan and enforce the nationalist cause. In addition to the repression, the party implemented policies aimed at promoting economic development. However, the economic successes achieved under the KMT were accompanied by rising social inequality and discontent. The Kuomintang's assimilationist policies aimed at imposing mainland Chinese culture and language on the Taiwanese population sparked even more resentment and resistance among many Taiwanese who sought to preserve their distinct identity and heritage. One program in particular deserves to be explored in more detail: the White Terror, a collection of campaigns aimed at eliminating groups the nationalist government considered threats. Accounts from eyewitnesses and survivors paint a harrowing picture of the atrocities committed by the nationalist government during this period. Random violence, arbitrary arrests, and summary executions became commonplace. The streets of Taipei and Keelung became scenes of horror, with soldiers and secret police murdering suspected dissidents with impunity. They targeted communists, of which there were few, members of the settlement committee, intellectuals, students, journalists, anyone with ties to foreign countries. The regime's crackdown also extended to family of suspected dissidents. The scale of the violence was appalling. Estimates of the number of people killed range from 25 to 30,000, which is staggering when you realize this was done in a matter of days or weeks. The methods of execution were often brutal and sadistic. Victims were subjected to torture, mutilation, and public humiliation before being murdered. Bodies were disposed of in mass graves, which were spread all over the island. Despite the widespread atrocities, the United States steadfastly stood by its newest anti-communist vassal state. American approval allowed the KMT to operate with impunity. The US provided significant military and diplomatic support to the nationalist government, and there was little effort to address the human rights abuses taking place on the ground. This support of Chiang Kai-shek's oppressive regime contributed immensely to the suffering of the Taiwanese people. The Cold War-era policy obsession with preventing the spread of communism was not only an abject failure, but overshadowed legitimate concerns about the actual human rights violations and lack of democracy in Taiwan. It was not until the 1980s, after the gradual transition to US-style liberal democracy, that the full extent of the atrocities committed began to be acknowledged and addressed.
It's so funny to consider because, like, there is almost an identical parallel in South Korea as there is one in Taiwan as well. It's just that the DPRK is nothing now, whereas the Chinese government is like a very well-developed superpower. So the while the actions early on were identical, the political calculations are a little bit different at this point, considering that South Korea is obviously significantly more powerful in the global marketplace than the DPRK is.
And if all this sounds pretty familiar, it's because the US uses
Why do you
this
support fascism? Wait, what? Words have meaning, man. What are you doing here? What are you saying?
Playbook with all its imperialist projects, because it works. The current relationship between the United States and Taiwan is characterized by asymmetry and coercion, with military support and political meddling playing pivotal roles. Since World War II and the Chinese Civil War, Taiwan has occupied a client state position in US foreign policy. Unquestioning US support for the anti-communist stronghold is a relic of the Cold War. The enactment of the Taiwan Relations Act, or TRA, in 1979 solidified US commitment to Taiwan while acknowledging the One China policy with the People's Republic of China, which means that, officially, the US recognizes the PRC and not the breakaway government in Taiwan as the legitimate government of China, and that differences between China and the island should be resolved peacefully. The TRA is also the reason the United States is the main supplier of weapons to Taiwan. Recently, the Biden administration announced a $345 million military aid package reinforcing US commitment to Taiwan's defense. This aid package aims to streamline the approval process for weapons sales to Taiwan as a bulwark against perceived Chinese aggression towards the island. The media has been making a big deal about this, but it's actually a fairly small aid package comparatively. In 2023, the US authorized the historic amount of nearly $6 billion in foreign military sales to Taiwan. This was the highest single-year figure on record. 2023 also saw the introduction.
It's not just that. Oh, it's not just that for Taiwan, but also beyond that. Beyond that, there's also the defensive contracts and moving back into the Philippines and rebuilding previous military bases. Encircling China in and around the South China Sea to ensure that there are, defensive military positions aimed directly at the Chinese mainland, gearing up or at least like posturing against a potential war with China.
Production of another funding mechanism, the similarly named Foreign Military Financing Program, which granted Taiwan another $80 million. We won't detail every military financial deal, but we do need to look at the bigger picture. Since 1950, the total value of US arms sales to Taiwan has reached over $44 billion, with $37 billion of it coming since 2010, which puts the US narrative into serious question, namely that it's supposedly China ramping up tensions around Taiwan, In fact, this points the finger in exactly the opposite direction. In addition to this massive funding, the US has created various military exchange programs aimed at enhancing Taiwan's military capabilities, again claiming that these programs are for defense. They include joint training exercises, military education, and technology transfer initiatives. For example, the US has stationed Army Special Forces personnel on Taiwan's outlying islands. These deployments, approved under the US 2023 National Defense Authorization Act, focus on capacity building and enhancing operational effectiveness for Taiwan's armed forces. The US has supported Taiwan's asymmetric defense strategy, which emphasizes deterrence through low-cost mobile weapons and other capabilities. Obviously, China staunchly opposes US arms sales to Taiwan, with good reason. We don't exactly have a good track record. The passage of bills allocating military aid for Taiwan by the US Congress has elicited strong condemnation from China, and has only served to further sour relations between the three parties. Despite the absence of formal diplomatic relations, the United States remains Taiwan's most critical ally and arms supplier. In addition to military support, the United States has actively engaged in propaganda efforts to bolster Taiwan's international standing. This includes advocating for Taiwan's participation in international forums and strengthening economic ties between the two nations. Again, if this reminds you of another US project, that's not a coincidence. The Taiwan question may very well be answered in the next 5 to 10 years, and certainly before the century is out. But how it is answered is a more important question. Despite US saber-rattling and their apparent intentions, we can hope that the issue will be resolved peacefully. US disengagement from most places in which they have a presence would go a long way towards peace. But in few places would it make more of a difference than in Taiwan. Episodes like this one are made possible thanks to our generous patrons on Patreon. If you'd like to help support the show, and get some great perks while you're at it, consider becoming a patron. Perks include access to our Discord server, early access to videos, ad-free episodes, and more. You can help us keep the channel afloat by becoming a patron at patreon.com/firstthought. Thanks for watching, and we'll see you next time.
Anyway. Does he still own Second Thought? Yeah, why wouldn't he?
Interview with President Biden, who honored these heroes today, and the poignant moment at the Normandy American Cemetery here with President Biden and First Lady Jill Biden.
Baby bro, will you say that China is cruel and in the wrong when they are forced to attack Taiwan? If they do, yes. Baby bro. Yeah, dude. You just said forced to attack Taiwan. Is Taiwan just Chinese Taipei? If so, why is China attacking more China? You said baby bro. I think ultimately the Chinese strategy of just letting America do its insanity all around the world and just kind of kicking back and being a dominant global power through trade agreements and economic cooperation has been pretty good so far. If they wanted to invade China, if they wanted to invade Taiwan, don't you think that, I mean, look, this is not a prediction at all, but obviously the most opportune time to invade Taiwan would have been, you know, early October.
What we noticed on one of the crosses.
Is your solution just to keep the status quo? I think yes, that is the best possible solution. Especially considering that while the Taiwanese people, the Taiwanese population
if given the option between independence and being a part of mainland China, choose independence, the majority of the population, the overwhelming majority of the Taiwanese population still wants not to rock the boat, considering that, you know, there are so many Taiwanese people that work in China, vice versa. Taiwanese people are still Chinese, and they see themselves as Chinese as well as Taiwanese, and see Chinese prosperity as not the worst thing in general. They don't like the CCP. I would say it's different than Ukraine in that regard as well.
And the remarkable exchange here between President Zelensky today and a World War II veteran who told Zelensky, "You are a savior of the people." Zelensky said, "No, you saved Europe." But we begin tonight with our exclusive interview with President Biden. Ukraine, Russia, the president closing the US-Mexico border. I asked him, why not sooner? The president on Donald Trump's guilty verdict and on his own son, Hunter Biden's trial. I asked, would he pardon his son? But we started with the significance of this day, our interview with Omaha Beach, right behind us. It's not lost on us where we are today, what these brave young American sons did 80 years ago. And we know what we're witnessing in the world right now, the wars, the deep divisions at home. What do you think these American heroes can teach us right now about meeting this moment?
Stand up, tell the truth, serve your country. You know, imagine what they had to come through. I was here 30 years ago, came in on a landing craft. You could see from out there what they saw here. The idea that they got off those boats, they got off those landing crafts. Many of them died. It's just astounding. It's astounding. But what it says to me is how critical alliances are. How critical alliances are for our security.
You talk about those alliances. I wanted to ask you about Ukraine. I know for years you resisted the idea of American weapons being used for any sort of direct strike inside Russia. But we did witness this shift in recent days, authorizing American weapons for limited direct strikes. Are American weapons being used right now inside Russia?
They're authorized to be used in proximity to the border. We're not authorizing strikes 200 miles into Russia. We're not authorizing strikes on Moscow, on the Kremlin.
Does this at all concern you, though, that it could not only escalate the war between Ukraine and Russia, but draw the U.S., the West into this in a much larger way?
It theoretically could, but it's not likely. Look, the idea that Russia is this juggernaut that is absent nuclear weapons is...
It'd be so easy to be China's leader. Just leave Taiwan alone and say to Putin, get the fuck out of Ukraine. History books would say great words about him or her. I love people who just fucking put the word commie in their username and then say such laughable things like this. China could be the good guy and end this shit everywhere right now. Yeah. I assume you're like a little child, right? Like a little baby. Like, what the fuck are you saying? Following since 2020. Yeah. Definitely. It would be super easy to be China's leader. Just leave Taiwan alone. I don't know if you've looked at a map, but the Taiwanese airspace, depending on your personal considerations, could literally directly be mainland China. Why shouldn't they leave Taiwan alone? America should leave Taiwan alone then, don't you think? You're like, no, it's a given that America like will not leave Taiwan alone. Hasan scared of the question? No, I'm serious. So just let Taiwan collapse, right? Because you love China. Is that what I said? I am of the mindset, alongside the majority of the Taiwanese population, of not rocking the boat and turning Taiwan into another version of Ukraine for the fancy and the interest of America and its endless war against other dominant global powers. Is Taiwan collapsing? What the fuck are you talking about?
Conventional juggernaut. You know how many troops they've lost so far? 350,000 dead or wounded without a single.
It's also funny because, like, this is not even the American State Department position. The American State Department recognizes Chinese Taipei as a part of more China. It's just that there's this thing that America has called, since the Nixon era, strategic ambiguity, which the layman will understand as lying. Where they're like, yeah, no, actually, we recognize the Chinese government. We recognize the People's Republic of China. And we will continue recognizing China as one China. Except, while that is our official position, we will consistently, throughout the White Terror, as JT recognized and mentioned, and beyond, continue giving as many weapons as possible to the early fascists, who ironically now are no longer the anti-China party in Taiwan, mind you. Like, the KMT's position has changed throughout the years, and as far as I understand, the KMT position is now more continued relations with China, whereas the current party that won is super anti-unification. Yeah. The fascists are now no longer, like, the original fascist party is no longer interested in complete isolation and is more seen as more pro-unification than this pro-American party. To be fair, dude, is there a reason why you do this every day? I legitimately want to know, because this is from yesterday and you're doing it again, or this is from yesterday. Like, are you lonely? Do you want me to pay attention to you? Do you feel sad? Like people don't acknowledge you or something? Like, you do this every day, bro. This is from the 5th, 2 days ago. And you started asking, why am I always eating, before I started eating too. Yes, I'm very sad. Okay, well then stop fucking saying this over and over again in the chat, because you're going to be more sad when you can no longer type in the chat. Okay?
American troop being engaged by supplying the Ukrainians with the weapons they need.
Let me ask you about what Vladimir Putin said last night about this authorization of American weapons inside Russia. He said the supply of high-precision weapons to Ukraine for strikes on Russian territory is direct participation in this war, and again talked about Russia's nuclear capabilities. Does that concern you?
I've known him for over 40 years. He's concerned me for 40 years. He's not a decent man. He's a dictator, and he's struggling to make sure he holds this country together while still keeping this assault going. We're not talking about giving them weapons to strike Moscow, to strike the Kremlin, to strike just across the border where they're receiving significant fire from conventional weapons used by the Russians to go into Ukraine to kill the Ukrainians.
I want to turn to Israel. It was 1 week ago you stood before the American people, before the world, with this ceasefire proposal. You urged Hamas to accept it. The first phase of this is a temporary ceasefire to get hostages out, including Americans. But it hasn't happened yet. And I'm curious, is Benjamin Netanyahu...
How would Americans feel if China said, shouldn't we start supporting Cuba if they want to start military bases in Cuba? Wait, what? That is already happening. No, a better analog would be Puerto Rico. Cuba is a sovereign nation. It would be if China was like, hey, actually, we're going to build military bases in Puerto Rico. We think Puerto Rican independence is important. We want to defend Puerto Rican democracy. Guam even? Wait, what do you mean? Guam is already an American military base. YouTuber Nico Omalana, who previously ran and came 5th in the 2021 Mayor of London election, is running against Rishi Sunak in Richmond and North Allerton seat. Oh my God. Puerto Rico is a colony, so not even this works. Yeah, but it's like Puerto Ricans are American citizens still. You know?
Netanyahu fully on board with what you proposed before the world?
He's publicly said he is. Our European friends are in on it. We have to get a ceasefire.
But on this relationship with Benjamin Netanyahu, you have said repeatedly that Israel has every right to defend itself, that America stands with Israel. But you also have at times said the response has been over the top, were your words. You warned about Rafah. We've seen what's happened inside Rafah. You're aware the weapons experts looked at the bomb that was used, some of the weapons that were used that killed civilians at that camp, and determined some of those weapons were American made. Is Benjamin Netanyahu listening to you?
Nope.
I think he's listening to me. They were going to go into Rafah full bore, invade all of Rafah, go into the city, take it out, move with full force. They haven't done that. And what they've done is they've agreed to a significant agreement that if in fact Hamas accepts it, and look, it's being backed by Egypt, being backed by the Saudis, being backed by almost the whole Arab world. We'll see. This is a very difficult time.
Let me ask you about one of the major issues back home, immigration, and your executive action in recent days on the U.S.-Mexico border. As we sit here today, that border has...
Taiwan has no chance of fighting China, no matter how many more missiles or jets we sell them. Meanwhile, the real threat for China is Japan. It is getting pushed into a corner in the region by USA military bases. That part is true, which is why one of the key negotiations between Xi Jinping and Brandon when he came to San Francisco was specifically that. China has also escalated its nuclear proliferation program.
in recent years as a direct counter to the Japanese defense industry being revitalized in a country that previously, for historic reasons, has not been so militant post-World War II. And therein lies the problem. This was legitimately a point of contention that was discussed in the San Francisco agreements, where Xi Jinping said, we will not continue our nuclear proliferation as long as you do not increase Japan's defenses, like its defense industry. Should China just let part of the country go forever? Let the U.S. interfere in China's internal affairs? Taiwan's new government change the education to remove any Chinese ties from history. Future generations will not consider themselves as Chinese, and reunification will be impossible the longer China waits. Dude, I don't know how to describe this to you, but I don't really care about like the actual national boundaries that one country has decided it should have. Lama Fayal, what is Japan going to conscript as retirement homes? No, but like the Japanese defense industry would be, kind of scary. A lot of Philippines trouble stirring also. I think it's most likely the Philippines could be the next Ukraine, more so than Taiwan. I think the Philippine Maoist movement should thrive and control the country. Why shouldn't Japan build their defense forces right now? Bro, this guy, again, commie in the name, literally been here since 2020. And weirdly enough, he's just like, China could be the good guys by, exerting influence on Russia. Also, why shouldn't Japan build their defense forces? I don't know. Why shouldn't Germany build their defense forces? Investigate that question. Really, investigate that question a little bit. Why shouldn't Japan and Germany build their military forces up again and their defense industry up again? He's digging for a hypocrisy. I wish he would just come out. I know, but like, I'm not in favor of war in general, and especially not. They should, like, we are also in Finland here. Yes, thank you. Oh my God. Anytime I hear from a Finnish social democrat, I literally start pushing Z. Like, I get closer and closer to the Russian position that Finland should have been a part of the USSR. Like, it literally makes me, it makes me push Z in my mind. I swear to fucking God. Finnish social democrats, shut the fuck up, okay? Please. Isn't one of the main reasons China feels threatened by American presence in Taiwan is not a sense of nationalism, but a very real fear of nuclear weaponry? Yes, that's why I was talking to that other chatter as far as like nationalistic sentiment not being expressed in Taiwan or sufficiently nationalistic is not a consideration of mine. But I do understand why a sovereign nation would not feel comfortable having a fucking military base 100 miles off the coastline / the direct water line having, like the closest Taiwanese piece of land to China is 1 mile off the coastline. The island itself is like 100 miles off, but airspace wise, it literally is Chinese mainland airspace. Like they intersect.
Why the hate for SOCDEM's got to be a better outlet? Shut the fuck up. Every Euro cuck that is like, that puts the American dick in their asses before they wake up every morning, literally just chime in and go, oh, I feel very disrespected, y'all. Why are you saying this about this social democratic way of governance, yeah? I don't understand it. Why can't we be as militant as America? Listen, we are a nation of rules, yeah? Please. It's crazy, man. Yeah, this is why I warned you literally fucking 5-6 years ago that like the same kind of brain rot that is occurring in your countries or that you're laughing at here in America is going to come into your fucking doorstep. And you were like, oh, nine, that will never happen. We have social safety nets here. You do not understand. We have social safety nets here in Europe. It will never happen to us. You're so stupid. Huh. Stupid Americanisch. Meanwhile, they don't even realize that they're being captured completely.
Has been shut down between legal ports of entry. In January, you were asked if there was anything else you could do about the border, and you said, I've done all I can do. What changed here, and why did you do this back then?
Because we had a deal. We had a compromise that was organized and run by a very conservative senator from the state of Oklahoma, a Republican, and Democrats, and they sat for 4 weeks. They came up with a proposal.
Why would we not want to support a small country that wants to defend themselves from imperialism by a large neighbor? When has America done that? Literally when? Do you think that's what's going on in Ukraine? In this exact scenario, and yes, Ukraine, thanks. Yeah, things are going really well for Ukraine. Things are going really fucking well for Ukraine. Yeah, let's turn Taiwan into Ukraine is not the fucking wonderful prospect that you think it is. I'm genuinely shocked that we're literally looking at the Ukrainian population going from 44 million to 32 because at least 10 million people escaped Ukraine after Russia invaded, and being like, you don't understand, like, this is actually wonderful. This is like fire. You're so stupid. Why don't you live there, bro? This is the problem that I don't understand. Americans always love playing armchair general and defending for free the State Department and its interests. And I never understand. Go fight. I don't know why you're chirping in here. You should be joining the motherfucking Foreign Legion. Why are you here? Why are you in my chat? Go fight for their independence, dude. Oh my God, look. The Finnish one, commie, whatever the fuck. Actually, isn't it good for Ukraine to not be killed? Yeah, of course it's not good for Ukraine to be killed. That's precisely why I'm saying that there should be no fucking war in Ukraine in general. Okay, and then Danish chair. Should we just let Russia take over? Like every single Eurocuck is chirping right now. When you look at the situation, is China invading Taiwan? Is there an invasion? Is there an active invasion in Taiwan? No. So if so, don't you think that continuing the current existing relationship instead of trying to disrupt that process and turn Taiwan into a threat to China is not the fucking best decision? Don't you understand that you are literally you are in your mind saying China's going to invade any moment. What we need to do is like make sure that Taiwan is going to I guess invade China instead. The comparisons don't make any sense in this circumstance because China is not invading Taiwan. You're fantasizing about a potential Chinese invasion of Taiwan, which, by the way, by our own State Department would be considered more China. China would be invading Chinese Taipei in that regard. That's not my assessment of the situation. That is the assessment of the American government since the Nixon era. Okay? And it's so shocking that every single Eurocuck is automatically like, look at what's going on in Ukraine. Shouldn't Taiwan get a little bit of that beautiful independence themselves? Like, what the fuck are you talking about? Things in Taiwan are objectively better right now than they would be if Taiwan turned into Ukraine. This shit makes me so mad. Oh. Here.
On Taiwan, I reiterated the long-standing U.S. One China policy. That policy has not changed. It's guided by the Taiwan Relations Act, the 3 joint communiques, the 6 assurances. We do not support Taiwan independence. We remain opposed to any unilateral changes to the status quo by either side. We continue to expect the peaceful resolution of cross-strait differences. We remain committed to meeting our responsibilities under the Taiwan Relations Act, including making sure that Taiwan has the ability to defend itself.
It's unreal how many Americans really believe the propaganda that they're running around the globe just helping everyone. I know. It's like shocking to me. Especially right now, as like at the top of the hour, there is a impending doom for so many unsubscribed people, including yourself, the Coop. Because you're going to get hit with a 3-minute ad break right now. But you're right. I shouldn't have used you as a fucking bait. But at the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break nonetheless. So we're helping Taiwan defend itself and Taiwan is China. Then are we helping China defend Taiwan? Yes. Some leftists, for some reason, forgot about how bilateral disarmament contracts have been the only way peace was reached. They find themselves arguing for more armament race. Stocking more and more weapons and bases in Taiwan will not make Taiwan safer. It's because they're not real. They're not leftists. They're just aesthetically radical. They want to see themselves as like not something lame like ew, yuck, American liberals. They're something cool. They don't want to be seen as like lame ass libs. They want to be seen as like something cool and different and radical, maybe progressive. And how can you maintain that aesthetic? Oh, well, you know, I'm actually fucking I'm a socialist, I'm a commie, I'm a social democrat, I'm an anarchist, but also I firmly believe that America is the spreader of democracy around the world, and that's why they are, in the most democratic ways possible, seemingly out of the goodness of their hearts, trying to turn Taiwan into an American military base. Yeah. And that everyone should actually have more arms.
We also spoke about
dude, defending from imperialist. Oh my God. Oh my God. Defending from imperialist invasion is a bad thing. When people are defending are the US and when the offenders are authoritarian regimes, I want to fucking die. I want to die. Okay. I no longer want to exist on this fucking planet with people who are personally fantasizing about this potential invasion when it has not happened and saying, and that is precisely why we should literally put a fucking nuclear base on there or something, because how else will we defend ourselves? This is pure American mania through and through. Okay. The solution to the gun violence is what? More guns, of course. What do you mean? What are you, some kind of homosexual? Obviously, the solution to gun violence is put fucking
literal guns outside of the school that immediately perish people. We will not stop until everyone is fucking dead through nuclear holocaust. Okay? It's so fucking stupid. So that's why we should deny the sales of arms to an independent country. Does Taiwan not have rights? Dude, you are, oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Okay, dude, let's do that. Let's fucking let China give Mexico all the weapons too. Give them a nuke, give them multiple nukes, and Canada too, and fucking Cuba. You will not have the same exact smoke in this situation. You would never, you will lie right now and say, no, I wouldn't care actually. I think it would be great if Mexico wanted it, but you don't want that. Okay? And it's not about weapon sales, okay? It's not even just about weapon sales. It's about fucking setting up military bases. And I knew it. I called it. You were going to be like, no, it's actually perfectly valid. You don't believe that. You just, and the only reason why you feel like you can say that is because you understand that America is the dominant superpower, okay? Chatter's trying to bait you into saying the R slur. Yeah, I think so too. I think he's just in here. It's so stupid. You're not okay with that. Are you okay with fucking Russian submarines in Cuba? I don't think so. Fuck. He's a gaming watcher. Are you okay with Russia invading Ukraine? I'm not. What are you talking about? I'm not either. What the fuck? Where is this coming from? What happened, dude? Did American arms fucking stop Russia from invading Ukraine? Because I do remember. No, it's not helping them is an issue now. No, you're trying to put words in my mouth, you dumb fuck. The Minsk agreements were infinitely better than what is going on right now. Except neither parties... Your predictions certainly didn't stop them. My predictions? I'm a fucking dumbass Twitch streamer, you fucking baboon. I'm a Twitch streamer. If you view complex geopolitical events happening all around the globe from the framework of dunking on a fucking dipshit Twitch streamer like myself, you are literally the dumbest person on the fucking planet. You're even stupider than I am. What the fuck is wrong with you, dude? Oh my God, Ukraine Andes are so strangely psychotic. He's not even a Ukraine Andy. He doesn't care about anything. He just wants to fucking quote unquote debate so we can get a clip off and post it on a fucking subreddit. Why would my predictions stop them, you fucking idiot? What are you saying? Do you think that the world leaders are listening to a fucking Twitch streamer? No, you just wanted to say that to be like, remember when you were wrong about Ukraine? Except think about how stupid what you just said was. You are talking to a Twitch streamer. You are talking to a Twitch streamer. Think about how fucking brain broken you must be when we are talking about global events and you said, your prediction certainly didn't stop Russia from invading Ukraine. Yeah, why would I have any power in this process? I only have power over you because you have horse blinders on and you can't stop possibly pathologically, maybe even sexually being obsessed with everything that I have to say on a daily fucking basis. That is why I have power over you. I don't have power over Vladimir Putin. I certainly don't have power over Zelensky. I don't even have power over fucking American politics. But I do have power over you. I'm in your mind at all times. That's why you're in here chirping, fantasizing about positions that I don't have, trying to fucking put positions into my mouth so that you can go and, again, pathologically and obsessively go back to a fucking Discord server or a subreddit to clip this out and be like, see, I triggered him into oblivion. I'm so smart. This personally is not a reflection of how pathetic I am as a human being, that every single day of my life I spend time in the chat rooms of another fucking content creator thinking that I'm fighting a battle for another content creator at the behest of another content creator, which has basically removed all matter of personhood from me. This is precisely the reason why your fucking friends and family have abandoned you, chatter, okay? This is why, because you spend all your every waking moment in here chirping. That's it. Oh, that's it. Okay. Isn't Palestine allying with Iran and receiving Iranian arms provoking Israel with your logic? Do you think that I'm sorry, my goal for fucking Israel is literally one unified secular nation state where everyone has all full fucking rights and the same civil liberties. So I guess one China policy would stick in that regard. Suck my fucking dick, Keith Donaldson. Dumb fuck. Yeah, one China policy and one Israel policy would be the same in that situation. The fuck do you mean? See, this is the reason why you can't make these comparisons between America's actions. Also, I'm mainly talking about Ukraine. No, you're not. You're not. None of you are actually talking about Ukraine. You actually think that Ukraine is a valuable way to try and make a moral argument for American imperialism because Ukraine is on the right side of the invasion of Ukraine. Russia is on the wrong side. So you think this is a good way to reassert American dominance, American military dominance around the world. See, we're the good guys on this one because Russia are the objectively bad guys, which they are. That's it. The only reason why you care about Ukraine is not because you give a shit about the Ukrainian population being decimated right now. You only give a shit about it because you're not even like a Raytheon executive or whatever, because those guys care about Ukraine because that's a great place to just dump and offload all of their fucking surplus military gear and continue this war and, you know, destroy the Russian military. Like, it's great. It's fucking wonderful. And our military contracts are still stable. And we haven't actually removed like $52 billion in the military budget because Joe Biden, in the gayest way possible, chose to leave Afghanistan. The only reason why you care about Ukraine is because you win Reddit arguments that way in your mind. That's it, which is the most pathetic reason to defend an entire fucking country getting eviscerated right now. Okay? That is the saddest reason. And sometimes it's not even about winning Reddit arguments. Sometimes it's just specifically because you think that like a lot of people yell at me over this position. So this is a way for you to engage and get clips off, maybe get the pro-Ukrainian like Hasan is actually anti-Russian people, YouTubers, to come back and make some new clips off this, which is sad because you can't really do that as much lately because I very clearly every single time I bring up Ukraine will openly try to ensure that there's no clip chimp happening by every single time saying the unjustifiable invasion of Ukraine by Russia. I don't know if you guys have noticed that, but that has always been my position. Yet now I have to reiterate it every single time I talk because I know these fucking pieces of shit are trying to clip me out of context. They're like, make new fucking videos about it. Not sure what I would gain from winning an argument. Well, would it make me happy? I wasn't even talking to you. Who the fuck are you? Dude. I don't even know who the fuck you are. I wasn't even referring to you at all. Why are you taking ownership over this? It's kind of funny that I just said all of those things and you chimed in specifically to be like, well, he must be talking about me. Go outside, brother. Why are you posting your own L's? Who the fuck are you? Why are you taking this personally? What's happening? It is kind of crazy how many people fucking immediately engage in the pylon so quickly. They were like, oh, this is it. This is our moment. And then as soon as I'm yelling at one chatter, 8 other chatters chimed in and were like, well, I feel attacked right now. What the fuck's going on? Brother, so I don't understand the criticism. You say I'm a no-lifer for saying Taiwan has a right to defend itself like everyone else. No, that's not what you're saying. You're saying that China is going to invade Taiwan eventually. Okay? You are fantasizing about a military conquest that might happen hypothetically in the fucking future and literally saying that's why we have to turn Taiwan into a military base for American interests. You are like a bot in the way that you are trying to defend this position, okay? While also pointing to Ukraine and being like, look how wonderful that worked out for Ukraine. It's fucking idiotic. I'm not your buddy. I'm not your friend. And you also cynically try to fucking be like, oh, your predictions didn't stop the Ukrainian invasion from happening anyway. Like, you've already dropped the idea that you were like a charitable chatter who was genuinely interested in hearing my fucking perspective. Okay? I don't give a fuck about like any sort of nationalistic sentiment coming from the Chinese government about how like Taiwan is actually a part of China and those are Chinese people or whatever. This is not a nationalistic argument. I do, however, understand that currently as it stands, the situation is not the situation between Taiwan and China in the way that we do strategic ambiguity. It's infinitely better right now for Taiwanese people and Chinese people to collaborate economically with one another than to fucking turn around and turn Taiwan into Ukraine. This makes no sense to me. It's so fucking stupid. You literally are fantasizing about turning Taiwan into Ukraine right now. And it's weird because I don't think you're a Raytheon executive. I don't think your parents are in the State Department. You're just arguing for this position specifically to posture for American State Department interests online. You're not even on Reddit right now. You're not even developing Reddit karma. You're just fantasizing about war and more war at the prospect of more war. But real, can you explain what a proxy war is? These dudes don't get it. No, they will never get it because even though they know what fucking proxy wars are, they don't think that America is doing it. America is always seemingly on the side of democracy and justice. America would never actually prop up fascist militias overseas to, you know, do any kind of dismantling of social organizing or people democratically voting for a fucking socialist government. Okay? Chinese people don't war with Taiwan. Taiwanese people don't want war with China. Americans want war between China and Taiwan. Make this make sense. Yes, you've been noticed twice. Ever heard of the library socialism movement? No. Anyway. You haven't missed the Alex Jones coverage yet. We haven't gotten there yet. President James Monroe asserted the right and interest of the United States to oppose foreign powers meddling in the Western Hemisphere, an idea that later became known as the Monroe Doctrine. China used to always say they want a peaceful reunification. They still say that. When the U.S. started training and arming Taiwan, China removed the word peaceful to the so the U.S. is what's going to lead to an invasion instead of a future peaceful reunification. Sad for Taiwan. No, they still say that they want a peaceful reunification. It's not like they've changed that attitude. It's not like there haven't been opportune moments. Okay? You're saying that Russia would be more likely to invade Ukraine if Ukraine had more arms, US arms before the invasion? The fuck are you talking about? Ukraine did have US arms before the invasion. What are we talking about? And Russia still invaded. So your argument doesn't make sense. I think the more likely situation would have been to not interfere in the events of either sovereign nation, or at least keeping your involvement in a sovereign nation, not by propping up civil society organizations or whatever, but just like simply having a collaborative relationship, a collaborative trade relationship with said nation, including what Russia was doing prior to the invasion of Ukraine. I don't think I will ever be able to get this through to your dense fucking skull because of how American you are. The Ameroid brain, the Angloid brain, has only been evolved into the Ameroid brain, which is even more fucking nutty about arms deals. Okay? I will never be able to get this through your fucking dense skull. There is no way that you will understand what I am saying. More weapons does not mean fucking more peace. But there's no way that I can describe this to you because you are a Western chauvinist. You are the brain rot that is destroying this country from within as well. It is the same exact principle. Liberals turn into Republican gun nuts when it comes down to defense of an entire nation. You literally think the only way, why are you being racist? Don't assume my race. Ameroid? You think Ameroid is a race? Ameroid is a race, chatter? Are you so horny to be vilified and victimized that when I said Ameroid, a completely made up fucking take, not even a real thing at all, that you immediately jumped and said, wow, why would you assume my race? Oh, yes, dude, calling me an American... Calling me an American or a Westerner by a different term is actually Angloid. Oh, I'm being racist towards the Angloids. Okay, well, guess what, dude? You can always be mad at the British, okay? It is always valid. After all, they are responsible for America. Anytime throughout history. Friday crybaby chatters are the worst. I mean, this is like... I'm Chinese, and literally every time there's been provocation from the U.S. or Taiwanese side, the response on the mainland side has almost always been increasing economic ties or benefits of Taiwanese diaspora in the mainland. Most recently, Beijing made it easier for Taiwanese to settle and start business in Fujian. I think this pretty much proves that China wants peace rather than war, in my opinion. Yes. Chinese actions overall have been infinitely less violent in terms of the way that they do their politics in comparison to America. Okay, obviously it's still more violent, especially when it comes to its domestic affairs, in comparison to other nations or whatever. But you cannot look at the way China conducts itself versus the way America conducts itself on global affairs and say, well, one side is going to be violent in the future, maybe, and therefore we should be scared and be more violent preemptively. Therein lies the Israel equation, the phenomena of Israel's violent deterrence measures. Okay? What do I always say? Whenever I'm talking about any issue, you cannot be violent with the hopes that there will be more violence in the future, with the fears that you have more violence coming to you in the future. This is basically American foreign policy. Israel's valid because their security concerns are valid. America is valid in everything that they do against China because we are preemptively posturing against the war. China is going to do war maybe in the future. What if China starts doing shit that we do all the time? Okay? Do you understand? It is the same mindset that the reactionary Western chauvinist always fucking advocates for. Whether it be domestic affairs such as like the Civil War, for example, such as what would have happened in the aftermath of Reconstruction. If we gave the newly freed slaves all of the rights and liberties, then they'll take over and do to us what we've done to them. It is this fear that always guides people. It is this irrational fear that is never born out of history, unless we're talking about like specific moments throughout history, like the Haitian Revolution, I guess. But it is this very unsubstantiated fear, this hysterical fear that causes reactionary movements to thrive in the aftermath of key moments throughout time where good things have happened, where progress has happened. That fear is also the greatest burden to any sort of peacemaking, any sort of fucking disarmament. oh man, we have to keep beefing up the defenses of every single nation surrounding China, because what if China turns violent one day? They haven't yet. It's the same idea where Americans love saying this very funny thing. Ameroids love saying this very funny thing where they'll go on television and be like, well, if this country has nukes, what if they use it? They're madmen. It's like, bro, you're American. Do you hear yourself? I heard you specifically yesterday mention how you think using a nuke was awesome in Japan and how it was totally valid. You're the only country that has ever used a nuke on a fucking civilian population. Fuck you mean? What if they have nukes and use them? Anyway. Would you consider yourself an isolationist? No, of course not. I'm a fucking internationalist, dude. Are you kidding me? I'm a product of American assimilation in some ways. Look at me. My name is Hasan. I grew up in Turkey my whole fucking life, but you cannot distinguish me from any American by the name of Hank that fucking grew up here in Kansas or whatever. I am simply not a war hawk or a Western chauvinist in general. That's the difference. Anyway. And to the people saying, what about China in like Xinjiang, right? Saying that, well, you are, what if the Muslims in Taiwan don't want to be genocided? What? China is not even fucking anti-Islam across the board. Get the fucking terminology right, dumbass. What are you talking about? They used anti-Muslim movements and mass surveillance and cultural genocide in Xinjiang. That's not that what do you mean? That you think China is going around? Dude, you are so American brained. What are you saying? You think China's going around fucking up other countries where there's Muslim people there? No, that's America, dumbass. I think you're mistaking China for America now. Read as trying to compare Taiwan and Palestine to out you as a hypocrite. I know, but it's not going to work because I want unification in that situation, okay? I want unification for the Palestinians and I want unification for all of the Taiwanese and Chinese population so they can cooperate perfectly well without American interference, American involvement, and war. They certainly pick and choose groups of genocide, right? That's a risk Taiwan doesn't want. Dude, shut the fuck up. Taiwan literally fucking recently had a monument to Japanese war criminals. Or no, was it vice versa? No, it was, yeah. What are you talking about? Oh, Taiwan doesn't want fucking genocide. Suck my dick. Taiwan, in the way that it operates, in many instances, is just operating as a fucking American client state. They literally had a monument to Japanese genocidaires. What the fuck are you talking about? Taiwan doesn't want genocide. This doesn't mean that like the entire Taiwanese population want genocide, but it's such a laughable fucking notion to be like, oh, that's the reason. Because the Taiwanese Muslim population, so we had Confederate statues should be invaded. At no point did I say it's valid to invade Taiwan. You are so violent and so bloodthirsty that you cannot see the world outside of these incredibly weird black and white perspectives. You were talking about Xinjiang, which is probably what that chatter meant. He's too dumb to know you were already addressing what he was alluding to. Yeah, I don't know what the fuck he's talking about. Taiwanese Muslims, he said. Huh. Hasan genuinely asking how this take about China will be violent in the future is a prominent sentiment, even in the Middle East, where there are recipients of extreme violence from the U.S. I can't wrap my head around this. They commemorated Taiwanese youths who volunteered to fight for Japan, to be specific. I know.
Maybe telling them it's a self-fulfilling prophecy of war would help them understand. No, dude, this person doesn't care. He's gonna fucking start talking about Tiananmen Square in a second. It's like the other guy that I was talking to earlier who was like, oh, what about the pedophile Prophet Muhammad? You know what I mean? So she's trying to be invaded because they're genocidal. What are you talking about? Dude, you're just posturing. I have no idea what the fuck you mean at this point, okay? No one should be invaded. Why is the baboon-like mind of the American always so hyper-focused on invasion? There's one speed and one speed only. I'm over here saying, currently, China is not invading Taiwan. Currently, they have a relatively nice trade relationship with one another. Why not continue that? And you're like, no, you don't understand. I don't want that to continue. I want China to invade Taiwan. What if they do one day? Okay, well, what if they don't? I also love the notion that an American will be like, what about Muslims, man? That's so funny. Yeah, no, you're right. Americans love Muslims. What is this? You are chasing angry hallucinations created by grifters who make money off your rage? Might be the quote of the year. Wait, didn't I say this? I thought this was Jason Schreier said it. I mean, I have said similar things as well. I asked 24 people who worked at the game, went wrong, and not a single one mentioned the word sweet baby. No, I have said something similar, something to this note many times. I mean, it fits in his situation too, because he's talking about sweet baby shit. Oh. Abi, he's convinced that you're only saying these because you're a China simp. That's why he refused to understand you, I think. We don't care about China's borders. We're just advocating for peace. Is so fucking stupid. Yeah, but he is not just simply accusing me of being a China simp. To many extents, he's not wrong as far as like me being a China simp. Dude, why does Taiwan not have a right to defend itself as it sees fit? Okay, here's a question for you. Do you think Kyle Rittenhouse was defending himself? Do you think Kyle Rittenhouse getting arms and going to that fucking auto dealership during the Black Lives Matter protest, do you think he was trying to defend himself? Or do you think he was putting himself in a self-defense style situation so he could get maybe some legal kills? Which he promised to do and then actually did end up doing. Do you think, and if you think Kyle Rittenhouse was defending himself, do you think Daniel Perry was defending himself in Texas? How was it comparable to Taiwan? Nah, I think Kyle was crazy as fuck and tried to get a legal kill, but that's not all the same as a country trying to raise an army. Okay, great. If you understand the principle behind conservatives constantly saying, oh, we'll get a legal kill here. We have a right to defend ourselves. I'm putting myself in a self-defense style situation. Okay? Then you understand what America's interests in Taiwan are in that exact same vein, especially considering that there is no fucking invasion currently happening. What the fuck are we talking about? You get it? Maybe you are a little bit more charitable because I thought you would have been like, no, Kyle Rittenhouse does have a right to defend himself. Oh my God. Raising an army is not the same as state murder law / self-defense laws at all. When we're talking about states, the principle still holds. You are not understanding what I'm saying. There is currently no war, no prospect of war, no nothing. Okay? I don't understand why you cannot comprehend this. Instead of allowing Taiwan and China, by their own metrics of success and by their own, through their own volition, come to terms with whatever peaceful agreement can exist, you are trying to muddy the waters as a foreign entity coming in and deliberately, through the inception of the Chinese state, are saying, no, you don't understand. It's just, these guys are just, they have a right to defend themselves. We're just defending them. We're just defending them. We're just helping them defend themselves. Okay? Well, is it more or less likely for a country to be invaded if they have more arms? That's my main point. Why did we demilitarize Japan and Germany? The issue is you have no problem with like demilitarization if America's doing it. That's the issue. Okay? And you have no problem with militarization if America's doing it as well. Because the underlying problem here is that you just care about American interests. And America props itself up in this way to be like, no, you don't understand. You don't get it. I wish Russia took over Germany and Japan. Oh my God. If the USSR had taken over, oh. Imagine a world where the USSR controlled all the way to West Germany and also Japan. Oh my God. Oh my God. I'm nutting. So it's actually a point against you. North Korea and Belarus compared to Germany and South Korea is what happened. Brother, do you know anything about North Korean or South Korean history? What is happening here? Or are you just like repeating what you heard in like 8th grade? Imagine if the Bolsheviks won the Battle of Warsaw and pushed into Germany to help the Spartacists. Maybe Palestine should have armed up more so they could prevent Israel from invading them. Yeah. America, it's so great that America's always just conveniently the good guys in every single point of history. It's wonderful. My man is like, nations have a right to defend themselves, but also conveniently every single time that America has an interest against the USSR, or in general, when a country decides to be, democratically socialist, then they don't have a right to defend themselves. We just smoke them. Hamas isn't the same as Taiwan government, though. Taiwanese don't raid Chinese fairs and murder. Oh, so Israel does have a right to defend itself. Oh, so conveniently, you literally are just a mouthpiece for American interests in the chat. Got it. Also, look up how the fucking Taiwanese government was formed to begin with, if you want to know more. The fuck do you mean? The Taiwanese government now doesn't. Just don't equate Taiwan to Hamas, because that's a huge leap. Brother, I don't know if you know this, but like, this is a community that believes in Palestinian emancipation. That's why we're making fun of you. You're so... Yes, the Civil War that maintained Taiwan as independence. Yeah. And the White Terror, but it was fine. Now he's going to turn around and be like, what about the Cultural Revolution? Watch. Chowder be like, the American Civil War happened, and if the South had maintained its independence, that would be perfectly valid. The KMT was literally allied with Nazi Germany. They were very close allies. In fact, the Taiwan government ruled by martial law and killed 100,000 leftists and liberal dissenters until 1984. I know, but you know, we respect the sovereignty of fascist nations as long as they're aligned with America. You don't understand. You still haven't answered why Taiwan doesn't have a right to an army and arms. I don't have an issue with Taiwan having a right to an army and arms. I do have an issue with those being American arms. You know, if Taiwan was getting their right to their arms and their army from China, that's great. I think American arms and American military aid of that sort come with conditions, very dangerous conditions for the nation state that is receiving those arms. Those arms are not free. Okay? And the conditions oftentimes are to jump when America says jump and you say how high. History is riddled with examples of countries going, oh yeah, we love American arms. Please give it to us. You know, as long as they're a breakaway state or any kind of fascist nationalist movement or militia force, they love taking arms from the United States and then using said arms. Remember, while we're having this conversation, there is currently no invasion of Taiwan. And America's position on Taiwan is that Taiwan is a part of China. And yet there are chatters in this chat going, no, you don't understand. China is going to invade Taiwan. It's imminent. We have to do everything we can to stop it. Americans will never rest easy until every country looks like Ukraine. To be fair, hasn't America been one of the least territory-hungry country out of all the superpowers? Huh? Okay, we're done. We're done. I can't do it. Except for the Mexico incident back in the day, of course. Brother, I don't know if you know this, but we don't usually have colonies anymore. We have a new process called imperialism, which is a less direct way of dominating other countries. Do you know how the global economy works? Also, we have still territories too on top of that, but that's besides the point. It's better than colonies though, right? Okay, segregation is better than de facto chattel slavery. Does that mean segregation is good? Chatter, why do you think segregation is good? I'm going to start debating like a debate pervert and just start attributing positions to people. Why do you think segregation is good? Why do you like segregation? Why do you want to ensure that black people can't go and drink water from the same water fountains as white people? Like, isn't small improvements key in leftism? Oh my God, he unironically is saying segregation is good. Okay, never mind. All right, dude. Okay, you win this round. I didn't think you were going to say that. Okay, it backfired. You said... How do you justify China annexing Tibet instead of regime change? It's because I love Chinese imperialism. That's why. Surely it's improbable that American media would promote their narrative of China interest in invading Taiwan to generate positive public sentiment towards directly engaging a war with China. This couldn't possibly be happening. No, of course not. I really don't understand how chatters will act like they have these firmly held convictions and genuine stances with like America's history. Like you should be the biggest like Jackson Hinkle style guy. You should be actively demanding that someone nuke America if you had the same level of smoke unconditionally for the actions of other countries. Like with the things that the things that you advocate for against like foreign nations and foreign adversaries, if you had the exact same smoke for any country doing these kinds of violent actions, you would be trying to nuke America every day of your life. You would literally be like, we have to nuke Washington, D.C. You would be running around demanding that Washington, D.C. at the very least get nuked. Okay? Like, that's why it's so funny when people will be like, America dick guards be like, dude, I can't believe what's going on in Xinjiang. Can you believe it? China really hates Muslims. I'm like, dude, Afghanistan, Iraq, Iran, Egypt, every fucking Muslim country. What are you talking about? Like, this doesn't mean what China did is good, mind you, okay? But it's a fraction. It is literally a fraction of what America has been doing and still continues to do on a daily fucking basis around the globe. What the fuck are you saying? Like, it blows my mind. And it's always funny because, like, half of my fucking family's last name is Uyghur, and these fucking white dumb fucks in Iowa are telling me about fucking Turkic people in China and how they're being culturally genocided in Xinjiang or whatever. And it's like, bro, you are literally a dumb fuck Iowan chatter, okay? Shut the fuck up. The Iranian government is absolutely more harmful than the American government. What? Oh. Iran wishes it could be fractionally as impactful in the fucking region that it occupies as the United States is all around the globe. Once again, if my foreign adversary does even a fucking inch of what I do on a daily fucking basis, then death be upon them is your operating principle. You're going to say Iran, Iran in Syria, Iran in Iraq. Okay, America in Iraq, America in Syria, America in Iran. Do you understand what I'm saying? Do you get what I mean here? Like, do you understand? If you think Iran is... If you think personally that Iran is more damaging to the rest of the globe, okay,
And by the way, it is a matter of them not even having the arms necessary to be able to be as damaging to the fucking rest of the globe. But like, if you think that there's only one way to deal with Iran, which is violence, then holy shit, dude, what do we do with America? See, you're doing it. It literally funds Hezbollah, has Iraq as a puppet, and is funding Houthis because they attack Israel. Does not make them good people. You're doing it. If you think Iran's axis of resistance against American imperialism in the region is damaging and bad and scary, holy fuck, you must have so much more smoke reserved for America, but you haven't brought that up yet. But I'm sure it's coming, right? I'm sure you're going to turn around and be like, and that's why I think America should be, should be fucking dismantled, picked apart. Yeah, fuck both. Come on, dog. Come on, big dog. Okay. All right, I'll see you in the forward operating base that you take over, okay? In the protracted People's War against America KKK. This guy is going to move on to the this guy is going to take over the Arizona military base immediately. This is why I say, if you don't want Iran to have regional prominence, then, you know, don't give them a righteous cause. Same with the fucking Houthis. People love talking about the Houthis. It's like, bro, why do you think the fucking entire planet, with the exception of America and the Western world, why do you think people see them as liberators now? Why do you think people see them awesome? U.S. government at least doesn't kill schoolgirls? Oh, dude. Oh, sweet little baby. Who do you think has killed more schoolgirls in the past 8 months? American weapons being used by America's most important ally / forward operating base in the region, or any other country? I mean, maybe I would say, I guess like Sudan, but you know, that's foreign intervention of a whole different sort. Between China and the United States of America, who do you think has killed more schoolgirls in the past 8 months? Schoolgirls and schoolboys. Between China and the Ansar Allah administration in Yemen and America, who do you think is responsible for more death and destruction of children? Yeah, famously, America didn't massacre children in Iraq, Afghanistan, Vietnam, Korea, or continues to massacre school children right now as we speak by way of Israel. Okay? I don't think you understand the point that I'm making. You are clueless. Okay? Also, I'm not even defending any of those things, for the record. You're doing the thing again. You're doing the thing again. You're like Mahsa Amini. Okay, yeah, the Iranian leadership sucks. Okay, but if your position is no school children should be fucking murdered, or no women should be fucking murdered, personally. Wait, oh fuck, that guy was making such a good point. Why'd you guys ban him? Hold on. What was his name? Herbis Rage. You're such a freak grifter, dude. What did he say? Wait, how do I open it up? Oh, God, that's another October 7 lever. Hold on. He said, aren't you a Capital owner, Lemafayao? No, I'm not, by the way. Crazy how I used to be a fan like 5 months ago, but now when I tune into your streams, everything you say just makes 0 sense. If the entire world revolves around living within a system of evil, how can anyone do anything to satisfy your moral requirements? What a miserable existence. Damn it. Red Dead ? He was a gaming watcher. We lost another one. He doesn't know theory. He's just a dickhead.
Does this guy know theory? This guy, I'm willing to bet, went from a fucking Chapo HasanAbi head to like Destiny Dick Rider. Please buy the 911 Carrera S, please. Demanding that I buy the 911 Carrera S on February 2022. Now being like, you're such a freak grifter, dude, and saying you could just make the equivalence between defense contractors and literally a terror group. Literally territory group. Guess the bills weren't getting paid by fax, and all you care about how is that declining social blade graph. My worst month in my social blade graph would still be a pivotal achievement for whatever community you're coming from, for the record. Whatever community that you went to after leaving this one and got unimaginable amounts of brain rot. For the record. So I don't know why that's like a own. It literally feels like some of these dudes get lobotomies. I unbanned you, by the way. You can chirp again if you would like. If I were being honest, he was right about the Porsche. You bought the wrong one. Maybe that's why he left. To interact with policy on the level you do is super rare. I know we talk about October 7 leavers a lot, but I personally think the community is better without them. I mean, it would have been better if they didn't fucking become brain rotten. I'm just saying, bro, I think that your worldview seems like everything is always from a nihilistic point of view. Can't you do something better or anything? So what's the point? Dude, don't you feel like you've succumbed to nihilism if you personally have like given up on the notion that there could be world peace? That's what I believe personally. Also, you came in here and are now complaining that I have a nihilistic point of view. You came in here with such fucking animosity. You're such a freak grifter, dude. Insane you can't make the equivalence between defense contractors and literally a territory group. I suspect you meant terrorist group, which, by the way, I think defense contractors and terrorist groups are no different than one another. If not, the defense contractors oftentimes have global dominance, whereas a terrorist group has usually a singular local focus, okay? Depending on what we're talking about with respect to terrorist groups, okay? Because it could be the IRA, which I think is good, or the FLN, which I think was good, or it could be the ANC, or its militant actions, its militant group. I think it was MK, right? Or any number of different groups that the American State Department considers to be terrorists, or the Viet Cong, okay? Ultimately, it depends on what their aims are, okay? Oftentimes, these people are fighting for liberation. Oftentimes, these people are being branded as terrorists because state interests do not align with emancipation for their people, okay? That is ridiculous. It's a ridiculous assessment to make. But let me tell you, defense contractors, on the other hand, are only invested in one thing, which is death and destruction, so their bottom lines look better. What? No, I think I could do better and create things in a capitalist organization of the economy and not some weird communist organization like you soft support all the time. What? Bro, 2 years ago, you're talking about how these chuds have read no theory. Okay. Where is it? And now you're talking. He doesn't know theory. He's just a dickhead. Homie thinks he's on the grind. Said Lamau. Now you're saying you're gonna dismantle capitalism from within. What the fuck? This dude is trolling. I don't believe this. No, I think he thinks he's it's the chill. It's chill though, bro. We all got to make that bag somehow. Sometimes you got to read a Wikipedia article or two. He had the Fetty stroke. Yeah, man. That's why I'm grifting. I'm grifting to the popular positions like America should not intervene, or in areas where it does intervene, it should be to restrict bombing children. You know, famous positions such as that. That's why all these grifters, that's why all the famous non-grifters always have a right-wing heel turn, which you succumb to as well, it seems, and not vice versa. Also, hard work does pay off. Your worst take was telling people not to try and just complain about the government and how minimum wage isn't $700 an hour, lol. What? You succumb to it as well? Yes, dude, I know, because at the top of the hour, I grift and tell you that there's a 3-minute ad break and that you should no longer see those ads. And because you're a subscriber, you never actually see the ads. I know, you got me. Because you never actually see the ads, so you think I must be grifting. There is no 3-minute ad break at the top of the hour, as a matter of fact, right? Here's a 3-minute ad break now, by the way. I'm just fucking with you at this point, bro. Sorry for wasting your time. Okay, dude. All right, let's get to some other shit. Alex Jones.
We have some breaking news for you tonight, as the InfoWars host and known conspiracy theorist Alex Jones has just moved to liquidate his personal assets to pay the families of the victims of the Sandy Hook massacre. Alex Jones owes those families more than $1.5 billion in damages over his repeated lies and claims that the
I'm doing it. I'm fucking buying it. What up? I'm buying it, dude. Fuck it. I'm buying the company. It's mine now.
Shooting was a hoax. Joining us now is senior media reporter Oliver Darcy. And Oliver, I mean, tell us what's happening here.
Austin's
what this
here. Also, I got to piss.
Well, for one, the families are going to hopefully see some money. They haven't seen a dime since these judgments came down, meaning that Alex Jones owes them $1.5 billion for telling this really heinous lie about the Sandy Hook shooting back in 2012. It also means that he's no longer eventually going to own InfoWars, which is this conspiracy empire that he's used for years and years to peddle all sorts of lies and conspiracy theories. He's eventually going to lose control of that. It is a little bit confusing because his company's in bankruptcy court and he's personally in bankruptcy court, but because he owns the company, it's part of his personal assets, this does mean he will lose control of the company.
Well, and can we just play this? We were all watching this moment of him on InfoWars the other day where he was seeming to cry about this situation that he was in.
I believe in my parents. I believe in humanity. I just want to fucking stop these people. They gotta be stopped. We gotta stop them. So, at the end of the day, we're going to beat these people.
Him talking about the future of this company.
I think he sees the writing on the wall there, Caitlin, and he was talking all weekend about how this was likely possible, that he was going to get shut down, and now he is agreeing tonight in court to liquidate his personal assets, which again will mean that he's not going to own this conspiracy empire he's owned since the 1990s and really used to poison the public discourse.
Yeah, I don't think he inspires much sympathy with those cheers. Oliver Darcy, thank you for joining us.
Our media correspondent Hadas Gold is tracking the story for us. Hadas, so does this finally mean that Alex Jones will have to pay for years of lying about what happened at Sandy Hook?
Well, Fred, these families who have already suffered so much and suffered even more because of Alex Jones' terrible lies that he was spreading about this massacre that happened to these children, these families have actually not yet seen a single dime. Now, this ruling, or this decision to liquidate his assets, this does not mean that tomorrow these families are finally going to see some sort.
No, I didn't miss him crying. It lives in my mind permanently. If you bought InfoWars, would you keep Alex Jones employed, or would you do a classic rich guy acquisition and layoff? Oof, both are fun in different ways. It's like, do I cut him out and do a elimination of redundancy, or do I buy it and I force him to say leftist shit and call me boss? Keeping him on for a while and then cutting him off ruthlessly with the best of both worlds. Oh my God. Hire him to do the sub alerts live.
Sort of monetary help in the form of this liquidation of the assets, but it is at least a step in the right direction. Now, as you noted, Alex Jones has been ordered to pay $1.5 billion to these families. This is a combination of rulings that he had been found for defamation, for emotional distress. Now, Alex Jones until now had been fighting against the liquidation of his assets. He tried to do other things in bankruptcy courts to have them reorganize his assets, reorganize his company. But this was a sort of surprise decision that came late yesterday, where he did ask the court to help him start liquidating his personal assets. Now, the families had requested this. Instead of to allow this reorganization, they had requested that the court liquidate his assets, especially as there had been reporting by both the Associated Press and the New York Times that he was continuing to spend lavishly, and also that he was allegedly possibly trying to transfer some of his money to members of his families to keep it out of the hands of the creditors. But it seems that the mounting pressure just got to the point that he recognized he needed to liquidate his assets. We saw hints of this last week on his InfoWars conspiracy show. He started to break down in sort of bizarre tears last week, saying that the feds were going to come to shut down his show.
Wouldn't you want to own the rights to the InfoWars library? Is this funny or sad? I mean, it's fucking hilarious. Wait, what? CNN followed the dude role-playing as Border Patrol. He collects IDs in a secret location.
But now we know that what this likely was pointing to was the fact that he was going to need to liquidate his assets. I should note, though, that even if all of his assets are liquidated, even if all of the company's assets are liquidated, it is unlikely to reach that 1.
I know his tears are most likely fake because he's a phenomenal actor, but it makes me feel good thinking that they're real. So in my headcanon, he's actually literally crying.
$5 billion that these families are owed.
All right. Hadas Gold, thanks so much.
We did not.
InfoWars is worth at least $200 billion. Hell yeah, brother. Having the access to every goddamn brain-broken patriot is... I think what ends up happening is the most reasonable thing, which is the CIA, by, I don't know, some clandestine shell corporations, ends up purchasing InfoWars and keeps it afloat, and things don't really change at all. You know,
I do personally believe that Alex Jones is perhaps a CIA operative anyway. So it's crazy he's sobbing like this. I would never let enemies revel in my downfall, fake or not. Yuck. Yeah.
Not get a decision in the Donald Trump immunity case today. It has now been 6 weeks since the Supreme Court heard arguments on Trump's claim of absolute immunity from criminal prosecution for his attempt to steal the 2020 election. This means the court is delaying.
Oh, yeah. Let's talk about the generational scandal. Justice Thomas raked in $4 million in gifts.
And they know that that inevitably helps Trump. What makes this all the more preposterous is that 2 justices should have recused themselves from the immunity case already. One, Samuel Alito, who had 2 different coup flags flying outside his 2 homes, and Clarence Thomas, whose wife testified to the January 6th committee about her efforts in support of the coup. And that is just the first level at which this court is so deeply compromised. New data out today from Fix the Court takes a look at the value of gifts to justices over the past 20 years, both disclosed and then undisclosed gifts that were subsequently reported out. To take you through just a handful that give you a sense, Justice Elena Kagan's calculated to have received gifts valued at just under $1,200. That's over 20 years. Justice Ruth Bader Ginsburg, over $59,000. Again, over 20 years, $3,000 a year. Now,
bro, they're so bad. Get your fucking money up, dude. Yo, where are my girl bosses, dude? What is this, $1,000? Lame ass. What the fuck is this? Bro, there's a dude on there raking in $4 million. Can you imagine? There's 1/9 of the Supreme Court is lapping the rest of it. Are you fucking serious? I'd be so pissed. This shit comes out, it's like, dude, the gender pay gap is real, okay? What the fuck? What are you doing this for? The love of the game? Like, you're just that much of a fucking nerd? The hell's wrong with you? Oh, I just love being a fucking law nerd, dude. I love being a Supreme Court of the United States Justice. It's so sick. I love wearing the shitty ass robe and deliberating. It's like, meanwhile, this dude is literally doing cocaine off of stripper titties on some fucking undisclosed billionaire island in a sea of Hitler statues, okay, getting $4 million of gifts. $4 million. Are you kidding me? Yeah, if you somehow found out one of your coworkers and you're doing the exact same job, okay? You're doing the exact same job. Because in some circumstances, maybe your job is different, your performance is different. You and your coworker are doing the exact same job and you found out that he's getting $4 million in return and you're getting 1,000. How do you not get pissed? And the winner of financial disclosure is Justice Ketanji Brown Jackson, who reported that Beyonce Knowles Carter gifted her 4 concert tickets valued at $3,700. That's what, dude, that's lame, dude. That is lame as fuck. That's not enough. It's like, this fucking freak refused to resign, okay? For what? 60 grand? Like, that makes me even more mad. At least if Ruth Bader Ginsburg was raking in $4 million a year, I'd be like, okay, that's valid. Like, that's the money train. You don't want that shit to dry up. $59,000? That's it? That's all you fucking got? That's why you had to die on the fucking Supreme Court, you ghoul?
That's annoying as hell, bro. That sucks. That sucks so much dick, dude. Holy shit. We have a fucking super majority of conservative justices because this fucking demon had to get 60 grand worth of gifts. Fuck you. Extra. Fuck you extra hard. God damn. It's crazy, man. It's crazy. Are we be for fucking real? What? What? Bro, she did this for a Nissan Altima, okay? Think about that. Not even, okay, maybe not Altima, like an A4, you know what I mean? Like, a little bit better than an Altima. That makes me so mad. That's so frustrating, dude.
Now, Justice Samuel Alito taking quite a bit more, $170,000 over 20 years. But none of that is in the zip code of the ballpark of Justice Clarence Thomas, whose gifts totaled over $4 million.
Yeah, Kavanaugh's is zero because he got his shit cleared before he became the SCOTUS. Before he got into the SCOTUS. This graph is so frustrating. Oh my God. Oh my God. Look at that. Oh my God. Oh my God. This is so frustrating. There's only one guy I'm in support of in the Supreme Court of the United States, and that motherfucker is Clarence Thomas. I take back everything I said. I apologize, sir. I was not familiar with your game. Okay? I was not familiar with your game. I was wrong. You're a fucking baller. You're doing it right. This man said, I don't give a fuck. $4 million, bro. That's crazy.
To give you a sense of how that looks in chart form, take a look. Can you see where Justice Thomas is on that bar chart? The big red bar on the left? That's Clarence Thomas compared to all the other justices who served during this time. Melissa Murray is a professor at the New York University School of Law, co-host of...
Surely you should be more mad at Thomas. Are you being sarcastic? Maybe my tism stopped me from understanding. Yes, chatters. In an effort to clarify, I should have said /S, noting that I am being sarcastic.
Strict Scrutiny podcast along with Leah Lippman and my wife, Kate Shaw, and she joins me now. I got to say, at some level, we knew bits and pieces of this. There's been an amazing series of ProPublica articles, some of which won the Pulitzer, about all of the gifts that Thomas has gotten. But to see it put out like that, like, am I wrong? This is a generational scandal for the court.
Oh, 100%. I think you're exactly right. We have seen this sort of trickle out piecemeal, but having it splayed out in the aggregate really does make clear the expanse of the grift. I mean, I think that's the right term for it. It is a grift. If you think about Justice Thomas's salary over the course of his time on the court during this period that's been reported, it's roughly equal to the amount of the gifts that Fix the Court has identified here. I mean, that is actually quite staggering. He's managed to amass two distinct income streams.
Yeah, we actually ran the math on this. So the cumulative gross pay over that period,
$4 million over 20 years isn't that much. Bro, are you serious? Brother, they have salaries. They have side hustles. These are just direct gifts. Okay? They have their family members get jobs that get incredible amounts of pay. This is just the direct gift part of it. $4 million ain't that much. What is this? This is the amount of reported gift. Okay? What the fuck? This dude's out here making kick streamer bags on top of his regular old fucking income.
It's about $4.7 million. The total gifts is over $4 million. He's got two masters. Like he's the servant of two masters. Like
Yeah, bro, his cumulative gross pay. Bro, his gifts are almost doubling his cumulative gross pay. Are you freaking... Dude!
He's working for, you know, the American people. And then he's got...
Well, like which American people? So let's talk about that because...
Well, he's been getting paid by the taxpayers.
For sure. But I mean, it has been said that look where your treasure is, for there your heart will be also. Right. And it's not surprising that some of the individuals...
He got the bag and you hate it? No. I'm saying, listen, he's playing the game, baby.
Who have been linked to some of these gifts, like the Koch brothers network, which has had Justice Thomas speak at donor events, for example, happens to be deeply involved in a set of major challenges to the regulatory state. These are cases we're still waiting for the court to decide, but we already know at least where the Koch brothers would like Justice Thomas to be. I guess now we're just waiting to find out have they made enough payments on it? I don't know. But that's kind of where all of this is going.
Part of, you know, the argument that people will make in defense of Thomas is that, well, he was always a conservative anyway, and these are just his friends hooking him up.
No, and it's not unconstitutional to have friends. So I want to be very clear about that. You have a right to have friends, even rich friends. But I think where the optics of this become more...
Stay out of black people's business. Why are we pocket watching my man? Bro, oh, he's so sick. He's so nice with it. He's so unimaginably nice with it, dude. This guy is wow. Wow, bro. You guys are right. You guys are right. I'm pocket watching. I'm pocket watching. They are... this man is just getting his money up and not his funny up, okay?
Problematic is that we are seeing...
He got paid and has a hot ride or die babe by his side. Some guys have all the luck. Oh, no. Oh, Jesus Christ.
Individuals essentially donate funds to the court to keep this conservative supermajority in play. I mean, so there's been a lot of reporting, some of it by the New York Times last year, about this Justice Thomas complaining about his small judicial salary, which is actually quite significant relative to what other Americans make, and how maybe he wouldn't stay on the court. And all of these very wealthy interests were like, no, no, no. Let's figure out how to keep you on the court and keep you happy. And suddenly you see the money.
I call him a race trader, but for 8 mil, maybe I would be too. Oh no. Oh no. Chatters are thinking about things very differently. Listen, dude. We know it's a valuable grift. I mean, look at Candace Owens, right? Like, just think, don't think about it too much, though. Don't do it.
This is a really key point. I want to also talk about just the delay on the immunity case here, because it's not surprising. I think they tipped their hand when they took so long. First, they wouldn't let Jack Smith jump to the Supreme Court, even though we all knew they were going to want to weigh in. Even though they did it on COVID cases, they did it on student debt. Then they took it and they just sat on it for a while before they even announced arguments. Then they announced arguments on the very last day. Now it's been 6 weeks.
Yeah. No, I mean, we knew this. I've said this a million times. By the time the Supreme Court weighs in on this, and I think this court must say at some point that there is no absolute immunity for a president from any criminal liability, but there may be some details about what's private, what's public, what's in the outer scope, the outer perimeter of the president's office. But whatever they do...
A wholly invented doctrine, just to be clear.
To be clear. But whatever they decide, it is purely academic at this point, because they have already, in effect, immunized this defendant, Donald Trump, from liability for these criminal charges. And that's kind of all that matters right now.
I want to also play you this clip from Alito's neighbor who was in the sort of verbal altercation with him and his wife, who gave an interview. And she's making this point about, you know, when the flag went up, Alito says that it was...
Bro, I'm sorry, but this is like extra funny to still talk about the flag situation when like one of the Supreme Court justices over the course of the past 2 decades has brought in $4 additional million in gifts. Okay. Like, it's just, I don't give a fuck about no flag, son. What are we talking about, dude? I mean, that shit sucks too. Yeah. Oh, okay. Ooh, I think Samuel Alito might be pro-Trump. It's like, yeah, he is. Okay. What are we doing here? My man got $4 million, dude. What is happening? Oh, no. Oh, my God.
It was about this verbal altercation. Then he went to a Fox News reporter who just sort of reported exactly what he said and didn't, as far as I can tell, do any additional reporting. Here's.
Oh, yeah. The neighbor called them. Yo, I listened to the Samuel Alito neighbor. I'm almost convinced is one of you motherfuckers in this community. I'm not even kidding. I feel like the couple, I listened to the wife of the neighbors of Samuel Alito give an interview, and I literally am almost certain that either at a certain point they were HasanAbi heads or still are. Okay? I'm not even kidding. The way that they were talking, the way that she was talking, I was like, oh my God. She was like, they're fascists. She was like, I don't even like Biden. I think, you know, both sides have a lot going on. I don't like it at all, but like these guys are fascists. I was saying Trump is a fascist. I put up a sign, and then she called her a cunt. Yeah, she called Samuel Alito's wife a cunt, which I thought was awesome.
His neighbor talking about the verbal back and forth they had.
I just want to emphasize that the interaction that happened on February 15th is the one that they're using as an excuse for why they flew the flag. And I really want to hammer home the fact that that happened on February 15th, and their flag went up 2 or 3 weeks before that.
That date's confirmed by text messages and a police call. Again, this may just be misremembered, but we still don't know why they were flying the flag upside down on Joe Biden's inauguration day, right?
No, we don't. You know, my colleague.
I mean, we do know. We know because they're fucking. They flew the American flag upside down because they're fucking dramatic little bitches. Like, what are we talking about? Like, and then they flew the other like weird esoteric. What is it, like the Lebanese flag looking one? They flew the flag of Lebanon. Where is it? This fucking pine tree flag or whatever. They showed it early on. I can't. An appeal to heaven flag, yeah. That one. Because they're freaks. Yeah, this is the flag. An appeal. Another provocative flag was flown at another Alito home. I don't want to alarm anyone, but a second flag is hit the Alito home, ladies and gentlemen.
At NYU, Ryan Goodman has actually made a really good point about.
Another very funny thing about the Samuel Alito situation is that, so Samuel Alito came out and was like, oh, I'm a wife guy, and my wife was flying the flag, and I told my bitch wife to put the flag down, and she just refused to do so, and what can I do? I'm a wife guy, right? That was his defense, which I think is still pretty funny considering that Clarence Thomas's wife is literally, like, openly on the fucking phone lines at January 6th in broad daylight being like, are the Patriots rising up? Like, are we taking over? Like, Jeannie Thomas was literally an insurrectionist. Okay? So we're talking about wives of the Supreme Court justices. Like, Clarence Thomas is still doing the whole like $4 million to Samuel Alito's $100,000 equation there too. Clarence Thomas is fucking, he doesn't do half measures, okay? Oh, y'all are getting gifts? I'm getting $4 million in gifts. Oh, your wife flew an appeal to heaven flag? Guess what? My wife literally did January 6th, okay?
My wife did January 6th personally. That's right. He's the GOAT.
This Justice Alito last week issued this letter to Senators Durbin and Whitehouse explaining that he was not going to recuse himself from these January 6th related cases.
I love having a Democratic Senate, by the way, because, you know, there's a fucking judiciary committee for this exact reason. Okay? Just before all of the liberals who are like, oh, Hasan, you want Donald Trump to be president? Like, bitch, who's president right now? Who could hold a fucking singular committee meeting and have these motherfucking issues be addressed by Congress? Yeah, Senator Dick Do Nothing Durbin, bitch ass. Can you imagine? Bro, you know what's going to be really awesome? Trump is going to win. Republicans are going to win the Senate, let's say. And then they're going to hold a committee hearing, a Senate Judiciary Committee hearing, investigating Ketanji Brown's $3,700 worth of Beyonce Knowles tickets. Okay? They're going to be like, and then they're going to impeach Ketanji Brown. They're going to get Ketanji Brown off the fucking Supreme Court because of her Beyonce tickets. Okay? That's what's going to end up happening because Republicans would never let a good crisis go to waste. And Democrats will turn around and be like, well, see, you didn't vote for Biden. See what happens when you don't vote for Biden? Now we lost another Supreme Court justice. It's going to have fuck a super majority, fuck a 6-3 super majority. It's going to be 9-0, okay? Oh. What are we doing? What the fuck are we doing, man? What are we doing? January 6th son or IDF supporting daughter? January 6th son. Easy. Not even a question.
Whether because of this flag or not, he has no obligation to recuse himself. If Ms. Baden is correct that the timeline is wrong, and it seems like the timeline is wrong, like there's a real discrepancy between her timeline and Justice Alito's, he's essentially lied to Congress. And I mean, Ryan Goodman, my colleague, has suggested maybe that is something worth investigating as a criminal matter. But there's a lot going on here. We haven't had these cases. Are they waiting because of the proximity of this scandal to those cases? Who knows? If that's the case, then we've already answered our question as to why Justice Alito should recuse, because we're already asking those questions.
Ding, ding, ding.
It's too complicated. It's not impartial.
Melissa Murray, who is fond of flags, as far as I know.
Flagrantly.
Flagrantly fond of.
That's awesome. All right, let's talk about Indian elections, which apparently got this episode of Last Week Tonight banned from India. You got to give them credit for the lamish bits now. Where's the same smoke for Israel? I mean, he has covered Israel quite a bit. Jesus, dude, I have a headache from all that. Mr. Beast took money from a Coke-linked organization for a YouTube video from Ryan Broderick. The video titled "We Schooled Hundreds of Teachers" was uploaded on April 30th on the YouTuber's Beast Philanthropy second channel. Mr. Beast, whose real name is Jimmy Donaldson, lists the organization Stand Together as one of the main financial sponsors during the video, which showcased a private nonprofit middle school called the Ron Clark Academy in Atlanta. Stand Together was founded by Koch in 2003 as a seminar network, which the New York Times described as an array of political and advocacy groups supported by wealthy conservatives. Koch still acts as the chairman and co-CEO of the organization. Koch Network was instrumental in guiding Trump's policy initiatives, particularly his climate agenda. Stand Together did not respond to a request for comment, but did announce its involvement in a Mr. Beast video via a series of press releases. In one of those releases, Beast Philanthropy Executive Director Darren Margolies
was quoted as saying, Stand Together believes exactly the same thing that we do, that when a person believes in themselves, they will accomplish the things that they never dreamed that they would be able to do. Oh my God. Dedicated to tackling the country's biggest problems, which range from education initiatives to what it calls freedom-minded solutions. Josh Cowan, a professor of education policy at Michigan State University and author of the upcoming book, The Privateers, How Billionaires Created a Culture War and Sold School Vouchers, describes Stand Together as an umbrella organization for the Koch network. I think of the Koch network in general, which Stand Together is a key part of, but not only part, as almost like a big political party. Cowan was careful to stress that there doesn't have to be anything necessarily underhanded or illegal about Stand Together's involvement in Donaldson's video, but both Charles and his brother David, who died in 2019, rest in piss, have spent decades trying to dismantle public education in America. You know who else did that? Bill motherfucking Gates. Anyway, and working with arguably the biggest content creator in the world on a video about very successful private schools, certainly within the organization's political interests. Koch money in general, as it enters the education space, can really be thought of as generally one of two flavors: school choice, school privatization, or what I would call efforts to undermine that labor organization. Donating to a socialist is crazy. At the top of the hour, you donate $5, not just to me, but to the Ad Break Avoidance Fund. Okay? I don't think that guy was baiting me. I think this might be a real hater. Yeah, I think this guy was just a real hater. We got one. Miss Susie B, thank you for the 5 gifted. Allowing 5 people to no longer see the ads at the top of the hour. Here's the 3-minute ad break now. Lily the Chaos God, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Mexicutioners 007. Hasan's the HRT dealer.
Imagine
This got 15 million views, bro. Jesus Christ. Koch Network's interests extend far beyond education. Following a well video, Donaldson, who's been attacked in the past for simplifying and depoliticizing climate change for viral traffic, lashed out on social media. Darren Margolius, former real estate agent, joined Beast Philanthropy as an executive director in 2021. Though Donaldson appears in interstitials throughout the Ron Clark Academy video, he in fact filmed those segments remotely. The school at the center of the video is an Atlanta-based nonprofit private school that was founded in 2007 by author and survivor contestant Ron Clark. Donaldson's video describes the school as a utopia that focused on his program for training teachers from other schools. The academy is generally well regarded among educators. The Mr. Beast video was not the school's first brush with internet virality. As for how Donaldson ended up spotlighting the academy in the first place, it's all thanks to some old-fashioned networking. Mr. Beast at his philanthropy team visit. Dude who runs Mr. Beast's company alongside him is incredibly conservative, is posting like anti-trans shit as a huge Elon writer. This is not surprising. Seems that Stand Together is just reputation laundering for many different orgs. Yeah. Noma Skewit. Yeah, I don't think Mr. Beast personally knew what the fuck was up with the Koch-funded charity. I don't think he cares. Your boy slapped a broccoli hair. My boy.
Bro, Stable Ronaldo is also my boy too. That's Phase Ronaldo.
My fucking hat.
Damn, actually? Oh, shit. Oh, I didn't know that was bad. My bad, bro. Like, actually.
Yo. What the fuck? Yo, he smacked the shit out of him. Bro, what the fuck? Dude, he is such a gorilla, dude. Bradley Martin is such a goddamn gorilla. He's like, bro, listen, this is my cage. Okay, this is my home. Don't fucking disrespect me in my own home. He literally, holy fuck. That's a bro, we got to run it back. Bro, he smacked the adolescence out of Stable Ronaldo. He no longer is a child, bro. It's a meme to fuck with Brad in the zoo. He probably sick of it. Bro, that's crazy. He smacked the innocence out of him. God damn, dude. Yo, that's crazy. Brad is out here disciplining the youth, the hero we didn't know we needed.
My fucking hat.
Damn, actually? Oh, shit.
It got awkward. That's so funny. It got fucking awkward, dude. He didn't even, his technique is not even that good. He didn't even need it. He just went, eh. Gorilla Man. Gorilla Man, dude. That's awesome. Oh, God, it's so awkward. Wait, it gets more awkward?
My fucking hat.
Damn, actually? Oh, shit. Oh, I didn't know that was bad. My bad, bro. Like, actually. No, actually. Put the camera down.
Oh, my God. He didn't put the camera down. Hey, yo. Holy shit. God, I'm going to be honest with you, dude. You can't.
Damn.
He mutes it. Oh my God, he mutes it. Dude, that's hilarious. He did get bitch slapped. What is wrong with Bradley? That's fucking crazy. Listen, bro, he's an ape. He's a gorilla. I mean this in like loving ways, but also a gorilla is dangerous. Yeah, his hairline is his biggest insecurity. I know. I think him and I talked about this too before. He could have killed him with that slap. His assault. Yeah, he could have killed him. That's pure out of control rage and violence. They've heard a million jokes about them in the last 3 decades. They are not freshmen in the world of Hollywood and comedy. He lost his mind. Y'all are like the same size? No, the fuck we're not, dude. Are you kidding me? First of all, I am now 235 pounds. Bradley is 250 pounds. He's also literally like 10% body fat. I am almost 20% body fat.
So no, the amount of muscle mass that he has is insane in comparison to myself.
That then people wouldn't be as connected with me. People wouldn't care about me as much, and I attached it so much so that like I never.
He's not shorter than me. No, he's pretty fucking tall. I think, I can't remember if we're the same height or maybe he's like an inch shorter, but that's it. He's not like, he's 260 pounds. My bad. He's not even 250. He's 260, brother. As a balding short man, how would you comment on his insecurities? Are you saying I'm balding and short? Comes back at 53. Bro, Fizz is in here literally watching the whole... Is he crying? Fuck, what is happening?
Two push. No, that was not a script. I didn't know we're not supposed to take his fucking hat off. Oh my god. God. Am I red?
Let me see. What are they saying?
Did you print? You know what they say, Ron? Fuck around and find out. Yeah.
True.
If we did this outside, I would have shot you.
That's funny. He let him slap him back afterwards. Dude, that's so funny. Where's the slap afterwards? I want to see. Oh. So stupid. He hit Brad back.
You can smack me.
I can't. I don't know how to. Full palm?
Smack me. There you go.
I missed.
Feel better now?
No, I missed.
You can smack me.
I can't. I don't know how to. Full palm?
Smack me. There you go.
It's not a good look to hit someone 1/3 of your size. It makes me like Bradley even less. Such fragile masculinity. Oh, bro. Listen, he didn't come correct, okay? He just he hit him a little bit, okay? He hit him with he hit him with a fucking flick of the wrist. We don't have to have we don't have to do discourse on everything, man. Jesus Christ. I know both of these people. I like both of these people involved. God damn. It was a disciplinary clap. You give much more of a benefit of the doubt to big gym guys. You realize that, right? Yes, I am biased. Do not expect unbiased commentary from me if the offending party is a gorilla man, okay? I'm sorry. It's just not going to happen. I am openly biased towards big boys, no matter what happens. But sometimes, you know, when you fuck around, you got to find out. It's the animal kingdom, baby. You know what I mean? That's it. I like that chatters are like, you don't even know who Stable Ronaldo is, but just judging by vibes, I would have expected you to, you know, be annoyed with him with his broccoli cut and his like influencer zoomy tendencies. And it seems like the chatters are still taking his side because they just have an anti-big boy bias, I think. Ronaldo's fine, by the way. I'm not even saying anything like about him, but I would have expected people to not take his side on this, specifically because they're you know, because of his broccoli cut. Dude, this is a serious he has a pattern of this. Hasan, a lot of us got abused as kids. What? You might have BPD. You're gross for this one. It's gross. Ugh, why do you remind us? Do not defend this. What the fuck? Yes, we do. Yeah, well, you're shitty if you defend this. Okay, so you're scared of him. Ew. L take. Why do you remind us that you're a man, Hasan? Hasan, a lot of us got abused as kids. She said Bradley's doing child abuse. The chatter's not doing a bit. I don't think the chatter's doing a bit. Oh, stop. Oh, thank. Bradley slapped him so hard he's his dad now, bro. Which, to be fair, I agree. This is great. Bradley Martin slapped Stable Ronaldo so hard it triggered flashbacks in people. It's like he slapped everyone in the audience. Oh, Jesus. Okay. That's funny. Oh, let's hear what Jordan Peterson's Pride Month grievances are.
Having this interview in Pride Month, and so what are my thoughts about Pride Month? Well, the first thing I would say is that you should be very careful what you name things. And
bro, you can't be wearing this fuck ass shirt and be like, no, the gays in Pride Month. It's like, bro, you need a little bit of homosexuality in your life, big dog. Okay? At least like put on a different suit if we're going to be talking shit about the queers, okay? I'm sorry. This is ridiculous. What is happening here? What the fuck? That's gallery department.
And pride is not a virtue. And I've brought that up with people before, and their objection always is, well, they don't really mean pride. People are just trying to affirm their own identities. And, you know, fair enough, I suppose, to some degree, but that was the name that was chosen, and that's the name that stuck. And pride is a cardinal sin, and there's a reason for that. And the reason is that pride means something like stubborn refusal to change when evidence of error is accruing, and it's not a good thing. There's a real tinge of narcissism, sexual narcissism, about the whole pride spectacle. And, you know, do people have the right to express their sexuality the way they see fit? To some degree, if it's consensual.
He's like, yeah, only in the degrees that I agree. Not if it's gay stuff.
And among adults, but generally among human beings with any degree of civilized comportment whatsoever, it's a pretty damn private affair. We tend to be private in our sexual conduct as a species, and so this isn't exactly private. And it's also the case that identities based on something as narrow as
keep it in your bedrooms,
sexual desire, let's say, aren't identities at all. They're pronouncements of subjection to instinctual whim. And I also have a real problem with the idea of the LGBT plus, etc. community, because it's not a community. And it's especially not a community right now because the trans pushing, gender affirming butchers and liars primarily target young people whose most likely outcome on the sexual front is homosexuality. So the trans gender affirming butchers and liars are differentially destroying the youthful gay community. And that's not a community. by any stretch of the imagination. And there's a famous conservative thinker, Chesterton, and Chesterton has a concept, the fence, and Chesterton's fence is based on the observation that if you're walking somewhere you don't understand and you come across a fence, you should probably not tear it down because you don't know what it keeps in or out. And the Pride movement has torn down a lot of fences, and maybe some of those fences needed to go, but all of them didn't need to go. And there's plenty of monsters coming out to play now. And I would say that's especially true on the transgender affirming side. And that's why we're seeing this butchery in the medical community, abetted by idiot allies and driven by greed. And those aren't the worst monsters that exist. And so if you tear down enough fences, you're going to find out what they're for.
I really do wish you would just cut to the chase. You know what I mean? I wish you would just be like, trans people are groomers or something. Like, I never thought that I would say these words, but it's like, bro, just say it. Like, you don't have to take the long way home, you know? Just be like, trans people are weird and they're groomers or something like that. Like, just cut it down. What is this word salad? Well, analytically speaking, the trans-affirming care are actually done in a complex scenario of butcheries. It's just like, yeah, dude, just say it's a slippery, yeah, exactly. It's a slippery slope. And also that they're fucking turning the kids gay. That's it. See, I did it. I did it in fucking 3 seconds. That's the point he's trying to make. He's the centrist intellectual. He's not, though. Not anymore.
Now, I read recently, like this week, that support for gay marriage is plummeting. Right.
Where did you read that? That is not a real thing. What the fuck's he talking about? What is he saying? Where is it plummeting, bro? What? Israel. Let's see. Support gay marriage plummeting. Oh, this is it dipped in 2023. Okay. It dipped to 71%. Bro, dude, it's over. Gay rights are over, dog. Wow. Guys, it's done. It's done. It's Jover. Like, not to be, I mean, it wouldn't even matter if it actually did plummet, for the record, like if it actually went down to like 50%, because ultimately that doesn't mean it's correct to be homophobic or transphobic, right? Like, there are plenty of positions that I assume that I advocate for that are not exactly super popular, right? I do it because it's right, not because it's fucking popular. But having said that, on this issue, it is like historically fucking high, man. Like, what are we talking about? What is going on? Share of young adults who supported same-sex marriage declined to 71% last year. Yeah, it went from 69% the year before to 67%. It's Jover. Why would support be the same when we have legalized it? No, it for the record, yeah, it went up dramatically post legalization, and it's just like stably been around 60 to 70%, which is as close to a fucking which is as close to like damn near every single person as you're gonna get. You know what I mean? Remember, 20% of Americans, you can always find 20% of Americans that will say, I agree with any unimaginably insane thing. Okay, 20 to 30% of Americans will always, no matter what, believe in the most unhinged shit. That is the HasanAbi standard, as you guys know. 30% of Americans will always agree. It can be literally the dumbest thing on the planet. Anyway, 30% of Americans believe Jesus is coming back before 2059. No, it's much higher than that. I'm saying at least 30% of Americans will believe the dumbest fucking thing. 20 to 30% of Americans.
It's like, well, keep pushing, keep pushing. You're going to lose everything you've gained. And I'm not celebrating that at all. That's not the point.
Why not?
At all. But
he's not. Yeah, it might seem like he's celebrating that, but he's not celebrating that at all, okay? It looks like he's celebrating that, but actually he's not. Please. I promise you he's not. He definitely hates that homophobia is on the rise, which, by the way, by his own metrics is not by a lot, for the record. It's just like people are, 3% less supportive.
Like, I'm just done with it. I don't like the flag. I think it's a piece of idiocy. I don't understand why it changed.
Okay, to be fair, I agree with the rainbow color shit. I do think personally the rainbow one is like, it's not aesthetically pleasing. It's not. It's all the colors. Pick a better grouping of colors. Okay? It's just ugly. It's so ugly. It's like you put it on merch. It's like, ugh. Like at least trans pride has like a decent grouping of colors. Bisexual pride has like a decent grouping of colors. Wait, are you being serious? Oh, dude, you've never heard me say this? I've talked about this quite a bit. This is actually serious. I think that lesbian pride has a decent grouping of colors. I think that the rainbow is just like so ugly. If that makes sense. And it's not even like this isn't even this has nothing to do with like gay rights at all, by the way. It's just simply that when you put all the colors together, it just doesn't, I don't know, it just doesn't look that good. Yeah, thinking the rainbow is tacky is the gayest thing you can say and therefore strengthens your allyship. Oh no, for sure. It's fully gay of me to be like, it's tacky, because it is. This one slaps. Isn't the point of the pride flag what? Supposed to represent every color under the rainbow? Yeah, no, it is. I'm just saying that like the color palette featuring every color is so tacky. I mean, there's not really much you can do about it. It is what it is. Who cares? But I have talked about this before.
Changes every bloody week. I don't know who makes those decisions. I don't like the acronym and all the mystery surrounding it. I don't like the fact that the LGBT agenda, whatever that is, increasingly dominates the school system. I don't like the fact that it's targeted at young people.
Remember, never forget, all matter of conservative grievances are just something that I made up in my mind and it scared me. I had a scary thought and now it's your problem. Like, he's not even hiding it. He just literally is like, I don't even know what it is. I don't know what's going on, but it scares me and now it's your problem. I'm going to make it your issue, okay? It's so stupid. When you think about it from that point of view, you're like, why are we even having an argument about this? Like, what? So you're saying you got scared? Okay, like a child? Like, yeah, cool. The fuck? He doesn't like the history surrounding it. Is it not wanting gay people to be killed for being gay? I mean, I think he that is true. He probably wants to return to whatever he thinks is tradition, but which includes like, you know, lynching gay people and stuff. But I think he's just at this stage, he doesn't even know what's going on, but it's very fearful. It's like, oh, okay. I guess we got to deal with this now. I guess this is our thing now. Sorry. Old man imagined a scary future.
And I think the surgery, the gender affirming care movement, I think it is Nazi Auschwitz level awful. That it should not only stop.
Ironic, because that's, yeah, the Nazis also were very, very anti-trans and very anti-gay, just like Jordan Peterson is. And I'm imagining a past where the Nazis were like, this is just like Nazi behavior. We must stop the trans medical research. It's like Nazis. They're just like the Nazis.
Stop. And now, as they've decided to do in the UK and in most places in Europe, but I think all the people that were involved in the surgical transition of minors should be imprisoned. So there's a lot of house cleaning to do on the pride side of things. And I don't believe that a celebration of an identity that encapsulates something like 3% of the population before it became a fad.
Were they even transgenders back then? Chatter, you consistently have some of the funniest questions, which is why I haven't banned you. Yes. Okay. Yeah, of course there were transgenders back then, dude. What the fuck? It's not like an invention. Bro, you really think we invented trans people in like 2013 or something? Like, what do you think? That's so funny. Yeah. In the year 2013, trans people were invented and nothing has been the same. Yeah. Yeah, new gender expansion pack. God knows what will happen by 2025. Ay, ay, ay.
Is inclusive in any manner whatsoever. So I think pretty much all of it's a lie. And it's a dangerous lie. And it's a lie with real monsters hovering on the edges. And so, and like, enough, as far as I'm concerned. Enough pride in the churches, enough pride in the bloody banks. I don't want to walk into the Bank of Nova Scotia and be celebrating pride. It's like I want to go and put my money in or take my money out without any political idiocy, and certainly without.
It's just like, okay, I do want to clarify that, like, just because I think the rainbow color scheme is tacky doesn't mean that I have a fucking aneurysm when I see it. This guy's so stupid. He's like, we have to defend Western civilization and I will be the strongest warrior. Also, I had a heart attack when I saw a rainbow colored Nova Scotia Bank logo. These two things don't work side by side, man. You can't be defending Western civilization that's falling while simultaneously be like, I almost died. Oh God, I love conservatives so much. They're so fucking stupid. That level of drama is, by the way, the equivalent of sucking at least one dick gay, okay? I saw something that I didn't like and I almost died. Do you understand me? I died. Hello? He's so dramatic. I was murdered.
Without any celebration of sexuality. I don't know what the hell the banks think they're doing. And the churches, well, that's just, for the churches to be flying pride flags, it's like pride is the cardinal Christian sin. Right, so what the hell? What's going on with the flags exactly? What exactly are you celebrating here? Tolerance. It's like, yeah, tolerance of vice is not a virtue, and pride is a vice.
There is no greater testament to like Western supremacist attitudes than thinking that what he's doing right here is any different than any number of like LARPing Salafist UK Muslim podcasts talking about fellas, women, pride. What the fuck is pride? Yeah. Wallahi, bro. It's just like he has the garb on, so you just analyze it fundamentally differently. You know, you just look at it very differently than like something that you would see on memory TV, you know? He's speaking English and he's wearing a ugly ass suit, but a suit nonetheless. And therefore, this is actually riveting discourse and totally different than like some fucking weirdo fundy. He's white and Christian. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's why people don't read it in the same way. If you dislike the pride flag, why do you hate only the people brave enough to change its design? True. In solidarity with the hostages held in Gaza by Hamas, Tel Aviv displays pride flags with a white and yellow stripe. This is so funny because like, so what is it? Are all the hostages gay? Like, is that a new sexuality? It's like LGBTQ and hostage. Like, why would you do this? Why did you think that this was fucking... It's so stupid. Oh, God. Why yellow? Because yellow is the stand with us color, the color of the ribbons that they wear that is supposed to invoke the hostages. Anyway. We are so back. General election poll, Biden 46 2-point lead. Last poll was a tie. Let's go. It's over. It's great. I'm glad that there's a 2-point lead between Donald Trump and Joe Biden after a criminal, fresh off the heels of a criminal conviction. It's crazy. It should not be this close, okay, at any point. But, oh, here's Joe Rogan with some riveting political commentary.
So many rappers are showing support for Trump now. It's crazy.
Yeah.
Because now he's got a felony.
Right.
Right. I mean, like, now they realize also he's getting trapped by the system, just like everybody's been rapping about. Being trapped by this system, this bullshit system. And you watch it happen with him.
Exactly. Yeah, I was just talking about this. It's like I don't think they were counting on the black voter being like, hey, they just fucked that guy. That's what they do to us.
Yeah, this is what they do to everybody, and they.
Yeah, that's definitely. When I want to know about what black people think, I go to Joe Rogan and Tony Hinchcliffe, two guys that are about the culture. I love the racist cartoon that is going on in their minds of like black men having a conversation amongst themselves being like, yeah, that's right. Donald Trump is a criminal just like we all are. Am I right? We're all falsely convicted felons. That's why we're voting for Donald Trump. It reads like the classic Redditor who LARPs as a black man, or like a chatter that comes in and is like, as a black myself, I think you're a fucking piece of shit, Hasan. News. Trump is now a felon. Republicans, oh, just like black people. This is racist, but I have heard some of my friends say this dumb shit. We're all black, by the way. Yeah. Donald Trump getting caught paying hush money to a porn star is the same as, you know, black people being fucking dominated by the police forces in the neighborhoods that they live in. It's just the same. If anything, it's unique that the criminal justice system ever fucking prosecutes a rich person. I just don't think that the black vote is flipping dramatically in the way that people claim it is. I think there's a change in the trends for sure, but I also don't personally think that I forgot what I was gonna say. The Clarence Thomas shit fucked me up. Congratulations to Narendra Modi on your victory in the world's largest democratic elections. Looking forward to my companies doing exciting work in India. How India tamed Twitter and set a global standard for online censorship. Records published by the Indian Parliament show that annual takedown requests for posts and accounts increased from 471 to 6,775 between 2014 and 2022, with those to Twitter soaring from 224 to 3,417. Nice. %6 is the actual correct answer. Which country do British voters think did the most to defeat Nazi Germany? 6% they think Soviet Union. Who did the most to defeat Nazi Germany? %42% of British people think the United Kingdom did the most to defeat Nazi Germany. 12% think it's the United States. 6% think it's France, which I think is wild. What the fuck? 6% think it's the Soviet Union. And honestly, this is just a demonstration that people are just not educated on the matter. That's it. It's like the media flexing that people are just less educated now as a consequence of their actions. Anyway, Miriam Adelson, the richest Israeli in the world, describing the genocide of Palestinians, disproportionately women, as a feminist endeavor. This winter, in her heightened distress, Adelson wrote another Israel Hayom editorial. This one, The Woman of Iron, was frantic and creative. The article argued that the Israel-Hamas war was not just a battle over Israel's right to exist. The war, Adelson wrote, was part of a feminist mission, a war against the very essence of violent patriarchy, against the armed and Islamist embodiment of the fear and hatred that certain insecure men have harbored since the time immemorial towards girls and women. Never mind that Israel had just been ranked last among the Organization of Economic Cooperation and Development's 38 countries on its progress towards erasing gender-based discrimination. Israel has like numerous active parties in parliament that, you know, have political disagreements over things such as, should women be able to learn how to read? Israel has a huge gender pay gap, not to mention a far-right government anxious to increase the power of rabbinical courts, which do not recognize women as witnesses. I think one of the best like massagings of the narratives has been that in a deeply anti-Semitic culture that Christians had, the notion that like Christian supremacist values or America is a Christian nation has now turned into like America is a Judeo-Christian nation. Okay. And that in that we also here in the Western world, one, do not recognize Christian fundamentalism for what it is, just religious fundamentalism backed by dogma, incredibly violent, incredibly bigoted. And we also don't recognize Jewish fundamentalism in that same vein as well. It's only Islamic fundamentalism that represents the entirety of the religion, which is obviously not true, and that Islam is the only religion capable of having like barbaric fundamentalist thoughts that are broadly representative of the entirety of the believers of the religion. This is precisely the reason why people, even though they don't really have that same smoke for Saudi Arabia, will rarely ever talk about Israel in the same ways that they talk about Saudi Arabia in general or any other, Muslim nation. Never mind. Okay, Israel. Adelson clearly enjoyed the femo-nationalist reasoning. The fact that slender fingers with painted nails press the trigger that sends many of the terrorists to hell surely creates a special sense of humiliation for those who preach male supremacy. Israel's success, the blessing for which it constantly gets cursed by its enemies, is its ongoing pursuit of gender equality. In a weird way, I don't want like people to, I don't want the Reddit atheists to be like anti-Semitic in the same way that they're Islamophobic. But it is rather odd how Reddit atheists never have that same smoke for Christianity, or even if they do have that same smoke for Christianity, they rarely ever factor in like fundamentalists within Judaism. They just never think about it. They never talk about it. Not to say that I want them to be like just as bigoted as they are to Muslims. I want them to be less bigoted towards Muslims and understand that religion is not, monolithic, and that people don't have shared opinions like the way that people think they do. You're describing Sam Harris? Oh no, that's the thing that I've said about Sam Harris for quite a while. Same with Bill Maher. Same with same with Richard Dawkins. Same with most r/atheism dipshits. If you notice, they will have a little bit of smoke for Christianity, never to the same degree of Islam, and they rarely ever talk about Judaism. Like never, if at all. That's precisely the reason why Sam Harris, Bill Maher, and many other famous atheists will literally talk about Israel as a beacon of prosperity, even though it is literally a Jewish ethno-state. Okay? Like codified Jewish ethno-state. Okay? They never consider it in a similar vein to like a Saudi Arabia, which they regularly will, call a Muslim theocracy, which it is. The only guy I can think of is Hitchens. But even then, he was still, extra smoky for Islam. Hitchens was definitely way, way more dog shit. I mean, he was also super dog shit. He was super critical of Israel, but he also, I believe, promoted or pushed for the Iraq War, didn't he? Don't they deserve an ethno-state after what happened in the Holocaust? Fuck no. What? What are you, crazy? Bro said, don't they get to have a little bit of a genocide of their own? Come on, man. The Holocaust happened. They get to do one genocide. It's like my It's like my kill yourself token, you know? If people online tell you to kill yourself, you get to then, capture that and then use it. You can use it on someone else. And it's like crazy because the it's not even like a resistant one. You know what I mean? It's not even like violent actions in a liberatory manner that maybe gets a little out of hand or anything. You're just doing a genocide to a whole other group of people that had nothing to do with the Holocaust. It's just as a treat. Probably because Islam is the fastest growing religion, and Muslims, comparatively to other religion followers, have a firmer foundation in terms of changing their society. Firmer foundation in terms of changing their society? What do you mean? Islam, or the Islamic world throughout history, has changed dramatically. I mean, Islam had its golden age already, unfortunately. So, in comparison to the glorious West, there was a point in time throughout history where the Islamic world was making the real scientific advancements. It's just that the current state of the Muslim world, unfortunately, is not so advanced in comparison to being victimized by Western forces in perpetuity. Yeah, they were making math while the Christians were getting wiped because they couldn't figure out how to wipe their asses. I found out that the original embassy row in the Ottoman Empire in Istanbul was like super far away from any major areas, specifically because the Westerners did not know how to use the toilets. Like so they would just like dump their feces in the street. So they were just like, yeah, we'll just put them somewhere over there. It's kind of funny to think about. Like, Westerners literally did not shower as much as both. It's true. Europeans did not shower as much as neither the Japanese nor the Chinese nor any of the fucking Eastern areas, Eastern regions. I would say still to this day, the fact that there's no fucking bidets in Europe across the board is yet another indication of this reality. What do you want me to do? Catch the bloody flocks? Exactly. These Japans, these savage barbarians in the Japans. Romans did? Yeah, we're not talking about the Romans, chatter. If I recall correctly, the French dumped piss buckets on the streets, showered once a month, and used copious amounts of perfume. Bidets are common in Europe. It's just a separate thing and not on the toilet seat. Yeah, that's weird as fuck. Why you gotta get up to clean your ass when you just put it in the fucking toilet? It's weird. The whites don't season their food, so their body odor isn't as bad. That's literally not true. It's actually a gene that Asians have that make them not smell. Specifically, East Asians. It's the same. What is it? What is the gene that Asian people have that, like, no, that's literally what I'm saying is actually true. It's like, fuck. what is it called? The earwax thing. Yeah. There is a chatters think I'm lying because it sounds so fucking racist. No, it's true. The ABCC11 gene, is that what it is? Yeah, it causes your earwax to be different. And you don't have like the same kind of sweat glands, I think. They lack a gene, not that they have one. Yeah. Not all of us can afford a bidet. We aren't millionaires. Yeah, you can't even afford a fucking $5 a month subscription, which literally would help you avoid the top of the hour ad break. The last one of today. Okay. As an Asian, I thought it was common knowledge. Funny to see so many people shocked by it. Yeah. I mean, I was surprised when I first found out about it. I think I found out about it through the earwax situation. Like I literally, when I went to Tokyo and got my ear cleaned out, I think that might have been when I found out about it. But also, bidets are literally the cost of like 3 subscriptions. No transit news. Oh, we'll do the transit news tomorrow. And I'll do the Michael Reeves video tomorrow as well, the reacts tomorrow. Also Sunday, ladies and gentlemen, remember, Sunday, we are going to finally play basketball on stream. 1,000 buckets challenge. Okay? Tomorrow is fun day. Don't worry. We will do fun day tomorrow. Wig is not going to be there. Ludwig will be there. Not Nice Wig. Because he has ALGSS. Also, oh my God, my mom is calling me. I gotta go. I love you all. We have a lot of special guests as well. Hold on, Mom. I'm ending. 1 second. I'm gonna help you in a second. Okay. I love you. Bye bye. All right. Love you guys. Bye.
Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Reviewing the P.O. box. Uncle Uger's face. Sat in Discord at your prop. Great names take embrace. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips, on at your door. H3 crowded debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, plenty more to go. 90-day fiance, talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction, a mass riot at DC. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. face.